You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they come from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What?
of truth, just real lies. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. The looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Hi, my name is Davai and I play for PPGL and my in-game role is Flex and we are from SGMY region. I would say our expectation for the APAC challenges this time is to qualify for Masters 2 and I hope we'll be able to qualify again this time. I would say our competitors for this time would be Zerja and Lee. From the chosen rival teams, I would choose Carry from Zerja, and I think he's a very good player, like very consistent. And for Lead, I would say Lenny. If we're able to play our game just like in practice, I think most likely we're gonna beat anyone in this competition. So I hope that we'll be able to play just like how we play in practice. I would like to thank all the fans that have been supporting us from day one, and don't forget to watch our games in the upcoming matches.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace.
Get your morning coffee brewing, folks, because you won't want to miss what's coming. We've got 6 teams today, including the teams everyone's been keeping their eyes on. More eliminations coming too, so keep your eyes peeled because this could be the last time you could see some of these teams here on APAC. The competition here is rough, and that's how we like it. So this is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Use the drone information. Patience on the board, and it's gonna fall. Which is not done. The Oma, your Loma.
They'll gamble and the answer will go fire and team. 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个其他动作。
Welcome to day number 5 of the group stage of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Quite an adventure we've gone through over here. The whirlwind of emotion and the adrenaline just so striking. I will be your host, Likeable, and I'm being joined, of course, by our lovely panelists, Tash Bunny and Trix. Hey Tash, we missed you. Aren't you happy you get to witness some of the Paper X and Order action today?
Oh heck yeah! I think Paper X as well as Order is a match that I am truly excited about. From the debut of Order on APAC a few days ago, I have just been absolutely stoked by not only their talent, but also just their sheer teamwork coming in from each of them. And I have to say, for a long time here on APAC, I have yet to see a team come so close to Xerxia as well as Paper X.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close couple of games up ahead. And before we head on over to that match, why don't we take a look at what happened yesterday, because all of the games were just so good. And I know that Trix can agree with me there, starting with the first series of the day, which was FW Esports versus Team Secret.
Team Secret honestly being a little inconsistent in my opinion, but I like how they found their footing. Really got back into it, especially in their second map. FW Esports doing a great job, but Team Secret just kind of waking up near the end of it. We could see that the aggression was finally taking place, that both teams were really improving, but ultimately FW coming a bit short.
I agree, and I did see a bit of the comfortability that we were looking for in Team Secret, especially since when we compare them from the first debut that they had here in APAC 2, they were trying out new compositions. But hey, Cash, look at Onyx G over here versus Gaimin Gladiators. Such a sight to behold.
Honestly, I was really hoping for Gaimin to bring this one home. But at the end of the day, Onyx is a team that has a lot of experience, and Gaimin, as we mentioned before, is still fairly new here to the APAC stage. They're very familiar with how Malaysia, Singapore plays, but as I always say it before, once you move away from your country league, going into a bigger pond like APAC is when you really gotta be not only consistent, but also you have to be aware and ready for the different sort of styles and gameplays coming through. And I was just also talking to Trix about how certain teams can come up on top a little better. I have to say, out of the performance of Onyx every single time, I have to say every year the consistency from Onyx has just been mind-blowing. Not only the consistency, but also how to adapt to different teams, different players. And I have to say, in terms of all of that, Onyx still comes out a little bit ahead. But Xerxia, though, one of my favorite teams, is just definitely a team that I want to talk about with Trix.
Xerxia, I love seeing them play, and I can't say that enough, and I think they really showed everyone exactly why I'm always excited to watch them. Just the kind of discipline that they have. Alter Ego, though, also doing quite a good job. You can see that on their second map, it seems that they took a little bit longer to come online, but Xerxia being able to do those executions, those split-second decision-making abilities, I just felt they really understood their agents, they understood their lineup, they were able to play off each other with that fantastic teamwork.
Yeah, not to cut Alter Ego out of the blue over here, but they're also really good. I mean, that Ascent map, insane. Like, it was so neck and neck, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. But again, that was yesterday's highlights. For today, we got a lot to talk about, but why don't we begin at taking a look at the tournament format, because I know that Mika Fabs covers all of the know-hows from the play-ins all the way to finding out how these teams can qualify for VCT Masters. So here it is, Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
So now that we have a better grasp of the tournament format, I think it's only fitting that we head straight for the brackets. I mean, this is the way that we actually get the full picture of how the tournament's been so far. So we're going to be starting off over here at Group A, Trix. What an insane group over here. Onyx G already qualifying for the playoffs.
I feel like those 2-0 scorelines don't really tell the story of exactly how all of those matches went. You know, also that unexpected, at least for me, it was unexpected Myth's performance against Griffin. Griffin just doing so fantastic. Being able to knock Myth out, going against Gaimin Gladiators for our first rematch in the group stages, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, Onyx just so good though. The dominance that they show on the maps, the comfortability, that control that they had, and just the quick decisions to go back and like just give the site kind of thing.
Yeah, but here on Group B, Tash, see anything you like? It's been an amazing group as well so far.
I mean, personally, I like that Zerja is maintaining the consistency that we saw all the way from stage 1 to here. The fact that they managed to go 2-0 against Alter Ego tells a whole different, not a whole different, but just the whole story altogether. We know that Alter Ego is one of the strongest teams in Indonesia, and for them to 2-0, it just really shows that Zerja is not only always consistent, but also adapting and also evolving to a different way. And I think this is the reason, the tenacity that we saw back all the way in stage 1, and they want to bring it back here. And I think that it's safe to say that this team is a team that is really, really hungry for more. But talking about today, though, our first match, the Order and PaperX, I mean, as we talked about this one, I think this is literally what Komodo, what Conkers, me, you, as well as Trix are always talking about. This is the match to see. It already feels like a grand finals, and even this morning, I think Komodo said that this is something that we might see a rematch of over in the grand finals.
That's something to look forward to. Wow. Wait, I don't even know where to begin dissecting that. Basically, you're saying that these two are just above and beyond amazing, and you're expecting them to make it through and through to the very end.
Yeah, I agree with Komodo for that. I mean, it's been a long time since I got super excited seeing a team on APAC. I mean, for a long time, that was Zerja, PaperX. There are teams that are, above and beyond, like, say, Onyx, but I wouldn't say they're on this stage where Zerja and PaperX is. What do you think, Trix?
I think, you make a great point there as well, but looking also at Group D's teams, you got Bleed, Fancy United, and Team Secret. I think they've got a solid shot at it. Bleed Esports as well being so consistent in terms of their growth as well. So I'm hoping that later on in their matches they're going to continue that kind of consistency that they've been showing us, that understanding of their team and the identity that they have and how they want to approach Fancy United coming into their upcoming match today.
Well, speaking of upcoming match today, we're going to be facing the match schedule right now on our very screens. So the girls have already touched up on this a little bit. We're going to be seeing PaperX versus Order. We've got Bleed and Fancy United. As much as the hype is around PaperX and Order, I'm also looking forward to Bleed and Fancy United because Bleed has been showing such a great performance. We've said this before, it feels like a completely different team out here. They're just so good. And of course, Trix, Griffin Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes. I think that it's at that point again, but as it has been all APAC, where all of the matches are things that you really want to look out for. I feel there are very specific things and lines I'm looking for, PaperX and Order. I want to see how Order is going to do being an Australian team against PaperX, which is known to be a formidable opponent in APAC. But I'm also excited to see Gaimin Gladiators against Griffin Esports because it is that rematch that I'm wondering how the teams have adjusted and adapted to one another.
I absolutely agree. So the thing is, we've been monitoring is such a weird term, but we've been watching all of these games from the very beginning, especially you and Nitrix. We've been here since the play-ins. We've seen how they evolved from the play-ins, stepping into the group stages, and just owning the competition out here. And I think that's where the disparity comes from, is that sometimes we have this notion that, hey, these guys came from the play-ins. I don't know how they're gonna fare in the group stage. And then you have these teams that are proving us completely wrong. And I'm talking about Paper X. I was talking about Bleed Esports. Sorry,
yes.
I was reading the teams over here. And I got it's the way the brain functions, you know. But again, all groups settle down over here. Why don't we add some movement over here? I think that we need the earth to shake a little bit as we go into series number 1 today. First up, today is a team that everybody looks forward to meeting. You watch all of the player interviews and you hear the players say, hey, I want to compete against this team. I think that they're the team to look out of. I think that this is the player that I'm really looking forward to meeting in-game. So I guess this is it. This is finally the time that more players get to meet this team. Get ready, get set, go, because here they are, Paper X.
Yes, as Laika said, here it is, Paper X, the current top in APAC. A lot of teams finding Paper X to be that team to beat. Also, they had a great opening series against Boom Esports on Haven and on Fracture, really showing their dominance. We've got Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak. I know a lot of players in the APAC stage are keeping their eye out for Jing and Forsaken in particular, but I find that everybody on Paper X has been proving to be phenomenal. They're coordinated. They don't seem to, overcommit to duels and aggression. And I think they're fantastic at denying information on the attacker side. Don't you think so?
I mean, this is actually really funny. You all talk about how like every player is like, we want to go against Forsaken and Jing. But remember, in contrast to last year, everyone's saying the player to beat is TenZ from Sentinel. What a change happened in 1 year. And honestly, seeing Forsaken and Jing as well brought up in terms of how the conversation goes compared to before really shows how aggressive they are in terms of playing their roles, whether it be initiator, whether it be duelist. I really like how flexible they can be, whether to play defensive and aggressive. Most of the time we see them on aggressiveness, but when push comes to shove, and they're always ready to say, okay, let's take a step back, rethink this, and then try and find another way. It comes down to how they play as a team, but also when it comes to situations where you have to shine individually, each of these players are able to do it so perfectly. I mean, in Malaysia, Singapore, over on Fracture, we've seen what Mindfreak can do by just anchoring B-side on Fracture all alone. His teammates didn't even need to be there 1 versus 5.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Stop hyping me up too much. I haven't had my coffee and this is waking me up. But on the other side of Paper X is a team that caught us by surprise, at least us here on the SEA region. On the first day of the group stage, they're explosive, they're fantastic, and so entertaining to watch. Contrast to their name, they're here to cause absolute mayhem. So let us welcome Order.
Order is a team that I feel really caught my eye throughout this entire tournament. Why? Because last stage we saw another Australian team, Bonkers, come through, and we were just talking to Komodo earlier, and they said that the reason why Order couldn't make it to APAC last stage was because Bonkers was just too random in terms of how they played. It was so hard to predict them. But for now, they fixed up everything, and here they are back new and improved coming back into this tournament. So each one of these players, I mean, this is what Trix and I were talking about the other day. When you see a team that doesn't really have a star player, but they do really well, it means that every single one of these players are not only doing their jobs, but also shining in terms of how they play. Individually, they're great. We saw some 1v3, some very aggressive pushes, as well as some great isolations on how they play it. And they are definitely a team that can bring not only just speed, but also these really intricate, very clean sort of plays.
It's true, their plays really are fantastic. I find that when they go on those aggressive plays, they also change it up depending on how the opponents are reacting to it. So I'm excited to see how they're going to face against a team like Paper Rex that tends to read the opponents, play accordingly as well. If their aggressive plays are going to work, or if we're going to finally see Order slow it down.
I mean, we've talked about that here before, Trix, right? About the reactivity versus the proactivity. There's always a lot of factors to consider. But when you have two giants facing off, that's when it matters the most, because both of these teams have their own strats incoming, and they really need to step it up and have a good read of the other team in order for them to become the victors at the very end. Now, we're going to be heading over to our head-to-head, but people have no idea how much of a struggle it was for us here on the panel to actually decide who was going to be featured, because again, as both of these girls have just mentioned, all of the players from both of these teams are just too good. But at the end of the day, this is it, Trix. This is who we decided on, and I have no regrets. They're both very good players.
I do not have regrets. Disco, fantastic on that KO, just being able to understand what his team needs and when they need it. Davai, on the other hand, also playing a more flexible initiator role that has been popping off. The fact that, you know, he gets that information that the team needs, and he's able to dictate where the rotates are going. But what do you think, Tash?
Personally, I think that what's really great about both these players is the fact that they are able to thrive on their own. They are very creative when it comes to utility usage. I mean, we remember that Davai was one of the pioneers of that fake pop flashes from Sky, but at the same time, when we look at Disco, he is a player that I would say, like, a lot of teams, how they use KO can be pretty predictable. They have the same lineups, and they're not very flexible when it comes to it. I like the fact that sometimes he doesn't even have to knife so early. He just waits and kind of gets an idea where he has to use it, instead of using a util and not getting an impact out of it. Disco's plays on his KO has been high impact, really enabling his team and allowing them to take space even with the fragment.
I mean, we talk about this all the time, about how we want the KOs out here to really have an impact in the games, because it's so important. Your flashes, your fragments, all of it, just so much importance when we get into the games. And you know where the importance really lies when you have these initiators? Is which map they'll be initiating on. That's very important, because depending on the map, obviously, that is where your composition adjusts as well. But here we are, Order versus Paper X. What maps are we going to be seeing, Tash?
Personally, I've seen Paper X run Split, I've seen Paper X running Fracture. They are definitely a team that's not too shy away from these sort of maps, but at the same time, we all know that Icebox is the map to ban against them. And I think they saw their performance against teams, was it Oasis on Breeze, and Paper X was like, nah, we're not dealing with that again. So both, they're really great maps that I'm really excited to see for both teams are now out of the way, but Haven will be the pick, and I've seen some really impressive plays from Paper X, and I'm curious to know how exactly Order will be running this map.
I also want to just say the fact that Paper X is choosing to start on attacker side on Haven is something I love to see in teams, meaning that they're so confident in their attack, just as confident as they are that they're going to close those rounds on the defender side, is showing to me how much Paper X is ready for this matchup. And then we've got Vine, which I always love to see, and I think you also love to see. right? Like,
of course, it's Bind.
So much Bind this season.
I know. Well, I think I'm just blessed. That's all that there is to it. But I have seen Forsaken on the Yoru here on Bind, and I want to see those effective Yorus. We don't get a lot of Yorus these days, so if I do get to see it, I want to see it. You know, I want to see it actually shine. Now, we are going to be having Ascent as the decider over here, Tash. What can you say about Ascent?
Ascent, I feel like a lot of teams either thrive or struggle on Ascent, but for some reason, through these, a lot of, oh my god, I'm just seeing Laika as well as production do these puns, and I'm just hoping I don't hear it. But anyways, coming back to what I'm talking about, Ascent is a map where I feel like a lot of teams seem to struggle on defense. I'm not entirely sure why, but every time we see maybe overtimes and stuff, we can go over and over again about how some teams just don't really make it on defense but just thrive on attack.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday was the complete example for that. The final series of the day were in Sersia and Alter Ego. Why do I keep messing up these teams? There are so many teams that keep coming back and just showing such stellar performances that I always get confused. But yes, that series last night was just something else. Their attack on Ascent, it was just a tug of war. If you missed it, Tash, it was just overtime over overtime, and then it was always the attacker who would get the win. So the win condition was whoever won in defending would win that specific map.
Yes.
And that was it, right?
Yes.
Yes, I do think that was the win condition. But speaking of win conditions, I'm actually racking my brain thinking about how this Haven map is going to go, because I'm wondering what the win conditions are for both of these teams. They're both explosive. They know how to deny the information. We've seen that they're fantastic with their teamwork, with their ability to support each other, as well as make those solo plays work. I'm just so torn as to what possible win conditions could be for either teams to be that deciding factor.
You know what's even more crazy is the fact that we were talking about predictions earlier, and you know, it was so hard. This is the first time. Every time I saw Paper Rex before, I'm just like, okay, go for Paper Rex, go for Paper Rex, go for Paper Rex. Mostly because we have a Malaysian player in there, as well as Malaysia, Singapore, which is where I'm from. But in general, they are just a fantastic team that's gone all the way to Masters. But coming back to predictions this morning, this is the first time in a long time that I'm actually struggling, where I thought to myself, I am sure Paper Rex will win. We've seen the trends, but at the same time, I really, really want to see Order come up on top, just to see how the Kings can also bleed.
Yeah. But you know what, Tash? Since you already brought up the predictions, might as well, you know, go through with it. Who are you predicting that's gonna win this series?
It's a 50-50. It's a 40% to 51% for me. I'll give that 1% extra to Paper X just because I've been following their performance through for a long time. But at the same time, it's a high win percentage as well for Order.
I would have to back Tash up here. I think that Paper X has been proving to be a team that really performs and steps up when they need to be stepping up. Order is not something I am too familiar with, but I am happy to start familiarizing myself with them because they have been phenomenal. But at the end of the day, I think Paper X might take it.
You know, I agree with you. Order is not something that we are all too familiar with. But the thing is, Honky and Komodo are incredibly familiar with Order.
Oh yeah.
They've spoken so highly about them. So despite me not knowing them all too well, I do think that they're kind of like a dark horse in this scenario. So I'm going with Order.
I mean, personally,
I think they can make it. If Honky and Komodo believe that these guys are going to make it to the grand finals, then they might as well start over here in this series. This is possibly the team that they're going to be facing at the very end, right?
I mean, when you think about Order, I mean, the only player that I was very familiar with was RDW. And I saw his name being highlighted a lot on the last stage during Bonkers. Now, when you put I thought that his performance was great last stage, but now when you put him in a team that is more capable, very similar playstyle like it's been phenomenal for him. And despite, I have to say that this Australian team is not only explosive, but they're very adaptable. And it is going to be very interesting seeing these teams really just duke it out, because when you look at Paper Rex, you don't really see the pure strats coming through until the second half of APAC all the way to Masters or Champions. But this is when I think they really think about it. And I don't doubt that Paper Rex will be having something in mind per se, because when I saw that Bankai had already lineups for Fate so early, you can really tell how much homework and how much practice this team has put in just to get ready for VCT.
Yeah, but how ready are they to go into Haven? Now, these are one of the default maps of Valorant, right?
Cypher!
Everybody's played this, and there you go, Tash. You already reacted, so I know you have something to say about Bankai Cypher.
Bankai Cypher is a 300 IQ mastermind play. You think of a guy behind a tall, dark chair, just moving chess pieces behind the scenes. That is Bankai on Cypher. Okay, so now Jing running the Reyna is already very interesting. During Game Changers, I always talked about how I am not a big Reyna fan at all. She plays very selfish. She plays in a way that it's just very beneficial to her instead of the rest of the team. But this time around though, I'm surprised that Forsaken will be taking the role of Jet. I'm not really sure how exactly Jing is planning on taking space. Perhaps it's Forsaken first, followed up by the Jing, or perhaps we'll be seeing Jing and also Forsaken kind of like take both sides at the same time, kind of similar to what they do on Icebox.
Can I just say that I don't know why Jing did this to me, because last time that they were up here and we were paneling, they're up against Boom Esports. They're like, yeah, I've seen them play the Reyna before. They did not pick the Reyna, and now I didn't say anything about it. They actually picked it. Hello!
But let's talk a little bit about Order's lineup tricks. What do you think that Order can bring to the table?
With their lineup, you've got so many flashes. You have that Omen flash, you have the Sky flash and the Breach flash, that overwhelming ability.
You see absolutely nothing, you're legally blind!
Yeah, you're pushing all of the opponents back, and I really am hoping that Paperex is going to understand this and play those good crossfires, have that anti-flash setup. And we've seen a lot of teams kind of fail at that, sometimes getting caught off guard. And I'm wondering if Order is going to be able to get that timing on Paperex and force them to be looking.
It's a very bully heavy team when you have so much flashes. And I hope we're not seeing that situation like in solo queue where you just have one person in a corner just like, hell, I just can't see anything. And it's flash on flash on flash.
Ugh, what a bully team over here. Wait up. Girls, bring out your sunglasses. We're gonna need them. I'm trying to look for mine right now. Can't find them. Alright then, so last notes before we pass you guys onto the casting desk. Keep your eyes peeled, preferably with sunglasses, for something different. Keep your mind open, because at this level of caliber, so many things can happen. With that said, casters, take it away.
And here it is. It all comes down to this one right now. For the moment, at least, two absolute giants. Paperex, a team that has only lost 3 matches, 2 of which over at Masters recently, coming 4th in that whole competition. Order, a team that hasn't lost a single series since VCT Stage 1. I'm Conky, this is Komodo, and Komodo, this is going to be a blinder.
Yeah, I am absolutely ecstatic and excited for this series right now, Mitch. So much so that my sleep last night was up and down, left and right. It was on and off, man. Like, I was so anxious and excited coming into it from last night, and we're finally here to see what these players have in the server right now. As mentioned on the desk, I had a little bit of a rumbling this morning. This is a match that I really firmly believe that we're going to see in a grand final-esque state.
And it's two compositions on a map that we know both of these teams feel super comfort. It's obviously going to be the double duelist lineup for PaperX, which we're going to see some flashy moments. So get your clipping fingers ready, ladies and gentlemen. As well as Order, a very, very capable composition of their own. RDW sitting back on that chamber. And it's already going to be action, Komodo, as they move straight into sewers.
And look at this, there's a lobby set up from PaperX right now. The shock dart's in, and Ronski's going to be taken down by Forsaken. Need to be careful, because there's still more players here, but Divide takes out Maple, and now the overwhelming on towards Disco, but he's able to get one in return in toward the Cloudburst. The trades are still coming forward. PaperX holding firm, holding true, and now it's just down to RDW, but he is disconnected from the action.
This is such a Valorant round. Already the round basically done in itself. Straight up towards B will be PaperX, and whilst we do see RDW get the ultimate point, it was a little bit shaky there from Order. A couple of missed shots, but very, very firm focus from PaperX. Looking to take that fight immediately. RDW, great shot onto Jing. Not done just yet, but he's got a lot more to find out.
Oh, the RDW 1 versus 4. There is a world in which this can come through. Devi is down low, but it's Mindfreak and Benkai with the crossfire coming in towards the site right now. Devi playing passive toward the spawn, and RDW is revealing himself in dark cover, keeping him at bay. A little bit of a peek out. Ooh. Some damage on towards Mindfreak, but the time's ticking away, and it's a bit too much for him. Benkai too close, and the pistol goes to PaperX.
I like that. Cheeky little stutter step, waiting for the rendezvous to be popped, but very clean. Awesome start here from PaperX. They've clearly done their homework, had an understanding of what Order was going to be throwing at them, managing to catch off Texter very early as well. There was, you know, a potential chance when it was that 2-on-4 that there may have been an opportunity to turn it around, but with the in-game leader of Texter being taken, Forsaken obviously finding that strong opening onto Ronski. You know, Ronski always loves a good Sheriff buy in the start, but they were just absolutely ready for it each in which way. And yeah, a great opportunity for PaperX to really sort of start rolling here. The Haven map where the, you know, attacker side almost sort of supported at this point in time in the meta.
Well, back over towards A for the very beginning for PaperX. A bit of a short stacking out for Order as well. And they're already straight in towards the site right now. Forsaken, Jing getting a couple of damages on through. Remember, this is just the eco to come through from Order. So RDW only finding one is going to be A-okay. Because it means we come into the power round now for next for Order. They get their guns, and for PRX, it's going to be that bonus. 4 Spectres, 1 Vandal. But, I mean, Mitch, these teams right now, we can't even say that this round is going to look, you know, very clean for Order, because it's PaperX.
Yeah, for sure. Just Forsaking that full investment into the Vandal to kind of support around the rest of the Spectres. That one can be juggled around if they do need it. But it's going to be all the pressure, of course, on to the side of Order. They've got the full bite. Only the 1 light shield on Texter. Will it be that early fight again? 3 members looking to take sewer control once more, and it is a guiding light straight into that position. They haven't yet found the duel. It is going to be Mindfreak looking to pop that paranoia, but not quite yet. They are still looking to take this duel. Forsaken up very, very close here. Komodo, another guiding light to go out, but they're going to overlook Ronski. Maple, also a good one, and Disco there too. Further damage dealt onto Benkai, but this is a much better start here from Order.
You want to see Order survive with 5 players as well, and that's looking pretty promising right now, just down to Devi, as he's lurking in through the lobby, and a lurk out from RDW as well. But it looks like it might be Ronski already on the line to solidify it. They know the info. There's the shot, and it is flawless to come through from Order on their first gun round. Now is where we get into the meat and potatoes of this game. Now is the time for PaperX to get their proper purchase coming through and really start to see what these Titans have for us on their respected sides.
Such an important round to keep 5 alive as well here, Komodo. You know, managing to sort of stack that economy up a little bit more, that they can find the fight. If they get this next round, they've got another eco, so it's kind of where they can really drag themselves forward nice and early. As I mentioned earlier, it is super important, especially for a team like Order in their confidence, to make sure they maintain a very, very healthy defender side of Haven. It is the opening series, of course. It was their map selection. We've seen them do big things back home, but it's such a challenge to be fighting up against the great in PaperX, and that's Ronski. That is going to be an item of punishment. And if PaperX can continue to do it, it's going to make it awkward. Now Jing getting another, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-5, but Texas here, Komodo.
And Disco as well, putting in the flashpoint to see what he can do to deter PaperX's forces, and it looks like they're happy enough to retreat on back. Do note that Forsaken wanted to get that Sea Orb to get the Bladestorm out, but the fact that Jin has been taken down means the purchase is, or the weapon rather, has been taken into his hands, so they don't need to force out for the Orb, but keep an eye on Benkai. He's going to be the one lurking around B to hold things down, but the lineup for RDW nearly comes true, doesn't it? Only for the one, as we equal 3-3, and it still does look like Paper X a game for this A side.
Well, this is where Texter is so good, right? You know, look at all of the control that he's managed to find. Sure, there's still the tripwire down. The camera is there as well. But RDW, he's been spotted, and Forsaken is hungry, looking for the fight. But Disco does manage to get the fault line down, punishes Devi. And now it is a very awkward one here. Forsaken, very low, knows RDW's here. But look at the flank being held by Disco. So aware, so ready. But at the exact same time, it's meant that he's overlooked it. But the positioning of Texter, he is all the way up long here, Komodo, and he's found the spike. It is down. It is awkward. But now they're giving it to him here. Forsaken managing to find another, utilizing the updraft to get to top. And he's also picked up the spike, can get it planted. He's got enough time to actually run away. But he's going to sit to hold it. He's going to try and do this one. Texter gets the stutter step, and now it's into the 1-on-1. But Forsaken, he's made it out. How does he find this? Looking to fight that duel, Komodo.
The dark cover is available for Texter as well, but Forsaken, 50 HP, holding the line. The smoke is on, and that's going to give Forsaken the time to relocate. He might be able to find the angle right now. Oh, it's so dicey. It's so tricky, but I think Forsaken might have just found the right timing. The gun barrel was spotted, and Texter right back into the smoke, but it's going to be to the death, and Paper X, they will hold on.
How good is Forsaken there, Komodo? You thought that he was limping through that. Not only were they able to find the opening onto Ronski, who was getting aggressive. As I mentioned, if they keep punishing that, that could be a massive opportunity for Paper X to really kind of kick down hard. But Forsaken, 50 HP, the 3K with the 1v2, and very, very clean result here, because unfortunately, Order, whilst they do have another buy coming into it, it is that risky sort of situation where they will have to drop back a little bit if they're unsuccessful into this next.
Yeah, well, the Tour de Force is going to be available from RDW, which does mean he can juggle over a weapon to his teammate. So it's still looking okay for Order into this new round, but immediately it's a bit of the prowess over at A long and A sewers again. Ronski's already up. Tex has been taken out in the courtyard, and it does make things more awkward. A missed shot from the Tour de Force, and there should be all the information that Paper X need to know that the C site is essentially unmaintained at the moment from Order.
Yeah, straight in as well. RDW has managed to drop on in. Will he get the lineup? There's one. You know how quick this Tour de Force is as well, so he's already pinched them in slightly. Looks like Forsaken does want to take the fight, but look at how nervous they all are right now. Cloudburst, or Cypher Cage rather, goes down. Forsaken will be able to hop along. Mind Freak very low, but it's still going to be a tough 4-on-4 here. As look at this lurk. It's going to be the info though. The Guiding Light gets it. Now they have that news, and that's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming through as well. But Forsaken, here we go. 1, 2, and almost a third, and it's all down to Maple. It looks like Forsaken's even going to get the damage to the wall as well. Paper X are looking absolutely monolithical right now.
Yeah, that's clinical to come through from them as well, realizing that the fact that the Seaside players are no longer out there. They saw all the info over towards A-Long and Sewers. Texter's being taken down over in mid meant that it's an open Seaside. They get that plant, and then they're expecting the retake. They know what utility is available from Order. They know that the Rolling Thunder is expected, which is why they're trying to bail themselves out from the site. And then it's just really, really monstrous to come through from Forsaken again, making sure that the frags are found for Paper X to hold through. 4 rounds on the board for them right now. And you were talking about just before looking like, you know, potential eco to come through from Order. They went in with the purchase, which means right now the buy is going to look a little bit worse for wear.
You can just see how well Paper X operate as a unit, not giving a single opportunity up to a one-on-one duel. Happy to put themselves into trade positions every single time. And it's only still so early days, right? It is 5 rounds into the 6th here, as you mentioned. Bit of an eco to come out. Ronski has picked up the blades, a very important item for him. And obviously Maple holding onto that Vandal from the previous. RDW, 4 bullets in the chamber.
Sometimes like this, you need to get out of my head if we're both thinking the same thing. He's already on for the flank towards their spawn right now, that headhunter that you mentioned it, but he's going to have his one removed from the shoulders. And it's go time for Paper X, or maybe not. Forsaken starting to lurk up A. It's going to be a big duel because Maple is the receiver. And he does have a Vandal in possession, creeping on through, and that's going to be the first kill back for Order. Still a workable scenario for them. If that gun can get retrieved, a Guiding Light accessible for Maple too, to get a bit of extra information. But Paper X is starting to come back towards the weaker side of A right now.
I do like this from Maple, the tuck in, but, you know, despite taking down a very important member in Forsaken here, it's still going to make it very, very awkward, but not clearing it. Doesn't look the right way. The Guiding Light is there, but Mind Freak always gets the trade. So it is a single sort of play back and forth. 3-on-3. Fault line does go out, but actually does deny the spike here as well. Devi takes his hands off for just a second. It's going to be a tough one for Order to find their way back in, but they're already here. Komodo ready to rock and roll.
No flashpoint, no fault line, no paranoia. It's going to be really difficult. Ronsky with the blades, though, from the heavens. He does drop on down, and he finds it. Disco foul. To get the closer as well. That is phenomenal to come through from Order, a round that they should, by all means, not be gathering on the weaponry on the economy state, but the Thrifty does come through, and they're back in.
This band does not pray to the church of the left click all the time. The right click, flick around to hell. Certainly satanic in that round from Ronsky. Very important member of the team. But I do think that big opening pick from Maple, dropping down Forsaken, kind of did it all there. And, you know, actually Jing as well before he did get traded. Ultimately a massive 2-for-1. And then the team was happy to move out together, getting the info. Yeah, very, very clean. That's a great opportunity for them to get back in, because look at the cash now, Komodo. It's not great. He's going to be Forsaken with his blades. The rest of the team might be an eco into the next if they're unsuccessful.
Guiding light to A lobby for the information. Do note as well that Mind Freak and Forsaken. There we go. That's the number. That's the name that I was wanting to find. Do have cash for the next round as well, so we can still see a purchase for Paper Rex if they want to go for it. But Ronsky, the tailwind is going to be inaccessible now. The drone hasn't spotted him. Oh, this could be big right now if he starts to creep up. There isn't an actual onlooker at the moment toward it. Remember, Order do have this stack over towards the A site. That's the spike, and Ronsky, he's just going to be able to Houdini out of this one. A brilliant opener for Order.
Can't believe they didn't clear that. Such an awkward sort of situation. I guess you're always going to miss your corners occasionally, but now the Seekers, they go out. Ronsky, there's another. That's a third as well. Big Ronsky. We know how good he is at this game, Komodo. A 4K already. We're 7 rounds in, my friend. It's just like the previous opening game. Did manage to get the ace, rather, in the pistol against Oasis only just a couple of days ago, and RDW to close. That is the ego boost that Ronsky's going to need to get into this one nice and early. You know, punished in sort of 2 of the first 3 opening rounds. I think that's, again, going to be a massive thing. If they've done their research, they should know how forward Ronsky actually goes so early in these rounds, and quite often solo too. You know, nowadays that he is on Order, there is teammates that kind of go with him to at least sort of afford a trade, right? Like previous teams, it would be the Ronsky show. He would go down and have nobody with him, but nowadays that's not going to happen. They've got Texas, they've got Maple, they've got Disco to support in every which way that Ronsky needs. And now Paper X are going to be back down onto that eco, but I'm not going to get too excited just yet because there is a little bit of cash in the coffer.
We're really looking at a Ronsky versus Forsaken jet duel in this game to find space, to find impact for the teams, and then everybody else, you know, trying to back them up. A little bit of trading differences in who's going to be able to find the openers for sure. But I just want to start to break down that round a little bit more, right? Again, it's an A-started lean for Paper Rex. They're trying to, I don't know, steer the narrative and bend Order over to the A site time and time again, and they're happy enough to go for these fights. You see Ronsky, you know, the drone doesn't clear him, right? He finds the first opener, but the fact that the Seekers get ripped by Maple, Ronsky can hide behind it. It obscured vision of Paper Rex as well, and he just waltzes through behind that little jellyfish, finds a couple of those stings on towards Paper Rex. But that 4th kill that he got there, Conky, people talk about run and gun in this game mainly with the Phantom, right? He's just done it with a Vandal. The shots, they still work. I mean, take that for what it is. It is what it is. Now we come into another round for Order where their cash is starting to really be balanced up, and Paper Rex have gone in for a bit of a force with this weaponry.
Yeah. Well, it's always been Ronsky, right? Like, how would he go when he finally played up against good teams? Because he was always super confident in our region. Lots of people had questions about his mentality and how well he would actually focus. But look at this from Forsaken. Doing jet things as necessary, already makes his way through. But just to wrap that up, Ronsky is doing things everywhere he needs to. Texter does get us at least one, but Forsaken with that trade. Is it going to be RDW to get anything, though? No. Forsaken, he was punished in the previous round, but this time he's found that 3K. It continues to be the battle of that narrative of Jet versus Jet here.
Hero weapon for Paper X. It was that Vandal, and then also the Bulldog from Mind Freak. Everybody else had the pistols, and it's looking pretty potent right now for Paper X to just close out this round. Down to Ronsky in the 1 versus 4 on Benkai's already on that line with the operator, so it is going to be a big fight for Ronsky to try and take it out, but it doesn't matter. The shoulder has been seen. Benkai to close the frag, and it's a reversal Thrifty now. 1 apiece in the Thrifty count.
Cypher operator, you've heard about it. The new meta. I'll swap it over to Forsaken, but his positioning. You know, I've casted for a very, very long time another one of the Sasanto brothers, and now we're here casting the opposition. Massive, massive thing in the family to have the sniper. But here we go. Awesome round from Benkai, being able to lock it down. Nice, cool, calm, and collected. So back into it. Back to the drawing board once again for Order. You know, it has been very much a game of cat and mouse, lots of back and forth so far, but it does revert back to that typical sort of staple A-long lean.
Yeah, a bit of a default right now. Did see the recon dart and Aaliyah with the cloud burst, so a bit of a space creator over towards A-long for Paper Rex, but Techstar, I wonder if he's going to know that Benkai is so close. He's not. That's going to be the decapitation. No smokes available for Order right now. Are they going to go on a bit of offensive? Are they going to look to sacrifice some space to get it back in towards the numbers equalization? It's looking not to be the thing. Forsaken misses the first operator shot, but he doesn't exactly know what else is happening around the sewers. RDW is still there. Meanwhile, Benkai, he's going to start to get in towards B, and as I mentioned that, RDW has been taken down.
They are really finding this pick right now. I guess the only thing is that Ronski might be able to find Benkai here. There's another onto Jing as well. So at least it is back to that 3-on-3, making it a bit more worth the fight. And now they should get some info. Disco, he should know. Does have the fault line, flashpoints available, and the Aftershock. A little bit of damage actually as well. Straight onto the line of that spike plant. Aftershock to go, but Ronski straight out of here, Komodo. He's looking for more. The guiding light is fantastic. A little bit too early for Ronski though, but Maple is still here. They're looking to get the duel onto Mindfreak, and they will take him. It's all left onto Forsaken here, but what they need to do is not peek. Spike is open. They've got the info now onto the shoulder step, but again, they just need to be careful. Don't need to go individually. They go as a unit, and Ronski gets 3 back. Forsaken gets 1, but it's that strike immediately as a response from the opposing Ronski.
Having an operator in that situation as well is kind of the problematic thing, isn't it? A one-and-done position, potentially, if he could hot potato over towards a Vandal or a Phantom or something else, it would have been big. Even if he had access to his Blade Storm, it could have been the difference maker in that little bit. But you got to say, the repositioning of Order to turn toward the passive nature, play on the back of a little bit of information with Ronski still being alive, to send him in as maybe the sacrificial lamb, but you know he's going to be good enough to get a couple of frags back in toward the mix. And now we're coming into a round that could be bringing disaster for these teams as well. There's so many ultimates coming available in this round for Paper Rex. They've already got the A-long space, and there's no one at this A site for Order. It's going to immediately look like a retake.
RDW ready for it though, and the biggest thing that I have to point out, Komodo, is Ronski was sitting there waiting for the From the Shadows to come into heaven. Already super intelligent in his position, right? Happy to wait for the plan, happy to wait for the duel, and he manages to not quite deny the spike. Actually, Komodo, Jing does get 1 for a response. It's the advantage still going the way of Order, but they've got a lot of work that they still need to complete. And now as that Trailblazer goes out, Texter will start to make the move with it. Jing gets another though, Texter. Good for the trade, but here's RDW. Now Benkai, opportunistic 1 versus 3. 1 versus 3, and now he might quite find it. Swinging into it will be RDW, but it's Benkai from hell, and here's the Undertaker in this moment.
Seems a little bit too quick from Order to go in for the retake there. One by one, they fall. Benkai holding true, holding firm from hell, and he's bringing them down to the levels of the depths right now. Paper Rex finds 6 on the board. And, you know, it's an ambitious play to come through from Ronski. You saw the Paranoia go in there as well to try and get a bit of assistance, but really, coordination is key, and you can rely on Benkai to hold down the fort in the end. 1 and done, none for Order. Really?
They call him Eggs Benkai. Eating it up for breakfast. It is still morning for me, by the way. Elfish guy will love that one. It was that curse going, you know, do we support the Singaporean boys, or do we try and chase back and run it with the Aussies? No, it's a very, very important little duo for us here.
What information Conky can Maple find on the back of this dark cover? Paper Rex, they're already here, and silently so. The sacrifice of using that dart earlier on, but now as far as Order's concerned, information is nigh. Benkai's doing a lurk over towards the garage. Still over towards this kind of 1-1-3 lean towards the A site. Really seeing if there's going to be any overstep from Order. The trademark's set up in garage at the moment, so really is down to what information Order can get over towards this A site. They do have the numbers here to start to get the contest. It's going to have to happen now.
One's going to keep him at bay. Actually big, very, very big. Disco does manage to afford himself the trade. Ronski, though, Forsaken. It's a very back and forth round again here, Komodo, as Benkai waits on the lurk once more. Spike drop, though. Spike drop.
30 seconds left.
Covered? No, it's still sitting down.
Got to remember, From the Shadows is open available, so he's going to try and make space over towards the C site and TP back over.
Yeah, he's going for it now. So RDW is going to absolutely have to be ready for this one right now. There it is. Spike collected. RDW now has the info. Is he going to be able to hit the flicky will? The Tour de Force gets the job done. Not a cyclist here. He's a sniper, Komodo. Peeking around up close. It is the thing about that scope weapon, but Mindfreak does get the trade. It's now back into this 2v2 situation. Spike does get done, but Benkai gets another. Now Disco, he knows exactly where this duel is. He can try and get into the position as quickly as possible over to the top of the site. Maybe he can get it to half. Maybe he can switch it to half right now. Komodo, but no, it'll be Mindfreak to get the job done from the shadows. Again, collecting the spike, rotating to C, and Paper X, they take the lead in the half, 7-4. Only 1 round to go before the switch.
You just have to feel for RDW there as well, right? 5 seconds on the clock, and then the challenge comes out from him with that tour de force. He's backed himself to go for the duel, but the shot gets missed, and there's just a nanosecond in the rounds to be able to get the plant. And from there on out, I think a little bit of flustering to come through from Order. You know, I make mention to the From the Shadows with the spike. It's one of those things that if you still do see it and you know it's available, you got to be careful. But it was that shot through the single box on the C side that baited him in. A tap on the spike as well. RDW, a little bit of a rough one. And now we move into the last round of this half. Jing's going to catch Ronski with the tailwind to try and escape. And through the vision blocking, it's all happening, isn't it? This round is way too bloody quick to contest right now. Benkai in for 2 after RDWs, and the round is just going to be done just like that. 8-4 over towards Paper X for the half.
My word, the dismiss inside the Empress there to avoid the Rolling Thunder. Order invested absolutely everything into that finale there to try and close it, but Komodo, right? We've talked about this so many times in the broadcasts back home. How do you beat Order? You punish Ronski. It's like, it used to be just that easy. It's changed up a little bit now in the sense that there is multiple members to sort of back him up. You know, big fragging individuals. You think of Disco, you think of RDW. Disco, how well he's able to play this game. You know, he's previously come back from a duelist role back a little while ago before feeling that comfort to kind of move into the more supportive roles after they pick up Ronski and RDW. You know, he's kind of dabbled in many different places. We used to love to see him on that raise, but when they're coming up against Paper X, right, Forsaken has just been doing absolute bits, as well as Benkai, as well as Jing, to just punish Ronski straight off the bat. There's sort of 3 or 4 rounds where they did manage to get that pick, and they almost actually converted all of those as well.
Well, you think about it, the rounds in that first half, there were a couple of them, 2 or 3, that, you know, was down to those 1 versus 1s, was down to those fine wires, that it could have still gone Order's way, but Paper X have a little bit of the keen sense, a bit of luck thrown their way as well, and they are able to put the shutdown, you know, those 1 versus 1s, those 1 versus 3s. You think of that round that Benkai was able to pull through, you think of the head on a swivel from Forsaken, and you think of that just one that we saw a little bit ago. Ronski, you know, the difference in half a second from hiding and not taking that challenge ultimately could have won the round. It's those little things that Order have to be discussing in this round, have to be going back after this series to kind of break down and figure out, right? Even if they win, even if they lose, they've got to put in that research and that effort to still figure out where the gaps are to be, you know, fixing. And remember, for the folks that might just be joining us, this isn't an elimination match. It's a qualification match. So whoever does lose here still has a chance to make it through to the next stage.
Of course, Group of Death, Group C. The loser will be facing off against Boom, who did manage to dismantle Oasis. Unfortunately, Oasis, you know, one of the more, I guess, favored teams in this competition, took a few too many, you know, changes and risks in their agent pool. I sort of felt like a little bit, and unfortunately, they do go out without a map. But again, you know, a formidable opponent. They certainly showed up when they needed to against Boom. Just wasn't enough. But it's going to be an exciting elimination match regardless, because either of these teams, Order, Paper X, like, you just could not imagine seeing them both go.
Yeah.
Firm favorites to get through, let alone to, you know, find your way into sort of that grand final of the playoffs, Komodo.
Well, here we go. Pistol round again. The first was found by Paper X and closing out the half. So this is going to be Order's time to get back in toward it. And on the attackers' side of Haven, they're not wanting to have any feelers over towards that A side at the moment where the trap of the Cypher of Benkai is going to be. But look at this already. Forsaken.
Jet diff.
He's taken out the member that we're mentioning. Ronski is down. It is an open B site, however, for Order to try and get in toward.
Forsaken has really been showing up, showing how impressive he is as a player. Will he get another? He's close to it. Does get traded, but he does find Maple in the process. RDW, not far behind. Do have text up, getting all of the information. He might actually be able to blind up 2 here, Komodo with this paranoia. They do get tagged up, and he gets the info, but he's actually damaged more in the process. Disco does get one back. 3 versus 3. How are they going to lock this in?
It's mind games right now, and Mindfreak might be doing the damage with this one. RDW taken on out, and this is a flank potential. There's so many angles for Texter and Disco to consider, but Texter, he's missed a couple of shots with the classic, and now it's on to Disco. 1, maybe 2. It's not going to come through. The little lighter side, he does get taken down, and that means that Paper X are going to be picking up their second pistol.
You saw it happening right there. Disco with the 3K, and there was barely any time, but the gentle trail of those ghost shots means that the Vi lives on. Benkai can get the spike defusal, and this is where PaperX potentially drag this forward. You know, the one thing I was going to touch on, right, is how important it is for PaperX to do really, really well in this series. You know, a lot of people watching along at home have sort of started this talk about the Order, you know, fairy tale story. You know, it's their first time overseas. Like, obviously, we did have RDW who went over with Bonkers, but I guess this is like the strongest Oceanic roster that we've had. Yeah. But at the exact same merit, they're going up against one of the strongest teams that APAC has to offer. The #1 seed in APAC, only losing out to DRX and, of course, Zeta Division at Masters, and making their way in a very, very, like, crazy Masters. Anyway, Disco gets one, Divide with 2. Maybe a plant, but that'll be the best they can kind of hope for at this point.
Yeah, it's just one of those rounds where you take it as it is, right? No force up for Order. They'll have guns in the next one. It's just down to what damage that there can be. And, I mean, Forsaken already aware of the angles that Texas can be at the later stage there. So double digits is the name of the game for PaperX right now. And this is the time. I don't know if I want to say it's do or die for this map right now for Order, but it's one of the ones that they have to kind of get it convincingly, right? There's no big access of weaponry over on the side of PaperX. You've got that Marshall in for Forsaken. There we go. I'm wondering if he's still holding on to it right now. It's one of those things when the replays do come in. It's like, hey, what's the number? What's the name again? But it's a similar sort of bonus round that we saw from PaperX on the flip side, right? They've got a couple of Spectres. They've got that one Vandal that can definitely be the hero weapon if Jing's going to be able to come through. And again, the premise of this round really is for Order to kind of hold firm and hold true.
The big telltale is how, you know, they'll actually push this round forward. It is their attacker's side for them, and it's their best side. There we go. Ronsky does get the opening. Mind Freak taken. Maple another, but again, it's just the bonus. It's going to be on how much PaperX can find, how much damage they can do. My God, it's been like a, you know, clay pigeon shooting here for some of these moments onto Forsaken. Jing does get a response, though, and that should be a Vandal that might be achievable. Spike dropped, only just realizing Techs are a long way away from the shadows. At least Ronsky does get the vibe, but it's going to be a big one. Jing does have that full vision. Dark cover goes down, but there's a narrow gap in it. Texter might have pushed that one a little bit too far forward. There's the info. There's the damage, but Maple gets the trade. We can breathe a sigh of relief, but all I can say is Komodo, Order lost way too much in that round.
Absolutely. In terms of damage delivered from PaperX in that round, they're happy with that. 3 kills means a big reinvestment for Order. At least they do have the safeguard of having that Rolling Thunder still available for Disco and accessible in the next round. They could go for a little bit of a quicker one with the lesser weaponry, but then you really have to consider, you know, are PaperX going to be expecting that for themselves again? They've got the Operator in existence now to really lock down one of these angles, find a great start to their first gun round in the defensive side of Haven. And Benkai is even going down in toward the Judge. So we're getting into the really interesting territory and mind games that PaperX are going to be able to come on through. But here's that aggression that I'm talking about, Conky. It's in toward the C site. There's that Rolling Thunder, and Ronsky is now trying to open it up, but it's all Texter right now.
Yeah, how often do you see an Omen on the entry? Not much is the answer to that, but they've done it regardless. Maple gets another, but it is all going to be on Devi here. Gets Ronsky, but Texter, there's an opening up for the man right now. A big 3K on the Omen. As Order do manage to secure 6 here. Still 4 rounds to go, but it's a slow game. Chipping away at the re-aggression, and it is going to be an eco here for PaperX.
Yeah, that's going to be the first gun round for PaperX shut down as well. And I got to say, pretty convincingly, right? Only 1 frag in the mix for Devi to get the trade, whilst Team Blinding does come out from Disco as well. So a little bit hungry to get in front of the utility, it does seem. But in terms of, you know, dropping pistol, dropping second round, if you can convert that first gun round, you've got a way back in toward this game. And that's exactly what we're seeing for Order right now. However, I have heard the Watch This come on through. So there's access to a Blade Storm in the server right now. And I do wonder if it's going to be Forsaken bringing it on through. He is the one without the weapon, and Ronsky does have the Phantom, so I'm expecting it to be on that defensive side. And I am liking the change of pace right now, Conky, for what everybody's doing. There's no real massive aggression. There's just a couple of these peaks at the choke points, and now is the time for Order to start to get a little bit of control. Trailblazer sent in through toward the garage, and they've spotted out Benkai.
There's the info that they desperately needed, and again, Forsaken taken out of the heavens. Great shot. Ronsky gets another. So, advantage in the round once more for Order.
One enemy remaining.
Keeps on kicking. Ronsky, they're just doing exactly what they need. Nothing super flashy here. Moving together. And that's, again, the massive difference, right? And what excites me so much about this roster, like, it's been an interesting experience being an Oceanic, not only caster but fan, right? We support these teams to the absolute ends, and it has always been a watch of like when Ronski was playing on different teams, and similar to RDW, you know, Bonkers was fantastic. He was able to operate with them well, but in previous renditions of rosters, it was always kind of like they were like the lone soldier, you know?
Yeah,
it was either they were popping off or they were losing. Whereas now, it's just such a completely different beast where you've got a team that can actually play around, you know? The experience of Texter alone, back from Majors in Counter-Strike, you know, and also RDW and Maple from that, sorry, Disco and Maple, rather, from that also history.
You got to remember, everybody on Order has a Counter-Strike history, but coming in towards Valorant, they've made it to each of their own. And for right now, it's Jing trying to see if he can get the ding in towards this round. A one-on-one trade as the spike is trying to go down eventually. You're still going to have to contest with Dubai over at that A side. Disco taking out Benkai does mean we've got 1 minute and 10 on the clock and a very large gap on this defensive side that can be exploited. Everything is on Mindfreak at this C site right now, and he's playing at the logs. If they overlook him, it could be crucial. Paramount for Paper Rex in this round, and RDW hasn't cleared it. Now a second maybe on the trot, and it is as well. A third! Mindfreak going absolutely nuclear in this round to hold it through for Paper Rex, and it's just on to Maple. You know, the time I thought it was going to be the settle down for Order, but they decided to go hard and fast.
There was no way that should have happened. Mindfreak lurking. Gets the job done. Should be way too challenging for Maple to try and find this, and Paper Rex continue to show us why they are an absolute unit to kind of overwhelm. But, nah, look, I was actually going to touch on the fact that how much experience Paper Rex have as well, but then we get to see this from Mindfreak. Ronski tries to get the shot across, but they're just not quick enough, you know? That's the only sort of thing that's lagging behind, right? Paper Rex, they are so good at putting themselves in trade positions. And, you know, we see an example of where Order is slightly still behind the 8 ball there. So it is an eco. They are going to at least be able to fight overtime if they need it, but it is the buy-in regardless. Operator up for RDW. Now the blade's out for Ronski. Sees Jing up very close, but Jing's found one. Dismisses away, and now trying to go over and above Divide. Oh my word, it's just decimation here at A-Long. Paper X are doing it all. Look at this synergy right now. I was just talking about it. They are so clean together, and despite the fact that even the Observer can barely keep up with the action because of how quick it all is.
Yeah.
We see Paper X just being so good.
Jing on the Empress. Oh, that's a missed shot from RDW. You hate to see that one. But Jing on the Empress, Forsaken on the Operator. Just one apiece. Every trade. Cloudburst as well to kind of just obscure vision again and make it really interesting and really just challenging for Order to try and gain control. It's those explosive rounds that really make things interesting. For the team that wins, I guess, more so. But for the team that loses, you know, it's how do you come back from that sort of destructive round. And now the problem factor in this match, Conky, is that Paper Rex have map point, right? It's 12-7. It's 5 rounds of padding for the defensive squadron. And in terms of economy as well, you know, it's a couple that Order need to get in a row before even upsetting that. So really, really crucial rounds to come out from them now.
Paper Rex just like the smallest amount ahead in sort of the, you know, the mid round, and it has taken them 5 rounds ahead as a result. Just a narrow difference, but all makes the opportunity. Now information gathered. Forsaken back onto the side. He does get punished by Maple. 2 on 4, but still winnable as Maple. He will find 3. All left onto Mindfreak, but there is... Oh, no, he's actually got past the trademark, so Trailblazer goes far. They are aware of the prospect here, and it should be RDW getting the info, but info is only just one part of it right now. Try to step across. Dark cover down. How's he going to get any further damage? That's all he can really hope for at this point in time.
It's the 1 versus 4 where he's been taken down to 10 HP on the first challenge. I noted as well, or rather I observed there, that he's used the dark cover on the trademark, which is how he got past it instead of the shrouded step. So trying to be a little bit more silent until, you know, RDW was taken down in the gouge position. And now it's just, I guess, damage nullification, right? If he can hold on to the Vandal, it'll be okay in toward the next round. If he can take a weapon off of Order or make them a little bit more risky in the next couple of rounds. But there's another one on the board for Mindfreak in this round. Disco and Texter, can they really go for the hunt? The Operator would be such a prize to take into the next round as far as economy is concerned, but Disco will be finding that one, and it's another one for Order, 1/5 of the way to try and get this into overtime.
Baby steps.
Need a drop.
Baby steps. Money's still decent. Paper X are gonna rather bring through a really solid bite. They'll be okay. Potentially go after it, but, you know, they can afford to take it. They do have those rounds to play with. right now at this point in time. Obviously, if it does go overtime, you know, that's a massive statement to be found for Order, but it's really just on Paper Rex to secure the victory with as many rounds in the bag as possible. That'll be the confidence booster for them. You know, we go into Bind, obviously still a very, very strong map for Order as well, but we know how good Paper Rex is, all of their experience over in Iceland at the Masters. And Kai does have the cam over the top, should be able to gather information shortly, but Order just backed up against the wall right now, waiting to see what Paper Rex are going to throw out at them.
Yeah, Maple's one away from the Seekers, the Disco 2 from the Rolling Thunder. If they can get a hold of those ultimates, it will be really big to try and get things back, but reposition ability from Mindfreak having from the shadows. Benkai information on not only his spy cam right now, but also the neural theft if he's able to find a pick. It could be, you know, one of those decisive blows to secure this map out for Paper Rex. And it's just a reposition from the operator of Forsaken as well, lurking in the garage, going to be smoked on through. So he's going to have to chug his engine over towards C. As the little creep up comes through from Order, it's already looking like this is maybe a retake on the C site. Reposition again from Forsaken as the fault line comes in. And look at this from Benkai. He hasn't revealed the camera. This is everything at the moment. And he's so close to where the position is as well.
They're stacked up, ready to rock.
30 seconds left.
In that focus. The only thing is, oh, look at that. The bait and switch. Hasn't peeked for it. Cage now down. Wonder if Maple's going to know. If he's going to have that information. Absolutely not. Now, Jing also ready to take Ronski. This is a huge moment here for Paper Rex. 15 seconds left. Dexter does manage to drop Mind Freak. Now, do they have enough time to get this spike planted? They have to go A. They have to go A right now, and Tex has been taken. They don't even know where they're going right now. It's going to be all on the Disco. But 4-3, no time. No time at all. And Forsaken, he is going to be the one to close it here. A little bit of an anticlimactic, I guess, round loss there, but it's just Paper X being those handful of steps forward, and it's only just the tiniest amount, but their synergy is what dragged them over and above a giant from Oceania, and Paper X are just looking cool, calm, and collected and ready to fight into Bind.
Yep, big ups to Paper X. A lot of those rounds, they were just dotting their I's and crossing their T's, making sure that the fundamentals were kind of exercised to perfection, right? All the trades that were coming on through, lockdowns from every position on the map, it kind of felt like, and there was a little bit of a taste of what Order has to show with their executions as well, but, you know, predominantly so, it was Paper X just really fine-tuning everything that they possibly can in towards that map, Conky.
Absolutely, and I've had to just get my my sunnies on because it is quite blinding in this point in time of how impressive Paper X have been, right? We've been able to watch them for so long, but being able to see them finally in the server, being able to commentate them and you know, doing what they've done so far. But around the corner, it is going to be Bind. Order certainly want to get this fight back. Neither are being eliminated, but who will be the qualifier? We'll find out, and we'll have the desk break it down after the break.
Taking the road to pull you ashore, a celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author, walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rise, rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time.
Oh, wait. The match is over. I don't need these anymore. Not right now. Oh, wow. It's a lot brighter over here. We are back over here at the panel. This is still VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Group stages, by the way, not the grand finals, if you guys were a little bit confused, because all of the action we were seeing was just so amazing. It was so phenomenal. Tash, Trix, what did we do to deserve such an amazing game?
I am not sure, but oh my god, just the way that both teams are playing. You know, at the start they were so explosive, so aggressive, and then you could see Order kind of switching onto that, slowing down their pace a bit. And I feel if they had continued that, you know, early aggression, take that initial peak, fall back, play those passive sites, because I feel like Order had those crossfires going for them. They had the positioning, they had the off angles, the surprising angles, but for some reason they started just going for that aggressive pick against Paper Rex while Paper Rex is on the attacker, and I feel like that kind of put them on their downfall.
Yeah, they really got punished for that, I believe. I really gotta say the Order was good at picking up that early plays from Paper X. I was actually surprised that they actually calculated so perfectly how aggressive and how much space Forsaken wanted to take. And in a lot of situations though, I just talked about how each player in Order was just as good as each other. I want to kind of bring us back a little bit and just say that there is two particular plays that really caught my mind today. I have to say it has to be Ronsky. Ronsky was just so aggressive, take up so much space, and in a lot of situations those thrifty rounds were made so good as he got maybe 3 to 4 picks perhaps, and it made their economy work so well. But at the same time, we also saw Disco really picking up the idea that Mind Freak and Bankai likes to play the flanks, likes to play lurks, and they put him in the backside just to kind of clear angles, make sure they weren't being followed by from behind. And in a lot of situations they actually really punished Paper Rex for it. Meanwhile, in a lot of those clutch play situations, I really gotta give it to Benkai. He was able to really isolate maybe 1 versus 3 situations, no problem at all. He's really smart with how he uses his utilities to get information. And heck, we saw that camera in sewers that Maple wasn't able to pick up at all.
And then you could see that the moment he tagged Maple, right? Maple turned around trying to get it. That guy just gave it to him, and then just triggered his trap. Was waiting for Maple to push up with the angle advantage on Maple.
Look at this timing.
That one was so
this
smart.
Was so it good. Really was, and I really think it was actually Benkai talking behind the scenes like, don't peek, just wait here, he'll come back. And in a lot of situations though, I think me and Laika are just talking about timings in general. These are very minuscule timings that are timed so perfectly by both teams.
it's not just even the timing. Like, you could see that the game sense was also triggering for all of them. Like, where they expected the opponents to be, they knew the kind of positioning, where to isolate the angles based on the situation that was going on. As we see Benkai there with that 3K, you can see that he pushes up expecting a drop from heaven, so he wants to isolate the angle on the right first before wide swinging back to the left side.
Wow. I mean, I cannot imagine exactly what kind of like thoughts are going on in Benkai's head as he plays this. But honestly, you know, in a lot of situations, whenever I go on Twitter, everyone's just like, oh, you need to switch up, you need to change on Cypher. But sometimes, end of the day, it's more of just like how you play it. Sometimes in terms of Benkai, we always talk about 300 IQ plays, but his traps weren't necessarily the most complicated, yet it worked out so well. Even if players were not caught in his trap, even if he catches the guiding light through, it gives him the information he needs, and you immediately see those reactions coming in from the rest of his teammates. Also, the shift in pacing as well as their aggression was also something that I really want to point out from both from PaperX as well. It felt like when playing too aggressive didn't work and they weren't rewarded for it, all they did was wait, and then they swung in together. It's rare that we see them just kind of like go alone.
And just like the last point, real quick, I wanted to add to that. You know, it felt that Order just had to switch on faster. You could feel that they weren't used to that mid-game adjustment as much as PaperX is.
Yeah, so I know I really let the ladies just take on over because I know that they had so much points to say. So with that, with everything that we just talked about, I need you guys to tell us a story. Tell us the story of your favorite round or something that really caught your attention as this game was just going on. I know that Chash always has a lot to say, so I'm gonna go with Tricks first.
Favorite? It's just so hard to pick a favorite round. If I could, I guess I would pick that last one because I thought that the camera from Benkai was brilliant. And the way that he positioned around it, the way that his teammates came in, you saw that the Omen also TP'd later on, and then he didn't really get the kills in a connector, but it was that kind of round where I thought, wow, PaperX is really so good. If not the round with the Breach ultimate and Jing just uses his dismiss instead, like it was really good.
The reason why I'm asking you guys about the rounds is because it's not always about the macro for this specific game. There were a lot of micro things happening and a lot of adjustments happening, which is what led to what happened over here. But Tash, your turn as we talk over the map selection or the agent selection over here.
My favorite round will have to be the round that we saw this really in sync situation from PaperX, where we saw Jinga a pick, dismiss out, and then we saw Forsaken come up and op. Like, I would say that was just a great sort of synergy from the team, where they come in from both sides, not giving them not the information per se, but the ability to get those shots, at the same time punishing them for kind of like waiting for them to come back out, like a jack in the box situation. But coming back to the agent select here, we are seeing both teams run Fade, which I'm very excited about. I've already seen how PaperX run a Fade. I've seen both Benkai and Davai run her, and I have to say they're absolutely brilliant. I don't think we've seen Order run Fade yet, and this is something of a question mark for me. What kind of lineups do they have? And as I said before, Bind is need for Fade.
I just also want to point out, as you guys like to tease me about, Order running that Sky with the Fade combination. Wait, before you guys say I'm biased to Sky, it is one of those combinations that I find very
You're biased to the combination now, Trick.
It is, because it's so powerful. The way that you can match the utility, the way that it helps you with that, you know, with the takes, whether it's retaking a site or actually taking a site, I find that combination is particularly powerful. On contrast, we have PaperX on that double controller. We've got that Viper curtain going up with a Poison Orb. There's a lot of slow potential. And we've seen that some players, especially on that Viper, making those split decision making, whether it's their ultimate or their Smoke Orb, it's particularly game-changing.
I have to say that I'm surprised they didn't bring what they brought to Masters with the guard. It was the Yoru. I was looking forward to seeing that satchel clone again, but this time around I think the chamber will be for Forsaken. We've seen Forsaken play it. Before this, I would question, like, Forsaken, you love playing aggressive agents. I wouldn't say that chamber is aggressive, but at the same time, his playstyle really suits him. He's the type of player that is really good at popping hits, and that's what chamber is good at.
I'm sorry, I'm about to sneeze. Allergies getting the best of me. But anyway, they did it again. PaperX did it again to me. I said that I wanted to see a Yoru, no Yoru. So I've never given that satisfaction when it comes to the agent selection. But hey, it just goes to show how innovative and unpredictable these teams can really be. Because I was expecting it, they did not give it to me. But again, Order and PaperX really putting on a show for us. I'm really pleased. I know that you guys are too, so you know what? Let's get into the games. Order and PaperX map number 2 starting now.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we've had some time to breathe, some time for the dust to kind of settle because that game was electric and I'm expecting that Bind will be absolutely no different. Komodo, I think you've got some stats to tell me why.
Yeah, so map number 1, of course, coming in from Order's pick, meaning that if it goes over to PaperX, which it did, they're looking promising coming into their own map pick here of Bind, right? It's been one of the maps that they've kind of been known of having explosive finishes on and just clean runs, right? Now, a lot of people might remember that Yoru was a very common pick to come through from PaperX on this map. Not having it in today, they're going back to a comp that they actually only have used once. So changing it up, trying to be a little bit unpredictable when it comes down towards Order's composition. However, the fact that Order haven't played Bind in so long, essentially since the introduction of Fade, right? It means that this is an unknowing composition from what Order we're going to be coming in with. So it's a new comp for them, and I'm really just coming in toward it. If you've only seen a composition once from PaperX and none times from Order, it really does come down to what can you figure out in the middle of this game. And that's one of the things that PaperX were really good of doing over on Haven, right? They were adapting mid-round, mid-match. It was brilliant to see. And Order, it was a little bit too late for that. So I need to see coming into this one, Conky, if that adjustment is made.
I was just about to think to myself, how long ago was VOT now? You know, it was probably about a month since we last got to see this team actually in an official. And yeah, it was prior to Fade. Obviously, Maple now picking up that one. It's a great counter to the Viper of Benkai. So will we see it happen? We'll have to find out. But speaking of Fade, it will be Maple to open up very, very early. Disco gets another. So it is a strong 3-on-3. Disco made his way straight through the teleporter. Does have a bit of a look over towards Mind Freak. But as that spike does get locked into the U-Horn position, the rest of Order is ready here to fight it back.
Disco is stuck in the map teleporter at the moment, and Mind Freak is just going to be a thorn in his side to try and get the escape, but that spike has trickled over toward the other side of the map. It's a great frag out from Maple, actually. That's allowing Disco to come through, but they didn't check the teleporter. Benkai had stayed, and that's going to get the better of them. The Roomba will be destroyed, so no damage is delivered, and now Disco was already tagged up a little bit earlier on. They know that that damage is done, and for a team like PaperX, they don't necessarily need to be taking this fight. They know where Disco is, and they're just going to play on the back of a crossfire in the hookah.
Benkai just can't be killed, it feels like at this point in time, you know, sitting inside the teleporter, getting a couple up. Now they're both happy to wait for the hookah. Great crossfire, great team synergy, and Benkai will lock it out. Devi also kicking, and another strong opening here from PaperX. Is that all of the pistols so far, Komodo, if I remember correctly? Yeah.
Indeed it is. 3 from 3 pistols. It's a good start to come on through. I absolutely love the fact that the shorty attempt comes in from Jing here, but it's kind of, you know, these ragtag team of duos around the beginning of this round that helped it on through. And if you're going through the map teleporter, usually you have to go in with some sort of flash, or you have to make sure the haunt is there as well. But you know, crucial pieces of utility that you want on a potential retake. It was really keen-eyed from Benkai to stay in the TP and get the better of them. So now, pistol round over towards PaperX. They get the purchase up into this. It's just the pistols for Order. And again, you know, it's a very similar circumstance that we've seen ourselves in over on the course of map 1. This is the round where it is what it is for Order. See what damage you can do. Guns in the next. And for right now, Conky, the coin flip didn't land their way.
Nope. Happy to rotate out, see if they can find any damage accordingly. Of course, you know, the double smoke setup is going to make it very, very challenging. Guiding Light does go through. They're not super keen to try and go all the way out right now. No light shield, so, you know, it is going to be important for them to go down in the round, make sure they get the old point, but they're just going to try and lock them in and play the ante. See how many picks they can get all the way out. Ronski should be taking down those paint shells. He will. Jing gets the frag. So yeah, it's just going to be 2 members of Order running straight through the attacker side spawn. And the remainder, Disco waiting. Will RDW be able to find anything with his headhunter? We will have to see. Jing goes out. Oh, Jing, you beautiful thing. Last 2.
So, I got a little bit of a statistic for you right now, Mr. Conky.
Hit me with it.
When was the real last time we've seen Ronski off the jet when it comes to the map of
Oh, jeez.
That's one thing to consider, right? His flashiness and his comfortability when it comes on towards this jet agent is something that he shines for. So moving on towards the Raze, it's that grace period for him, you know. He had to learn coming over towards it. We know Ronski, you know, from our region, right? We know how quick he is to adapt onto towards different agents, right? But this is the first real showing in the competitive aspect here in this tourney, in this map, where he actually is playing out the Raze. So I'm looking for what sort of differences in Ronski's regard are going to be coming through from the change of kits. But right now, we got a gun round. So I guess this is the first attempt to kind of see that, right?
Absolutely. And there it is, opening up nicely, just as with the usual. The biggest thing about Ronski being, you know, I guess to a degree of a one-trick right on this jet is that how much he uses the kit. I guess with the satchels, you know, a little bit of a few similarities on the Raze side, but definitely played in a completely different way. So that will be the telltale. You know, every single agent can do the shoot, but how effectively is there, you know, utility around it? And as we continue to talk about this, Ronski does get a couple. So we are that's where he's going to develop the most as a player, though. I think Komodo, you know, utilizing different agents as the meta shifts over time.
Well, the biggest thing is this is actually his first showing of Raze in a competitive map, so it's the biggest thing. We know we've seen him on Chamber once, we've seen him mainly on that jet, but for right now, you know, he's getting some things happening, but this round ain't done just yet because there's a plant in for Paper Rex and Mindfreak and Forsaken. They're getting some damage out. This is looking a little bit costly right now. Disco and Ronski try and get it back, and there's no assistance on this utility for Disco. Ronski jumping out of the hookah. He's got no util either. Forsaken low. Everybody low except for Ronski, and he needs to be the one to cut the closer, and he will indeed. 3 on the board for him in this round. A defuse out. And as far as Paper Rex are considered, a plant, 3 kills in the bonus. Yeah, pretty happy.
Yeah, for sure. You know, that's definitely another round where Order have lost way too much in this position. They do recover the operator, which will be sent over to RDW, of course. But yeah, that's a bit of a call for concern, I suppose. You know, early on into this map of Bind so far, very much a defensive-sided map. And I guess the inexperience of Order as a roster, you know, sort of maybe in comparison to what we do see from Paper Rex. And just for everyone as well, like any level of criticism that we're going to throw out against Order, you know it's going to be said with love here. This is the team that still needs time in the oven, and I think they will get that as well. And this step over towards Asia, like where they can actually practice teams that are going to take it seriously and really look to develop, is an awesome thing for them. And I expect we'll see more boot camps and more competition sort of statistics from them in the future, as we hope to see more opportunity come out for Oceania as well, and APAC as a whole. But we will prove that as we did get to see Zeta and Paper X do, and also DRX do at Masters.
Well, Texas just revealed that he's got a judge in the hookah with the destruction of the boombot, so I do wonder how Paper X are going to attack this differently now. Another Sky Smoke to go down from him. I do note that Disco is on the B side by himself, with the rotation only now starting to happen from Maple at the minute mark. Remember, Bind access to the teleporter, but it's going to be Jing sending it in towards this B site with the showstopper. His sensitivity is very, very quick, and he's going to miss out on the shot. Ronski has been taken out in the meanwhile, and the access to the B site is here from Paper X, but it's Texter and Disco getting a couple of trades. But it is coming up. Paper X in this round, all down to RDW 1 versus 3 with an operator. And do you just have that gun going into the next round? Do you take that as your prize?
No cash in the bank at all. It will be an eco into the next device. So very low, but you know, when it's that operator, it always makes it hard to clear those angles. And one thing that we've seen Paper X do so fantastically has been tripling up. You know, happy to sort of slot in, watch those angles, get the crossfires secured. RDW is moving his way out, knows exactly where the spike is now. And Kite, happy to watch that flank. The Haunt goes out, and RDW does get missed by it, but now that's the call. Definitely looks like he's keen to boogie out of there, take the operator into the next round. But I think Mindfreak actually might be able to watch this cross. It's going to be the timing game. RDW... Okay, he's fine. Should be able to get away from the Radianite explosion here as well. Happy to move it. So another massive play there from Paper X. Again, it's just their synergy that closes the site. You know, they're able to collapse on quickly, get the trades effectively, and really applying the pressure down on Order. So they'll take that eco. RDW can potentially be put into a position, like we've seen it so many times in the APAC VCT so far, of a team with one Vandal, one Operator, playing a bit more of an aggressive route, and the team sort of going in and supporting them. You know, that's the thing, buy some gentle utility and try and back each other up. So
one of the big differences that I'm going to be kind of keeping a close eye on is the difference in the Razors here, right? Jing is a player who has been comfortable on the Raze kit for so long, and with it being a first kind of showing for Ronski, it's going to be a change of pace, right? Jet is a very self-sufficient kit. It's a very, I'll call it a hungry kit, you know, one of those ones that you try and find things yourself, right? It's no real team player one like the Raze is. As I say that, Jing sends himself in. He'd already cleared out Hookah, and it's this information that PaperX is trying to contend with right now. It's just chaotic around it, but hang on a second. Just like this, as the Nightfall goes in, Benkai is going to get taken out. Order have won that round. All right, I didn't even get a chance to really make my point. But yeah,
Order made my point for me, which is what I like, you know.
Okay, yeah. Let's roll with that.
To double down on these eco rounds. Valorant is such a different beast. You know, we know how strong some of these players are with the aim, and even though the Sheriff is only 145 in one, you know, potentially if there's been some earlier damage from that utility, it still can be that one-shot kill, and that's exactly what we've seen here. All the Sheriffs getting the, you know, things happening, and because they have, they left rather RDW to have that lean over towards A side, as we know on the chamber, they just close it strong. So Prowler out, Ronski having the hunt as per usual. Maple is there with him. The Haunt won't quite spot anything, though, as it is quickly destroyed. And they'll get the orb as a result of it, because Maple using that Nightfall in the previous round to close the round. Now they've gone too far, and this time Order do exactly what PaperX did to them. RDW now left on an island trying to pick up for the rest of his team.
I was talking about a Jet being a greedy kit, but maybe this time it's a little bit of overzealousness from Maple and Ronski to try and gain some control where they didn't necessarily need to. And it might come at the cost of this round right now. The player advantage for PaperX getting the plant done. On toward the floor. Texter one away from Orbital Strike, so he can pick that up. It might be good for the post plant, but that jaw needs to be won from him, and he does so. There's damage delivered. He would love some heals right about now, but he doesn't need them. And that access to the Orbital Strike with a flank from Disco could be paramount for the closure of this round. The Seekers reveal the information right now. Divide gets taken down. And it's actually Mindfreak with the Orbital of his own. A 1 versus 3, though. There's a lot of time to protect it and still get this spike defused. So if Disco does stay here, he should know where Mindfreak is. But the Molotov lineup is here as well, Conky. That's going to be 8 seconds of damage, and the spike isn't hit just yet. Mindfreak, he's on for the ace. The Orbital Strike to lock him out right now. And
no way!
But the reload right now, is there enough time? I think there just is. The Molotov is missed. The Incendiary is off alignment. And just like that, Order somehow still recover that round. Mindfreak. Wow. Individual. Just couldn't get it done.
I would not want to be the Order social media manager in that position if he did end up losing that round, whereas PaperX, he would have been pretty happy. My word, Mindfreak, an absolutely colossal round to almost do that, but he's done so much, Komodo. Sure, he burns his Orbital Strike, but he had to burn multiple utility in the in this position here, and to be able to find that shot onto Texter was disgusting. RDW thought he went down, 100%. You know, he's down to about 10 points of HP inside Texter's Orbital Strike, but the one thing is, Texter, you know, given how experienced he is as a player, like, he's not going to be happy with that, how much work he had to do. A low Brimstone inside U-Hall to have to find two with his back up against the wall against an eco is a frustrating item.
Absolutely. And now the Prowler got a bit of information through toward the showers. The Roomba's going to be clearing it on through. The flick misses for Forsaken. So for Ronski, he's not going to get out of dodge with his Shuttles just yet. He's just going to reposition in toward the cubby in front of this toxic screen. Remember, it is just this kind of eco round to come through from PaperX. They've got a couple of light shields on the back of it. The Haunt, however, for now, is going to be baiting out Maple, and he's going to be taking this duel to fall on back. It's a bit of forward play within the site from Order, but it's, you know, I was going to say play that they can afford to risk, but maybe not. Maple taken down, a gun accessible. This round isn't over just yet for PaperX. They're already pushing into the site. Jing, he needs to go nuclear here to be able to win this, but Ronski is still lurking about. The Pain Shells give away position right now, and he's traded out by Jing, doing absolutely everything in this round. The Showstopper available as well, and it is a player advantage for PaperX, looking for the post plane.
The individuals of PaperX stepping up to the plate. This time it wasn't really even Order overstepping their bounds. It was, you know, purely a thing of how well can they move. Mindfreak gets the catch. That's a great utilization of the teleporter. They weren't sure if it was a fake. They weren't sure how it was sort of looking. And unfortunately, RDW is left alone on the island again in a 1 versus 3. Once again, you know, we know Jing is on for a massive round here, sitting at the elbow. Great shot from Artie, but the trade can come in. Jing with the 4K. Take a bow, my friend, because you have kind of slapped down Order out of that round. I think now with that economic damage they've taken, buying is definitely a risky business.
Yeah.
They will. They've got the tour de force, so they can make it work. But again, I just feel like Order have been a step behind so many times.
There was a little bit of ill timing, actually, in the Sky Smoke there from Texo as well, right? Maple caught off guard when it does fade away from Mindfreak sitting in amongst it, and then he catches out the kill. It's one of those little things where timing is a beast. You can even see Mindfreak got doubled the timing when he sat at triple, was able to find that frag later on towards Disco, essentially locking in the round. So some really big plays to come out from Jing, from Mindfreak in that round, and Paper X, they will reclaim the lead. And like you say, you know, economy isn't really balanced out for really anyone in this server at the moment except for Mindfreak and Forsaken. So this is going to be one of those crucial rounds to balance it on through. The Nightfall is here, but the Showstopper as well. Ronski, he needs at least 2. He needs both, but he's only going to get 1 in the trade. At least the Nightfall does lock Paper X back for the time being.
Yeah.
They can't go with it. Showstopper, Ronski showers. Very dangerous.
Yeah, all invested in that Nightfall there from Devi, rather trying to take full control. So at least it is traded out, ultimate for ultimate. Saken still keeping the sight over towards U-Haul. Maple keen to go for a walk. Maybe they find the timing. If he clears it right, he's going to tuck into the corner instead. Shoulder step makes the sound. Forsaken just trying to keep this full info in. The rest of the members do start their creep over towards the B position. Maple gets it, but Disco now has to try and find something as well. Does have his guiding light, does have the regrowth. Horn will be taken, but he's got to be careful now. He's really got to be careful now. Dexter opens up with another. There we go, the double up. This is the team synergy that you're hoping for now, Jing. 1v2, 1v1 make it. Walking down Texter, Maple, yeah, exactly right, Komodo. It's all left onto Artie. He's made the teleporter sound, and now Jing knows exactly where he can go. Has to plant inside the pipe, but how will Artie find this fight?
Oh, 1 versus 1 on the Showstopper.
No way!
He doesn't get the shot. The rocket for Jing. A 4K. You really got a feel for Order in that situation. They knew exactly where Jing was, just outside of Hookah. And they line up on their escape from that position. A bit of a misplay to come through, but those things happen, right? You want to try and bail out in a 1 versus 3 in a scenario. You've got the right idea. It's just a little bit of misfortune on the timing there. And it's another round, another big round for Paper X, courtesy of Jing and his shooting ability, of course, but, you know.
Jing is so good. That's incredible. Like, what a play there. You know, being able to find how many orb points in that round alone.
Yeah, I know, right?
To even have the Showstopper is just huge. And now it's really putting Order in a predicament where they're trying to fight the fight so firmly. Devi now, he can line up 2. Will it be a 3rd? Not quite, because Forsaken's there. And once again, Paper X, they bare their fangs, showing how capable they are. Only sort of saving grace here is the teleporter has come through. Maple does indeed have the Nightfall, but easily taken down by Benkar. All left onto RDW, and Forsaken is there. He's low, but it's not going to matter. Yeah, look at that. Up in the sky, the champion's mark does shine, and Paper X is certainly showing themselves as that at this point in time. It's where we discuss, right? Order, you know, a fantastic team, an incredible bunch of players individually as well, but just needing to iron out a few kinks in their team dynamic. We are starting to see the trades come out a little bit more regularly, but definitely, yeah, again, some more time needed. However, reminder, this is not elimination. This is a pure qualification. Boom around the corner to whoever does lose this matchup. And whilst right now it's looking like it could potentially be Order, they still have plenty of opportunity in this map to get it done.
Oh, it's some aggression from Ronski sitting in the toxic screen. Paint shells through and a satchel to bop anyone back who might be close. Bit more of a passive start to the round, however. RDW on the line at long. That's going to be Jing taken down. If there's anyone that you wanted to eliminate first on this attacker squad, it would be Jing. Really leading the charge of the entries for Paper X, but this is some ambition from Ronski. A bit of risk, and it might not be calculated quite correctly. Maple at the same light, taken down in the showers, and now this is really difficult for Order. It's numbers for Paper X, but it's 1 from Ronski to Satchel to try and get him out of it, and he will indeed. 2, locking down the short position. He's got the spike as well, but Mindfreak and Forsaken are still here for this 2 versus 4 comeback. Yeah,
Forsaken in a really solid position here, but will he spot anything? Disco gathered all of it. Absolutely all of it. There's one. Spots one in heaven. Disco, though, is at least ready for Mindfreak. Does get it, but here we go. Forsaken, 1 versus 2. Down to the one-on-one, already finding 3. So awkward, utilizing that rendezvous to get out of there. It's Chamber versus
IDW
Chamber.
thinks it's going to be.
He does, yeah, he does.
There's 1 versus 3 for Forsaken. Couple of quick shots in the mix. And this is just a little bit of the gamble effect for RDW that doesn't pay off really. A lot of time for Forsaken, and now he has an open plant wherever he wants it. It's going to be going down to triple. Does he choose to play through toward the showers? His rendezvous will have a little bit of extra time to get back. He actually already has it available. But RDW on this line with the operator. How long does he choose to sit here and lurk? Shots coming through. If he misses the first one, that would be big. And Forsaken, he's seen a leg, but he's allocated his crosshair elsewhere. Forsaken, what a massive round.
2v5, I think.
2v4.
2v4. Oh, man. In and amongst the utility on that site, just chaos ensued, and Paper X were able to kind of be the driver of that. Just looking, again, so impressive, showing their global experience and that they do mean business. You know, Boom did manage to do a fair bit of damage in their early matchup. But irrespective, you know, it's a team that they played against many times before, but here it is, just, again, that crazy round. And it's just all smiles in Camp Paper X right now. They're looking to take out potentially, you know, 8 attacker-sided rounds, which is dominant. And whilst Order still have a, you know, chance to fight this good fight, they're just struggling here and there as Forsaken does find another. Now Ronski, good for the trade of the Jing, but Forsaken, he's just so clean with it. Will he get Ronski? No, not quite. Ronski trying to do the unthinkable here as it's back to a 3-on-3.
Mindfreak has heard Maple as well, so that's information. Ronski very low, and now Mindfreak is going to find that frag, so things turning upside down. Paper X, the players on the A side are going to be ready for Maple right here, and they might even choose to take it in the 1 versus 2 merit because they are so low. This round could be huge. A minute to play for, and they don't need to go for the plant now. RDW is pushing through the sands. He hears the TPs, but Mindfreak is just behind him. The bait and switch might be working out massive for him, but he finds the first 2. And now it's the 1 versus 1. An orbital strike available for Mindfreak with a spike into the teleporter, and Maple's going to catch it on the timing. A little bit of luck thrown Order's way. The magic is made in that round.
My word, I was like, because Maple rotating into the position where he actually could have had a watch down short onto the teleporter, but he sort of second guesses himself and moves back. So it's RDW with the right timing on the TP that he manages to catch 2 before he's traded by Mindfreak. So I definitely think a little bit of luck was tossed into that round on both sides sides being Paper X and Order, but a massive play there from Ronski, and then the exact same from RDW to be able to keep this game alive. I want this to go to 3 maps. I want this to be tight. This needs to be the future battle of 2 of the Oceanic and APAC region's finest.
There's 4 ultimates technically available for both of these sides, with Devi being 1 away from the Nightfall, and it will be massive to get into water. But Jing, he's going to be taken down by Maple in the hookah. Ronski's showstopper is going to be on the wrong side of the map, so there's so much pressure on Disco to hold something down in the lamps, and his lights are going to be shut out, unfortunately, for Benkai. He can get this pit up. We haven't seen it just yet on this half, and all of the ultimates are going to start to be coming on through. The plant is here, at least for Paper Rex. How are they going to hold this one?
The Nightfall's massive as well. That's going to give away so much information, but it is traded back as well. Texter also marked here, so it's going to be awkward. Forsaken does get caught, and this is going to be a big, scrappy battle. Can they find this man in Benkai inside the U-Haul, inside the pit? The snake will strike already. Now, one moment here. Maple does drop it. That's huge. Devi, can he continue to hold this position? They've locked him into U-Haul. Devi, though, continues to fight on this fade. Texter, shouldered, spotted, info, gathered. Devi continuing to do it, and now it's all left onto RDW, who has the quick scope, but Devi has his number, and Paper X, they'll find 8 here to close the half.
8-4. It's the similar exact scoreline to what we saw on Haven. And then it ended up in the 13-8. So this is the time for Order to activate, coming into their attacker's side. I just got to say, man, the synergy that we're seeing from Paper X right now is to a T. The crossfires, the individual holds that they're able to get through as well when situations are looking to get the better of them as well. You know, I was kind of wondering in that half, for Order's sake, when are we going to see a settle down? When are we going to see a kind of timeout come through for the boys to have a bit of a chat? But it didn't really feel like they didn't want one, it would seem. So a little bit unfortunate for us at home to kind of, timeouts are very utilizable. They're very, very powerful and impactful, but they're going in with it. 4 rounds is what they have, found. Now they need to get that to tie things up, get back into this game, because, one of the biggest mentions that we make here, Conky, is it's not an elimination match, right? But it is a qualification match, and it's Order showing a couple of new things in these maps. New compositions. it's always the thing of, do you want to throw something new in a big game such as this? Maybe not, but sometimes you need to.
Yeah. Well, look, Fade is the meta right now, right? You know, it's coming so strong, especially on a map like Bind. And the biggest thing for Order has just been that they actually have a real opportunity. So, you know, Dick Stacey moving a little bit closer to home to be able to be around with the boys a bit more on the coach role. Also seeing Order finally, you know, get that real opportunity. We know that they've missed out on a couple. They've, you know, been the strongest in the region for so long, but just narrowly missing that mark. You know, an opportunity to go to the NA LCQ. That was unfortunately taken from them. And then, you know, Bonkers doing the lower bracket fairy tale run in the previous stage of VOT earlier this year, who almost made the playoffs. You know, it was only Persiger that did manage to knock them out. So that was an experience where RDW did get to step up and do it. And they showed their inexperience there in how they would lose these 2vx sort of situations, right? Whereas now, as I've said, they've had time. They're only going to get better. This is the thing about the Oceanic region. When we get stuck in other places and actually get an opportunity to play against the best of the best, we develop, we adapt, we overcome.
We'll flip it the other way, right? For Paper Rex, this is a big match for them to get their qualification, to make sure that they're doing so cleanly, to have a good global run back in their circuit as well. Because, you know, whilst we like to hype Order because we're from that region, at the same fact, we're from APAC, right? We're involved in this area, and if we can get teams from here to showcase on the Masters, showcase on the global scale, it's going to be huge. But for right now, we got a pistol round here. RDW is going to be dispatching of Forsaken for the first part, and in toward the lamps as well. He's going to get in towards Benkai, but if he misses the shot, he doesn't. He gets that one. 2 in the board, and a plant looking to happen at A.
This is a series for me where both teams, I want them to win so much. So will it be one of those things where whoever has the most fun is the real victor? We'll have to find out. But too strong for RDW. I like the little trade-off, getting the headhunter and the shorty now. Yeah, a little bit rough there at the distance, the frenzy. Maple does find Mind Freak, and now Devi having to try and fight off that Prowler there.
This is just time taking away from the spike right now. Maple knows that if he can keep one of the members here in Devi, he'll be really, really well placed to secure out this round. Now they know where the other member is because of the guiding light. Jing is stuck in short. He's not going to be able to use his Roomba here to escape him from the position. But, I mean, damage attempted, but denied. Texas too close. And the pistol is the first one going Order's way in this series.
That's what I was just about to say. A pistol, which is just so important, you know, to allow for those couple of rounds to stack up behind each other. So Paper X will be taking that full eco. Order do need to play it again very, very carefully. We have seen what Paper X is able to do with these pistols, but that's the RDW that we want to see. Vintage, getting into position. You know he loves his shotguns. We've seen it over the years.
The judge on split, man.
Oh, don't even remind me. Bring back Lakers, hey? What's still quickest ace in an official in the world?
Hey, man. Yeah, I remember the one.
Alrighty,
this is the round. Oh my God, that we should be seeing Order gather, given by the fact that they got the pistol. But Forsaken has literally just sat Ronsky down through the teleporter for the headhunter. A rendezvous back out. The paint shells to Maple, and he's going to get taken out. At least got one before dying. But in a round such as this, when you've only got the pistols, if you're able to capitalize on utility and get this round as a team like Paper X, it just builds so much more confidence and laughter in the squad to carry them for the rest of this map. So there's real big pressure on Order to recover themselves in this round. And the first step would be taking out Mind Freak on the site. That one has been done, but now they've got to shift the narrative to getting this spike down and protecting it.
The thing is, right, Forsaken still has a headhunter. And we do have now Devi picking up a Spectre. So not exactly, you know, an advantage by any means. They are going to be able to get that spike planted. They've locked down defender side spawn rather, so they'll be okay. The rotation does start to come through, at least now for Forsaken, but they're just playing exits at this point. They want to lock them in, strangle Order, take as much weaponry away from them as possible, and make them struggle into that bonus.
Devi's 10 seconds away from the haunt, so if he is waiting for that, it could be pretty big. Forsaken finds Texar. That's go time for Paper X to get back in towards this one. Disco head on a swivel. He needs this one, and he does find it as well, but Devi on for the trade. Now RDW creeping around the side, and he will narrowly win the fight in the end. It's very, very close to comfort for Order, but at least they get it over the board. Now the problem is, this bonus round, how much do they deliver into this one? They can get the purchase up, but it's going to be risky.
Just damage where damage couldn't be had. Needing everything to drag through Order to keep their focus, keep their drive. Because the more and more that Paper X can kind of just even play that mental game, right? Damage them down. Full investment, yeah. They're not playing around at all. Only Maple being the one to kind of hold on to a little bit extra. Ronski's actually gone for the judge, which I like. That means he wants to have the very, very early fight in towards U-Hole. There is nobody home, but there he goes flying in. They've got that info now that the satchels have been utilized, and he can lock straight into the U-Hole position here. So the 2 remaining members of Paper X, they're going to be stuffed over to the right side of the site. And with those sky smokes down, the spike plant will be afforded. No, not quite.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the pain shells. The utility from Paper X would be really big for them to use in this round, and a couple of damages are being seen from them. They're still holding onto this player advantage right now, and there needs to be another frag, I feel, for Order before they go for this plant right now, but it's Mindfreak just absolutely beaming heads, and Forsaken to get the closer with that glass cannon that I made mention of a little bit earlier on. The first gun round up for Paper X. They will close it, and for Order, going with that force just there, Conky, it means that they're going to be pretty lackluster coming into this new round. There is a way they could get this potentially. You know, RDW is one away from 2 out of force if they can push for that, but he has to bring out a play that we haven't seen from him just yet. For sure. You know, they did all the right things in baiting out the utility, but by the time they had sort of, you know, wanted to find that spike plant, the rest of the members were already there, and Mindfreak out heaven, you know, spotting over the toxic screen, was able to find the shots as they try to pull the teleport up. So it's an investment. Maple playing that hero rifle. Forsaken, though, going to take down Ronski early. Benkai also dropping RDW. So once again, you know, it's Paper X really kind of playing into their confidence. Text is spotted out by the Prowler. It's now going to try and fight out mid. Oh, well, they're just sending it right now. Paper X, full confidence in. You'll love to see it from Jing. This is exactly how you want to be utilizing a raise kit. Just taking space, getting in towards their face with either your weapon or the damage of your abilities. But, you know, one of the big things, whilst I mentioned that RDW tries to push in towards showers to get the orb, to get the ultimate, because you know it can be very impactful in a round such as that. Paper X, they have that same information, right? They can see the ultimate charge. They know that that's an attack of Orders, that they want to try and go and get that orb. And they just put some numbers there. You know, Snake's Bite, a couple of shots out from the lads, and they're able to close out the round in the end. So it is double digits that does swing their way. And now, I think this round, Conky, honestly, is going to be the do or die time in this map for Order. They have to be taking this one. I think so. But again, you know, it's just that continued narrative of us talking about how much Paper X are playing well as a team. They're all mates. They're all having a good time. They're happy to be here. They know that they're the favorites, and they're not allowing that to put the pressure on them. Great quick scope there from Forsaken, even though he's sort of back up against the wall there. That's Ronski taken down. And again, a very, very impactful member of Order hitting the dirt early. So they're going to have to play from this disadvantage once more. And Paper X are, you know, happy to keep their rotations. They don't need to overextend. They are going to be sending Forsaken back, but now Texter, as he tries to move into the bathroom sphere, he is one away from that orbital strike, but he's going to be walking straight into Jing here. Again, it's another 1v1 being lost. Forsaken doing exactly that. Onto Disco. RDW with that 2 to force does get the trade, but Jing, he's even walking out knife out. He still managed to get it. RDW gets the trade, but Benkai is there to do the exact same thing, and I think Komodo, that may very well be the round you talk about. I'm still happy with, you know, the performance that Order's been able to put up, but you can't help but hurt in to see, you know, what just a little bit more time as this roster can do, and they start synergizing a little bit more, and how damaging that they will be in future. It's massive things to come out from Paper X, right? Even in duels that they're looking awkward in, that they're looking they might be defeated in this round specifically, right? They're winning. Some great movement to come around from Jing. Texter, you know, trying to just bully his own way through the toxic screen. You got to remember, your gun barrel is seen first for your opponent on the other side, so it was a really easy frag to figure out in the showers just there. A bait and switch with the rendezvous out through the TP, but finally, it is an opener to come the way of Order. Oh, what? Has collateraled Jing and Benkai in the showers. Give them a little bit of a rinse in this round, but it isn't just over right yet. A 2 versus 2 scenario. The spike is in the possession of Order, so it didn't get dropped at that situation, but they're booking it over towards B. And remember, Forsaken, he can cut them off through this teleporter. There it is. There's the one. He spotted out RDW as well, and he's not trying to try and find the isolated duel just yet. I like this from Paper X. They're going to be grouping up together, going as a unit, and everything is on RDW right now. And Conky, he doesn't have a gun. He's got a headhunter only. That's it. He is going for the long con, which I like. This is a very bold play, but look at the position here. He's how are you ready for that, Forsaken? So aware, so on top of it, and he does manage to close. Big Brimstone. I love that. Yeah. Well, speaking about it, that's Mindfreak at the moment, overlooking everything in this server. Has had some absolutely phenomenal plays. Everybody on Paper X has had some absolutely phenomenal plays. You know, we've got from this series rounds individually from all of the Paper X members that they've just done something absolutely, you know, obscene. and it's just memorable. So some really, really good things to come out from them, of course. And now is the time, I guess, if you're thinking about it, to kind of close it out in this series.
Well, just for Texter to pull off a frag like that, you know, obviously a little bit scrappy, sure, it's a rogue bullet that goes into the back of the showers, but to be able to find that 3K and they lose a 2v5 as a result of it. So massive stuff again from PaperX. They are really showing it. I love your narrative about how every single member has had their individual moments. They've all really stepped up, you know, back to Benkai and some of those clutches in the previous. Forsaken looking nuts, but I think I'll have to talk stories a little bit later because it's Forsaken somehow again denying Disco on the entry. The Nightfall's been utilized. They have this info, and now the Seas will go down, but I don't even think that it is going to be throwing Forsaken out at all. They're stuck in the showers, and they're just having to run out of there. Forsaken's looking even for the peak. Will he get something else? Oh, just around the corner. 3 on 5.
The confidence for him to run through Jing's paint shells because he knows team damage isn't as deadly as opponent's damage. And the little shot out from the toy gun of that Phantom is going to be given off the Jig right now. IDW at least good for one. Make it a second. This is still a kind of workable scenario. He's on the line right now, Conky, but is it just going to be that one and done? They're holding each other's hands. They're on 4. They're he misses it. He splits the gap right now through the wickets. Actually did find Benkai, so I take my words back. But the penultimate question right now for Order. It's Texter versus Mindfreak. It's the battle of the brims. Who comes on top?
Who will be the ultimate Brimstone Chad player here? Mindfreak has been playing absolutely fantastically. Now, Texter, the Glycogen Master himself.
Well, if he hears the TP, he's going back to A.
He's gone back.
This is
Mindfreak's going to be ready.
Yep. Oh, but does Mindfreak choose the timing to go through the teleporter? He can hear the spike plan. He's expecting him through showers. The footsteps, the allocation. Mindfreak, he's going to be catching Texter. Not ready whatsoever. There's the shot. The GGs come in the chat. It's 13-6 over towards PaperX. And just before I throw it over towards you again here, I've got to say, man, that was thoroughly brilliant Valorant to come through from PaperX. Team synergy, heightened plays, really making sure they're not giving much space to Order whatsoever. Very big things from them.
Oh, man. Well, look, you know, running it back to our Australian roots for just a second here in saying, like, you know, how obviously much time we've been spending commentating this Order roster, every single grand final, basically, that they have been in, that, you know, sure, they've missed out on just a couple of moments, but they have very much been the best of the best and only improving. And finally, we get to see them up against what it looks like for a team like PaperX. And whilst there was still many similarities, right, there were so many close moments, there were so many amazing battles and duels that they did manage to throw out. When it comes to team dynamic, it was PaperX that was just that much further ahead of them. So again, what does this tell us? It tells us that PaperX are nuts, as they should be, right? You know, 4th in the world only just a couple of months ago at Masters versus a team that's on the come up, right? So we've been able to see something beautiful right now, and I definitely think there's going to be more coming from Order as the competition goes on. There's still a game up against Boom that they do have in a couple days.
Well, that does mean as well here, and I'm sure the desk will be looking to break this down a little bit later on, but it means that PaperX will be joining Onyx G and Xerxia in the next stage of this Challengers bit here to try and get that spot over towards the next Masters event. PaperX, the team, has been there before. They want to get back and join the Titans again. They have battled out Oceania's Titan here in Order, but like we said, it's not over just yet. It means that elimination match is what Order are going to be facing next time.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute treat to watch these two teams finally duke it out. But we'll get the desk to break it down as per usual and tell us what they thought all about it after this short break. Take care.
I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love. To hate the world it can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes.
Hey guys, I'm Lenny from Beat, and we are from the SGMI region. Our expectations are definitely to qualify for Copenhagen, which is the goal for pretty much any team there, I guess. Definitely, I guess PaperX from our first seed from the SGMI region. And the star player the player to watch out for is definitely the star player, Forsaken. I guess by playing our own game and just practicing and training and giving our best performance during the event. And make sure to stay tuned to the VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2. Hope to see you guys there.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Phan Huy, in-game là Kawa. Hiện tại mình đang là huấn luyện viên của team Fancy United Esports Valorant.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Ace đến từ team Fancy United Esports.
Mục tiêu và kỳ vọng của team mình trong vòng giải APAC sắp tới đó là team mình sẽ cố đạt được top 2 để giành vé đi dự giải Master. Các team đối thủ mà team mình có thể đối đầu trong giải APAC sắp tới thì đối thủ mà team mình lo ngại nhất chính là team PPGL đến từ Singapore. Trong thời gian vừa qua thì team mình đã tập luyện scrim với rất nhiều team trong khu vực APAC và cũng có từng scrim qua với team PPGL. Để vượt qua được đối thủ đấy thì team mình đã và đang xây dựng một chiến thuật để có thể nào mà khóa chặt và khắc chế cái việc mà hai đi lead của team PPGL đó là Forsaken và Zing có thể bay bổng nhất. Đấy là chiến thuật sắp tới để mình có thể cố gắng chống lại team PPGL. Thay mặt các thành viên team Fancy United thì mình xin gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành và sâu sắc với những người hâm mộ team Fancy và mình mong các bạn tiếp tục theo dõi và ủng hộ team mình trong các trận đấu của giải đấu vòng APAC sắp tới. Team mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để mang lại những cái niềm vui và bất ngờ lớn hơn cho các bạn.
Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season. You are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix once again here on the panel. Now over the break, you guys heard the players. You guys heard the players talk about this specific team, and that is PaperX. They're the team to look out for with Forsaken and Jing leading the way. And of course, PaperX absolutely phenomenal. I enjoyed watching them on Vine. Cash, I love the defense from this team. The absolute control that they had over the map was just something else.
I feel like in the beginning for Order, they had an idea what to do. After all, this is their map pick. But I felt like in the beginning it was a tug of war between the two teams, especially as PaperX is playing on the attack. But for the side of Order, it felt like, as what Trix mentioned earlier, they're just not able to adapt again. In a lot of situations, it felt like Order was just a little bit too spread thin, and the reaction time coming from them was a question mark, where they're not exactly sure whether it's a bait, whether they're actually going to be hitting that side, whether they're going to be switching out. And these random, very quick and split decision making from PaperX is making it really hard for Order to really pinpoint where exactly or what exactly to expect.
I mean, granted, like also what the casters pointed out, Order is still kind of like baking, I think. They're still figuring themselves out, baking. Like they're figuring themselves out. They're still finding that perfect mix between what they want to do, what they can do, what is optimal for their plans. It just felt also, I was a little surprised coming into this because I expected Order to have a more concrete plan on what they expected. I also expected more crossfires from them, whether it's the attacker side or the defender side. I felt they generally came from one side most of the times, which ended up being like has been known for also that insane aim, and they kind of just lose the aim duels too. So it just felt like they're on the right track. They just need a lot more refining to get there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. And we do have to take into account that this is their APAC debut, right? They still have a lot of experience to go. Like, PaperX has that down. They've been here in APAC over and over again, and they just have so much experience, especially being a team that made it all the way to Masters. Now, I do want to point out, you were saying this already, Trix, but yeah, there were a lot of times wherein we could feel that Order was heavily reliant on the gunfights, but even then it wasn't working for them. I would have wished that they would have been wiser when it came to the utility, Tash.
I really think that in this round in particular, we saw them really taking those aim duels in a lot of situations. They put RDW in the backline to just catch them off guard, to catch those flankers coming through, and RDW was usually the last man standing when it comes to a lot of situations. Because he was put on op, it's really hard for him to take these clutches because it's really hard to clear corners with an op. Yes, he can if they were wide swings, but you can see the discipline coming in from PaperX where they're like, okay, we're very aware that RDW is the upper, so we just won't peek him. And a lot of situations, he was forced to make something happen, and I didn't see a change in his playstyle to kind of like go with the situation. But this particular play in general was just like what I was talking about in terms of the C's and the pink shells. But coming back to that as well, I have to say that in a lot of situations, RDW does shine, but I really want to bring it to Texta. I think this map, Texta also really tried to come up on top. He's done some insane fights, but it's not really enough to clinch it.
Texta's game sense definitely shining through in particular moments where he's holding the angles, where I think in the last round, I feel he might have he was kind of overthinking it a little bit. And then going into also just Order's composition, right? I always say that I like to see that combination. I felt that it lacked presence.
Oh yeah.
That it was primarily they were going for that Fade Raze rather than the Fade and Sky. But Forsaken doing amazing on that chamber. Just so much space taken for his team, and just the picks that he was able to do, especially when he used that teleporter, was amazing.
I mean, no surprise here. Forsaken on the jet, Forsaken on the chamber. Put him on the role that you want him to play, and he will outperform. Yeah. I mean, I was actually talking to Tash like, whoa. The decision-making when it came to his rendezvous was just something else. Like, he was so decisive about everything. The reaction was so quick. Like, you know what? This is my intention. I'm gonna go in teleporter, lay down the rendezvous, take a pick, teleport out, and I got my pick. I fulfilled what I was meant to do, right, Tash?
I mean, it's also the fact that I think this is what Trix and I talked about before, about why Bind is so tricky to deal with. They don't really have a mid. Their mid are the teleporters, and the control from the teleporters is what you need to do. And I feel like a lot of players really forget that there are ways to control teleporters, and using the rendezvous inside of them is one of them. Or sometimes you see Sage walling inside. Sometimes you see people just throwing in utils in there just to make a presence through that. But at the same time, when it comes to the teleporter control, in those split seconds where you see them almost taking A site, they switch over to B, and that suddenly you see like they put so much resources onto A, suddenly they're going to B. What the heck? And that question mark comes up on the top of Order's head. Like, is this for real, or is there someone lurking in the back still?
Yeah, I think that the teleporter on the side of Paper Rex is like a paid actor. The only time that it did not work for them was when the spike actually got trapped inside. But overall, the way they played off of that teleporter is so good. After all, Bind, we know this. The teleporter just gives you so much access to either ends of the map, which you guys are able to just play off of that, play some mind games off of that, especially when you have a chamber that can fake the teleport over and over again. So it was just very fun to watch, especially on the side of Paper X, as they were being so innovative, like we always come to know them. But with that, all of that said, it is time for us to move on to the next series of the day. GGWP to both of those teams, but now it's time for the second series. The team stepping up right now is a fantastic team, again, also from MYSG. You know what's funny though? They're hardly recognizable at this point because they've improved so much since they qualified. Climbing through the rocky paths of the play-ins all the way here at the upper bracket of their group. These guys are so explosive and I can't get enough of them. Here's Bleed Esports.
Okay, so Bleed. I think this team is one of the pride and joy of the Singapore Malaysia team. And I again and again, from Singapore Malaysia all the way to APAC, I talk about how this team brings a very interesting mix of flavors between EU and APAC, or Singapore Malaysia rather. For stage 1, it felt like, because Maxi and Pith only came in during the APAC time, and that time we saw a very distinctive or a disconnect between the players. But for stage 2, however, it was a rough play-in for the Singapore Malaysia for them. But coming into APAC, it felt like in that short time, they really learned and really picked up everything that they did wrong. And they're having such a very strong run here on APAC. What's really great about it is because Darion is being enabled by his teammates compared to before, where Darion just dash in without any information and just go ham and get those picks. And meanwhile, Maxi and Pit is just so great at giving support. At the same time, they're good at making sure they clinch all of those do or die situations.
Definitely. Like, also pointing out that Darion, you know, being enabled by his teammates. I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. I find that Bleed Esports is just doing a lot more team plays. We know that they like to play aggressively, but they're starting to come up in that APAC. Starting from the play-ins up until now, we've seen that the refrag potential is improving so much. They're going together. They're showing us that they can adjust mid-game, whether it's offensive or defensive. And the crossfires that they have in order to enable that space that they're creating is what I find the most fantastic thing about Bleed Esports.
Bleed Esports, just a phenomenal team. Yes, Ash!
I was going to say that Lenny and Lexi are also worth mentioning. That Lenny's Sova has been giving so much value, and every time Lenny does his Hunter's Fury, he's good for 2. Meanwhile, for Lexi, if you put her in a breach, I think you are never going to see anything ever again. If you think that you can hold an angle, you are going to be quickly fleshed out. And when you put that all together with how the team usually plays, it makes one great symphony of EU Singapore.
Thank you for the fair warning, Cash. I'll make sure that my shades are ready. Like, I need this right here because I do not want to be legally blind because of this team. Now, on the other side of Bleed is a team that made me dance before here on the broadcast, not just because of their name, but also because of their gameplay. These guys are Vietnam's last hope, so they have to give it their all. This is Fancy United.
Coming into Fancy United with some of those different agent lineups. We've seen them on Bind, and they were actually the team that pulled off that triple controller. Got Acerola, BMV, Yes I Can, Heisey, and Fischio. I find that every single player on this team is so decisive, especially during their mid-round decision making. They don't particularly have a style that they seem to favor, whether it's aggressive plays or defensive plays, whether it's a fast play or a slow one. They seem to constantly be changing it up depending on how they feel like they want to be playing that map. And last time we saw them, it seemed they were able to dictate the space to the opponents. On the defender, you know, they like to play the information game. A lot of teams like to do this, but it also seems that Fancy United know when they need to give up that space. And I just also find that their agent pool is so versatile. Hence the reason they were able to even bring up that triple controller on Bind.
Honestly, because they're so versatile, it gives them so much play potential when it comes to catching a lot of people off guard. When you look at their VLR, they have so many agent combinations that it's really hard to really do homework on them when you have every single combination in the book. And in general, when you look at BMV as well as Heisey, you see BMV when he's on chamber, he never misses. He's a very, very strong anchor, and he's good at the anti-flank. At the same time, there's Heisey, great at the lurks, and a very aggressive Omen, which I love to talk about because this type of Omen can give so much value to the team, especially when it comes to grabbing picks and giving a lot of space as well, because not only are you going to be smoking, but you're also going to pick them off one by one.
This is nerve-wracking for me because again, this is Vietnam's last hope. So a lot is on the line. There's so much pressure from this team to perform. They have to give it their best, and it just so happens that these are the best players that they can offer, and I'm really hoping that they bring out the best stuff today. But hey, can Fancy United win it? That's the question, and I think their answer is yes, I can. Yes, we can, which is actually the player that we are going to be featuring in our head-to-head across Maxi. So
Yes,
here it is. Yeah, talk about it.
I mean, such great players. You know, we've seen Yes I Can both on the initiator and the controller, and we primarily see Maxi on that controller. I find both of these players in particular being able to make those decisions mid-round that actually sometimes bandage the situations that they might be in. Whether it's that they're, you know, on the back foot, they're maybe not sure what they can do the round, but both of them being able to step up for each team, making a decisive decision, and then following through with getting extra space that their team needs.
I really like seeing how Maxi executes his Omen in particular. He doesn't go aggressive until he needs to. He lets his other teammates do whatever they have to do before he really steps up. And this is what we talked about in terms of knowing your roles and responsibilities. Sometimes you don't have to have a player go super aggressive and just take up space when you don't have to. Allowing your teammates to do your job while providing the information is what's most responsible to do. And I feel like when it comes to Bleed Esports, this very mature and very knowing your responsibility is something that I look forward to from them, since it just really shows that the team is constantly maturing and evolving. But at the same time, when you look at the other flip side, Fancy, because they're so flexible and malleable, it gives them an advantage just because they're able to just react to all these plans and strategies or big 300 IQ plays that Bleed is known for.
I love watching Bleed play, and I love watching the development they've had so far. I am a little sad to not see Bind because I was hoping to see that triple controller again.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why it's banned. They do not want to deal with those unusual comps and picks that take a lot of time for them to figure out. Because as we know, in terms of some teams, they do take maybe 3 to 5 rounds to figure it out, and I don't think they want to give so much, so many points to them as they move forward.
I'm seeing that we're locking in Split over here, but I want to see Icebox. Okay, wait. I know that you guys are looking forward to Split because, it's going to get removed for a bit. But I want to see Icebox. I have seen Bleed on Icebox, and I need to see more.
There we go.
There it is. They heard you.
That's one of their map
thank
picks
you.
too, if you think about it. So in a way, this is kind of like favorable in terms of map picks to Bleed. I haven't really seen Fancy play on both maps prior to this. I think I may have not been here before. So this is a very exciting moment for me because when you think about it, Split can be defense heavy, but there are some teams that play aggressive, some people don't. But Fancy, their aggression might actually be good for both maps when you think about it, because Icebox is a map that really fancies aggressions. Haha, get it? But anyways, yeah, it works out for them.
Trix, please talk to us about these bleed picks being attack. They're gonna start off as attack.
Yes.
I love it.
I think that, again, Bleed being that kind of team that thrives off of that aggressiveness, I feel more teams now are starting to get comfortable, especially with the age of Valorant. They're starting to say, okay, we can start that on that attacker side, get ourselves that early advantage. Icebox and Haven being those really large maps where you want to be able to be given that space to just take it. There's a lot of space on the defender side that you have to try and control. A lot of information that you might not be certain on. Bleed definitely playing to their advantage there. The fact that Split is there too makes me a little concerned. Well, not necessarily concerned, but somewhat excited to see Darian on that judge. I'm hoping he brings it out, because the control that Maxi put and the pressure around the map with the kind of bait setup that they had for Darian to really just get the space that they needed on it was just fantastic.
Again, this is the map that we usually see them run the double controller, if I'm not mistaken. And it just enables so much space, again, for Darian to pull out the judge, to have a little bit of those sneaky plays, because I've seen the combination. You put an Astra Star, you kind of back away because you're assuming, hey, they might pull out the gravity well, they might concuss us, not knowing that Darian is already waiting in the sidelines and just, like, you guys are backing away, I'm gonna push you and I'm gonna shoot you with a shotgun in the face. And it's not a fun experience. I'm not looking forward to that if I were on the side of Fancy United. But hey, it is what it is, right, Tash?
I mean, for me personally, I think one thing that Fancy United really have to worry about are smokes. We have 2 players who are smoke criminals from the side of Bleed, and it's gonna be Darian, who is also very averse to playing inside of the smokes, either put by Maxi or the enemy team, and also Maxi itself. So in a situation, these 2 players are great when it comes to using those smokes as isolation tools, and that's what they really have to worry about.
I'm excited. I'm excited for all of the maps. I'm actually hoping that we make it to Haven. I don't usually look forward to Haven. Not because I don't think that it's a great map. It's just that we get to see Haven so much. This is one of the favorite picks that the players always choose in these situations. But the reason behind this is because I'm starting to pick up on how these players are so able to perform really greatly as attackers. And with Bleed, intentionally picking attack first, I'm so stoked. And again, like as what Trick said, we were so used at the beginning of the competition wherein they would always pick defense first because they were trying to be as careful as possible, probably. But now they kind of picked up that, hey, you know what, in this map, we'll get more points in at the start of the game if we pick attack first. So let's just do that. Let's not be too careful this time. Let's do that instead. But with the adjustments coming in from all of these players, all of these teams, I think that it's only fitting for us to start with the predictions because it's going to be incredibly hard as we go down the line. So with that, Trix, why don't you go first?
I think that with Bleed's performance, with the maturity they have as a team, I hope that they remain consistent and that they remain, that ability to see each other, understand each other, really work on those team plays and those refrags. And I think that Bleed can take this from Fancy United.
I agree with you. I am going for Bleed too. I've just seen the improvement come from this team
Yes.
all the way from the plains. Maybe this is me again, growing some sort of attachment towards the players because I keep seeing them play over and over again. And once, you know how when you're like a mom and you see the improvement that your child has done? I'm not saying that I Bleed Esports' mom, but I'm just so proud of all of these teams when I see them outperform themselves from the previous series that they have.
I mean, speaking of that, Bleed is also my pick. Just because of this improvement. We all love a team that's always ready to grow and evolve. And I feel like also we talked about maturity of a team. I feel like Bleed is one of those teams with those really, really big, huge impact plays. Ever since the addition of Pith and Maxi, we started, at first I was a little bit unconvinced, but now I understand completely what exactly Bleed wants to do and bring in. And the way they play can be very different than the rest of APAC. They don't want to play, they want to go beyond Malaysia and Singapore. They want to go global. So if you want to go global, you have to really have an idea what exactly is coming in from different regions and what exactly can work when it comes to moving forward. And because they're just so flexible and so quick at learning and picking up these things, it gives them so much of an edge as well as experience. And I'm really looking forward to see if they can make it all the way to Masters. But we talk about that as well. Fancy United is not a team to be looked down on. I feel like their flexibility and their speed can be a problem to Bleed. So long as they're wary about Bleed is capable of, they might be able to put this in the bag.
Yeah.
I think if FCY goes into this understanding that Bleed is also kind of the best of both worlds, that's what they've come to, that's the identity they're starting to farm into, taking that kind of more tactical approach, more mind game approach that we tend to see on the EU, as well as that aggression that SEA and APAC region is known for. They're starting to find that perfect middle ground that they have. If FCY goes into that understanding this and being able to kind of dictate the pace as they have been in previous games,
absolutely.
I think that would definitely assist them in trying to get more rounds on Bleed.
Yeah, I feel like Bleed is the kind of team that really wants to force you into their momentum. I mean, prior to this, we saw this where Bleed could just go super slow if they want to, and then the other team gets really antsy and they come to them and they get punished for it. So so if say Bleed does kind of switch around between these speeds and just control the momentum, it'll spell trouble for Fancy. But if Fancy is able to not really bow to that momentum, learn to get as much information as possible while minding the fact that you have Pith and Maxi who like to play lurks and flanks, it may just be a whole different story altogether. And I'm not worried at all for them, because Fancy is just that adaptable.
Yeah, well, we're already on the topic of pacing over here. It makes me question how fast or how slow the rounds are going to go, because we have Bleed that's kind of aggressive, and then we have Fancy United that kind of adjusts the pace depending on what's happening over here. But I guess we'll have a better idea of this as we get into this agent selection that's happening right now. I'm seeing Neon already, so maybe along the faster pace tricks, I'm not too sure.
We are seeing both teams running that double controller. We have the Breach on the side of Fancy United with the Raze and the Neon, which means that's a lot of control that they could get. That's still a lot of delay that they have. And I feel that not enough people also recognize this, but on Bleed's side, we are seeing a lineup that they have played before. It's that Sky, it's the Viper, the Astra, the Sage with the Raze, and I find that gives a lot of potential for them to stop the information that Fancy United will be getting. But also, if Fancy United is able to play with that aggressive lineup on the defender side and push Bleed back, I think that would be really beneficial on their end.
I think that if you look at the lineup from Bleed, it shows a more, I wouldn't say defensive heavy, rather it's a very default, very stoic. I would say that it's not really as aggressive as what you expect to see from Fancy United. Just seeing this lineup from Fancy, I can already tell that they want to go WGB. They want to go aggressive on both attack and defense. And one team that made it happen for that particular map has been PaperX and Xerxia. So if say Bleed, I think the reason why Bleed chose this was to kind of stop that aggression coming through with the Sage Wall. They can stop that middle aggression coming through. They can stop that aggressive takes from mid. After all, mid control is the name of the game here on Split. So Bleed has to make sure that Fancy isn't able to get that. But with their speed with Neon though, it might be a different story.
I do agree. I do feel like on the side of Fancy United, it feels like a whole W composition. Not a lot of information being taken out here because on the other side of the esports, you have the Sky, you have the Dog, right? So it gives you a little bit more information, but I'm interested to seeing how this is gonna work out. I'm interested how Fancy United has this down to a science that they're gonna show us like, hey, despite this not being a hard information lineup, we'll get the information either way. Or maybe they plan on clearing corners as much as possible. Because to me, that's what it's looking like right now. We got a Breach, we got a Neon, we got a Raze. All of the utility you throw out kind of clears the corners out for you. But maybe it'll work on Split. After all, there are a lot of close corners here. We'll have to wait and see. For the meantime, though, we're going to be passing you guys over to our casters so that we can begin with this first game. See you guys on Split.
Yet another beautiful day in paradise in the upper bracket as we see Bleed and Fancy square off. And like I always say, the panel always brought up and has brought up very good points. Asarai, what is going on, man? You going for the more experimental industrial metal look today?
What do you mean?
The Earth shirt though.
Yeah, it's because I don't know. This is what people use when they're out in the wild. So if I'm gonna watch something in the wild, you know, like dinosaur movies, this would be perfect camouflage.
I think you're mistaking a brown pair of pants for a brown t-shirt. But
well, I
in any
have,
case,
like, brown pair of pants, so I can't show it right now.
Well, wow, there you go. He has the whole wardrobe. He has the full outfit. But I did reference the panel, and I think it was Trix who brought up that Fancy doesn't really necessarily have a preference when it comes to specific playstyles, right? And it's very obvious with their, I would say, insurmountable amount of agent compositions. Yeah.
Well, look at us finishing each other's sandwiches.
That's what I was gonna say.
All right, let's get into it. Again, lots on the line, and the first question is, how effective is this Neon going to be? We've seen this specifically in our own region as well, in the Philippines with, I believe that was Naos, but not as effective, although Fancy have proven to be a team that, you know, is very good with those executions, knows a lot of compositions, and does have a lot of backbone to supplement the things that they try to employ. That being said, Bleed, quick push into the B site, as they still do have a lot of utilities left for this post.
That is true, and like you mentioned, we've seen it in our own local region with a slight bit of variation. Hopefully the success is going to be on the side of Fancy, as two have fallen on the side of Bleed. Maxi does get a trade, so with Yes I Can out of it, that paint shell, that sorely needed paint shell, is not going to be able to clear out anything, but Therion has the right idea. Everybody is here for a bit of a target-rich environment. 2v2 now. Acerola gets absolutely demolished.
Wow.
And Lenny gets Heisey as well. But I think it was also the panel, Asar, that mentioned that, oh wow, Bleed actually still take that. But the panel did mention that this is a lineup that requires a lot of proactivity. And I know Trix loves that word, proactivity, really taking initiative. And it's, once again, high execution. And I believe that's not to over-reference our own region too, but I believe that's why Naos kind of underperformed with that lineup, just felt so stagnant.
And I guess it's the combo of the Breach and Neon, right? You mentioned how it's very high proactivity, but also could be high risk, high reward, because you still could get hit by the fault line itself. So if you don't time this correctly or space yourself correctly with the Neon, it is going to blow up in your face. And it hasn't really...
No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended. It didn't show, at least for this first round. We'll probably see it later on when Fancy actually goes for the attacking side. But what I was very curious about is how Fancy actually still lost the retake there. I think it was just about 3 people that they have to deal with, but it's just a nice amount of spacing from the rest of Bleed and Durion's timing with the throw on the paint shells that I think just really helped them push Fancy back into a shooting gallery between Durion and Lexi. And then they just were able to hit shots. Fancy just not able to reciprocate the effort.
Yeah, that is true. And with this lineup on the side of Fancy, I feel like with this defense, right, I think they might just let go of all the sites since they have double controller. They're gonna use that to their retaking abilities, and although that is what I think might happen in theory, practice has not really been all that obvious yet. Early in the day, and we have a tech pause. Is Ray casting? I don't think so, right?
Yeah. She almost always is. Fast games,
that
my
explains
face.
it.
Yeah.
No, there's no shading here. Actually, no, there's
should
no
be.
shade, Asarai.
Just a little bit of shade. Just a tiny
No,
bit.
it's not shade. It's the entire Nightfall. Ray, what are you doing?
Entire Nightfall.
Like, why do we have another tech pause?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Obviously, we're joking around. But it is very, very early into the game. And all we really have to speculate with is the lineups. As Bleed, they have something a little more traditional and fancy. Well, we've talked about it quite a bit. It is pretty high execution, and I would say pretty high risk. A lot of speed on their side and a lot of discombobulating effects. But so far with Bleed having that first pistol on the board, the first initial swing, the first initial rounds are definitely in their favor right now.
Absolutely. And again, with this double controller for Bleed, there's just a lot of options for being able to sneak in ever so slowly for them. Right, at least on the attacking side. Same with Fancy, but we'll probably see that come into play here and now. I think that is a budget smoke. Yep, there it is, just to make Durion flinch just a teeny tiny bit, but Bleed really making a lot of noise here. Making Fancy work proactively just to get a little bit more information if need be. And as they clear up onto ropes here, Raph. Name of the game will be the B site, but look at Fancy. They're all just stacked up on A. This is their save round. This is their pistol. They want to set up the crossfires, but the 50-50 does not work for them. And I think Bleed have caught wind of this.
What?
And look at that. They've just gotten all the way through spawn. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Lene actually went back. Maybe just thinking that their spawn could be infested with defenders. Just want to make sure. Anyways, they have the time, so they're just going to go for it. And yeah, they absolutely now know what Fancy was planning.
That is true. Just a bit of a double check there. And I love the measured approach by Bleed. Trix also mentioned, and as well as the rest of the panel, that the growth of this team has been undergoing has been far more impressive than we would have expected. But Fancy, even though they only have classics, they have the footwork to back it up. They do get 2. And that makes it a little more expensive for Bleed, but another round on the board nonetheless. Adjustment speed was a key factor in the previous matches, and definitely will be one here. As Bleed, they could potentially steal more rounds away on this offensive side.
Absolutely, especially now that they do have the... actually, no. Maybe not this particular round, since this is going to be the buy round for Fancy. Usually we do say things like that. Could be a difference here since... yes, I think this is just an MYSG special where they do love to go for rifle buys on the 3rd round. Arguably for us, we'd like to go just the full Spectre buy during the 2nd round, and then on the 3rd save if you lose, right? Something like that. But they want to keep the ball rolling. You got to give that to Bleed because they do have that hard confidence in them. Durion all the way through alley, back alley, mind you. And this Heisey won't be the one to approach. Very afraid of what could be. They're just making sure as the rest of the defenders are starting to come in. Oh, Fisio, I don't think he knows. They actually check it, so the trade is going to be good, and Heisey's right here. Seekers get a little bit in Lexi. No way. He actually gets the kill. Could have actually gotten more there, but Acerola able to get the trade regardless. Lene and Pith now in a 3 versus 2. Acerola drops down, spots out Pith. It's all down to Lene, who's actually tagged up. Does have the flash, but there's too many angles for him to manage. It's way out in the open, the spike, but cannot reach it in time. Too many defending. If he got the peek out, maybe, but not this time.
We already see the idea of that double controller working here. Despite the stars being undeployed, it is very telling of how Fancy want to approach this. And again, very, very similar to a number of our matches in our play-ins. Third round, always going to the upgraded weapons. That's right. I think, was Fishio part of the Fancy squad in stage 1? My memory could be betraying me again. Maybe there's just so many players in the mix. I think he might be the newest member, right? Again, correct us if we're wrong. You know, it's a lot to remember, but Bleed right now, they want to create new moments, as this map is going to be memory lane. A bit of a nightmare for Bleed, as they get shredded to bits by these Spectres. And like I said, that proactivity and that initiative that Fancy is taking is going into their favor. The strength of this composition in full display. And Acerola puts the final nail in the coffin for Pith. At least for that round, it is now tied up 2-2. Bleed very close to a reset point here, but they have to stave off the urge to force buy, going for a more frugal route. They got those upgraded pistols, but we talked about aggression. I feel like the only real weakness to this comp, Asarai, is if you go for one bad hard read, now you have barely any utility, right? Because it's a, I would say it's a pretty much all-in comp, or it can be an all-in comp.
Yeah. Ooh. Where's that satchel actually placed? Anyways, that's not what you want to see. Oh, this could be dangerous though, as that snakebite makes it very easy for the rest of Fancy to stop down these attackers. Still somehow Durian hits the shot, picks himself up. The Vandal can go for the plant on the spike, and the
Spike planted.
recuperation here of Fancy will take just a teeny tiny bit more seconds. Maybe this will give Durian a chance to isolate a couple of fights, but BMB swift to go for the trade. If not, Yes I Can was already coming through B main. And this is, again, Fancy able to just quell the aggression that Bleed is employing in Split.
Like I said, memory lane. Not gonna be seeing Split soon. And as we gloss over this map, already quite a bit of flashbacks, you know, from maybe the scrims, from the player history, all the watches and the VODs we've reviewed. Looking at that, despite all the utility being thrown in his way, Heisey made a case of making that be tower position, that be Heaven his own. Like I said, right, it's just one bad read away from disaster in the side of Fancy, but so far them taking a leg up over Bleed, it's been looking pretty good. Now Bleed, they're forced to yet another high priority round for themselves. They'd go for a slower default here that's leaning towards A. So the moment Fancy get this information, I guess the most optimal thing to do is for them to back out of Heaven, wait for the rest of their team. But so far, you know how Fancy can play. They will explode out of nowhere. And BMV, he's ready for it. He's readying all the support utility that he can. But Bleed, they give no more information outside that single orb in this wall.
Oof. They're jumping with 2 different footsteps. So maybe Bleed is going to think that there's 2 people here, but regardless of, Durian's popped his ultimate already. Everybody from Fancy actually just vacates. Probably afraid of what the damage could have been from the showstopper. Yeah, they're going to come back, but that's a little bit awkward. That being said, though, Bleed has set up already the Astro Wall. And this will make it even more difficult for the rest of Fancies, because now they're going to play a really difficult game of Whack-A-Mole. Lene, beautiful timing into that. The swing out, but somehow they get charged in with the concuss. I think that was from the relay vault. Absolutely perfect. Yes, I Can taking damage from the snakebite. Cannot push any further, but they do not know that Maxi lurks in the shadows. One is marking, as you can see. Heisey's trying to check this out. Maxi, how quick can you go? How quick can you punish? Not quick enough. Good stuff. And Lexi, only 1 to remain. Heisey comes out for the 4K, and absolutely perfect from the retake of Fancy, but the time is going to be limited, but it's going to be enough. 0.51.
It's enough. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. But like I said, right, I think Fancy, they really want to avoid getting picked off here because so far they've laid out their plans and it needs the cooperation of every single member on that team, every single utility that they have. Now, that kind of gives Bleed an idea what they should be doing. They should try to find these picks, maybe isolate these fights, have more cloistered situations. That is easier said than done, knowing the nature of this map. I know Fancy wanna navigate around that said weakness. But here we go again. A pretty standard mid default here as Lexi is looking to turn up the aggression and hopefully find anybody trying to hold off mid. But Fancy, they remain very stoic. No reactions whatsoever, no aggressive peeks. They will get found out by that guiding light. The relay bolt will prompt them to go forward, but do they find anybody here? No, they don't. Not even a lick of damage. As Acerola on that jiggle is not a favorable trade for him. And like you said, Heisey, he does get one as Darion with that explosive entry. Lenny's right there with the Spirit of the Forest and those cabbages right behind him. Now they've discovered where the brunt of Fancy is, Asarai. But Bleed, they have a resurrection in their back pocket, so this retake, that much more difficult.
Split-second mistake, I think, from Fancy here, or maybe just Heisey not expecting that the push out from Bleed would have been that fast. Again, when you set the star as an Astra, there's a split second where you can't actually immediately use any of your abilities, and that just makes it incredibly easy for the attackers to just keep the pursuit on. And what you saw as they were able to get the attention of 3 players of Fancy on mid, and then just isolate Heisey where he stands. He was good for the one trade, but again, Lexi still, because he did have that res, it was so difficult for Fancy to just recuperate, and an easy take on to B. And you saw they stopped every single defender from coming in one by one.
One by one, bit by bit, brick by brick, as this is a house that wants to be rebuilt as we take the first pause of the game. Once again, we say the same thing. It's gonna allow them to reconsider what their options are, take a step back potentially. But if we look at the economy, how these teams are going, Fancy is far ahead when it comes to buy rounds here. I believe they have 2 more. And I like this early timeout, whether it's supposed to mess up the timing for Bleed or just to reassess whatever small holes they have in their plan. Either way, they will look for boons from that.
Well, not only do they have the spending power for the weaponry, but also in terms of the utility, the ult economy for Fancy here looking quite on a goods, Raph. So maybe their retakes could look a little bit more explosive. Acerola is actually going to be playing on B Heaven here, so the plan could be to just employ his ultimate on mid, but he's already walled it off. So I wonder if they're just going to save this for something else, or he places this elsewhere too. If he tries to go straight for A and then uses it, yeah, he's jumping down right now on the minimap. So that is going to be, I think, the ultimate used on A main while he just influences the other part of the map. With this, Rolling Thunder has been used, but look at the exit out from Bleed, so quick. Nobody punished whatsoever. And Yes I Can is really enforcing their wrath into this. Boom bots hitting each other. It's the battle of the Crush Gears. And look at that, somehow the trades found by both the Astras. Coming out of B main, mind you, not through mid, not through market, but B main.
Oh man, Heisey has been a strong point for Fancy. Losing him early in the round, not the greatest look for Fancy. Still, with the Viper's Pit in place, still a gamble for Bleed to go anywhere. Fancy potentially having this situation under control, but it looks like there are new owners of this garage and potentially leaking out into Ramen. This BMV might be the sole survivor, maybe the sole defender of B Heaven. But Bleed again, they changed their plans. Like, you know what? We've taken the scenic route. I like B, but this, I love A. And they're completely going to navigate away and completely break the ankles of this Viper. Aha! It seems that this entrance is clogged, but apparently the other one's open. But look at this! They take so much map control away from Fancy. Again, Fancy have to turtle up. That gives them not a lot of room to work with to operate like a phalanx. But it seems that their legs have been swept, completely swept. And Pith, he sees he barely saw the barrel, I think. But Pith, he lines it up. He gets yes I can. And how does he land that shot? Falling from the heavens. And BMV strikes him down back to hell. 1v2, although it is looking so fantastic for Bleed.
I was gonna say that was a really good defensive line for Fancy. Granted that they gave control to Bleed to go all the way through A Heavens as well as Spawn. But the thing that you have to remember about that is they already gotten so much control elsewhere. I was just wondering that I think Acerola should have been the one to peek out initially first, so that he could have just spotted somebody from rafters there, or maybe just the timing was what gave Pith that split decision. If it was Acerola that came out, Pith wouldn't have that double man lineup, as it were. That being said, it was very minuscule of a difference, but it's all of what it took.
That is true. And Bleed, they have their work cut out for them. Heisey again, making a bit of a repeat performance, but Pith, who's been absolutely solid, continues to elevate him and his team. Now they have free reign over this B site, as that Fancy Phalanx still trying to trudge along, a wall in their way. With the barrier orb broken. Maxi relaying the information. Oh, and that's a little bit of a mess. Yes, I can. Unapologetically removes Maxi from play. So a 2v3 now, Astra. Yes, I can, though. He did get tagged up, and they have no way of healing him. And Pith. Oh! What? Bleed! True to their name, they slice him up! I would have never expected that, but you know what? Well...
Okay. Alright.
Let's calm down. Lexi,
right.
He gets one. It's Fishio, and BMV is the last to fall. Oh my lord.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a head scratcher, really.
You can't make this up.
You really can't. But you know what? That's part of the magic of the game, you know?
We had two highlights in this one, Raph. The Goomba Stomp, and then the in-your-face knife. Who says that a knife can't beat a gun?
The people that were shot, you know, they can't say anything. But
well,
apparently,
I mean, the people that were stabbed can.
Yeah, that is true.
In Valorant.
Fancy. In Valorant. Yes, let's keep it to Valorant here. Oh my lord. Fishio again, very, very perilous. As he watched that nade and his life flashed before his eyes. Maybe he declared, my time has come. But he's not Master Uguay. The patience is very much present though. As Bleed, they seem uninterested in taking mid. The pressure has been set. And look at this.
Right there.
Although that what I do feel is that Bleed, they're burning a lot of stamina, like, you know, in IRL fatigue, just maneuvering the map like this. They know Fancy. They're playing a very hyper-turtle, hyper-defensive, and hyper-compact style. But they still have to worry about the potential mix-up. What if they use this angle next? But so far, it's been working out for them. They go for a full contact push on A. And it's theirs. It is in the hands of Bleed.
And, you know, speaking of Master Uguay, what's happening now is what we call a gift. Because this is the present, and the present is the A site.
Do we see them fade into the pink leaves? No, we don't.
Alright. We'll see how this is. This is going to be a messy retake, mind you. The Astro Wall could be used to isolate a little bit here, but there's just no real damage that could be done. There's two playing on A main here. Heisey has unraveled the wrath of Bleed, and that's down to Acerola all the way through screens, but that screen has a process. And that is for him to just go all the way around, because there's a big wall, there's Tuchonki, and Acerola, well, he just says and enjoys the event horizon of that spike. Kaboom.
Many space nerds will be very enlightened. Maybe Interstellar fans looking at the last part to exit. Don't leave me, Murph.
Or maybe Inside the Earth fans.
That's very,
Yeah.
I don't even remember Korra as a movie, man. That has to be rewatched. But again, potentially the cultural impact could potentially be questionable of said movie. But it looks like Bleed and Fancy, they are keeping things incredibly terrestrial, getting their boots on the ground as they go for the nitty-gritty. As Fancy, they spread out their defensive line now. Much more default heavy in comparison to the previous rounds, I believe. As Bleed, they go for that 1-3-1 spread still. Not a lot of aggression on the side lanes, really, but by that I mean B Garage and A main. Not a lot of pressure coming from Fancy's side, so it's just really giving Bleed so much wiggle room. And it looks like since A has been a pretty popular choice for them, they want to mix things up. They now have their sights set on B as a point of interest creates itself here. Utility still giving Fancy some second thoughts as they don't aggress. But Darion, he shoves his opponents away from ropes, but he gets some success in mail as he finds Acerola. The trade from BMV is here. And Fancy, they spring right into action here as the plan is going to go down. A pretty even situation still. BMV does have that Rolling Thunder, but Heisey gets cut off by Lenny. Lenny's just one away from those cabbages. Yeah.
Yeah. It was so fast to actually go into that. So the play was for Darion just to make the noise because they already knew that since there's no Sentinel from Fancy here that had any abilities to stop them from coming into the site, if they could just manage to divert some of the stars from Heisey on mid, it would have been more than enough. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of powwow that Fancy can throw in their general direction. Shots from Yes I Can is absolutely beautiful. Now it's into a 1 versus 1. Vicio, he's had the spike already. He's going to challenge Lexi. As Lexi was already sweating bullets as he tried to go for the clutch, but somehow, as Vicio goes away from the spike, 0.16 is what separated him for possible 5th round for Fancy. Unfortunately, cannot get it.
This half by Blade, incredibly impressive. Fancy, they have ideas of what they want to do, but ultimately, they've been outmaneuvered by Bleed. One more round to make this a little more doable in the second half, but Darion's been taking so much space. Despite getting traded out early, getting those key positions, those forward operating bases for his team. It did look like this was going to be a Fancy round, but Murphy's Law dictates whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
How about Eddie Murphy's Law?
Which is what? Make bad movies till your career dies? I don't know, man. Eddie Murphy is a legend, but it's been a good minute. Well, there you go. Darion, he doesn't want to wait any further as he gets one, but the trades have been so fast. Vicio again, a lot of that maneuverability has been showing its head in the previous rounds too. Lexi, he does top up his teammate. It's Pith that's going to be sidelined for now. As those Seekers, they're going to do a lot of the dirty work for Bleed here. Fancy, they're still encompassing the site. They have a good position. And all they have to do is kind of wait here. Bleed, now they're still trying to figure out where they can defend from. As Vicio doesn't have any armor, so relegated potentially to be first contact, but a slight delay could happen because of that Trailblazer. Now the scramble for heaven begins as Yes I Can teases Darion a bit, exposing Darion, but it's Maxi here to reinforce him as Heisey with a judge doing a bit of a Darion impression. Lenny and Heisey, they are engaged in one-on-one combat, and the first to duck is the first to fall as the classic takes him out. But Maxi does eventually find Heisey.
So that's why Heisey wasn't more confident in peeking out, or rather defending B main. I was wondering a little bit because I wasn't paying attention to what weapon he actually had in his hand. But that might have been a mistake on the side of Heisey himself, because if he was waiting for the rest of his teammates to create that space for him to close the distance, right, as he was peeking out through B main here, they might have needed him to actually do the same. So the timing just from Fancy, very minute differences, but again, it is stacking up because Bleed is just so good at getting these trades and able to really compress that fact. Anyways, 8-4. It is going to be the flip of the switch, and now this is where also Fancy's composition can come into play. Double duelist with a lot of concussion. Actually, double duelist and double controller. So it's all going to be up in your face if you ain't careful.
Be in your grill, much like that knife kill. Still hasn't left me the thrill of the kill. Oh, well, there you go, some bars.
Yeah.
But now we have fans. Good match, by the way, for all you combat sports fans. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. But if your eyes are so locked in and invested in VCT, that's perfectly fine. Completely acceptable. As Bleed, they have a pretty substantial lead over Fancy. Fancy, though, on the attacking side, might just look to snowball and deathball onto a site here. Again, the round really, rather the composition permits them to do so. Ray!
Well, I do know that if you say their name 3 times, they'll be summoned.
Wait. No, I don't want to say it. You know, I don't want to say it. It's fine. It's completely fine, as we've staved off the technical pause. We've shooed it away. We've scared it away.
Yeah. Just like the hiccups.
Huh? How?
Yeah, you gotta scare somebody to, you know, scare the hiccups.
Show them what? The technical pause? Oh god, I am so scared. But
no, you have to scare the technical pause.
How do you scare a technical pause, perhaps? But
oh, it's a halftime pause. Yes, there you go. So I thought it was a mix of like halftime and technical. Oh,
yes. Okay, let's recenter.
All right.
As a Fancy, that Phalanx playstyle, emulating the great Spartans of old, still very much present here, but I would say a little similar situation on the defensive side, where they really kind of leave both A main and garage unoccupied, potentially giving Bleed a lot, maybe too much room to work with. But again, it's the pistol. They don't really assume too much. They're just patiently waiting for that orb to go down. Is met by a doorstop of a barrier orb here. And look at Pith. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to mosh. But look at that. Fancy, now they aggress elsewhere. This time it's B.
Well, let's see if the reach of Pith with his arm is going to be felt here on the B side, as he's left his utility all the way through A. It's not going to be the star of the show. It's going to be Darion's Boombot. It does get a bit of damage. Can't go for the reload, and Fishio, blood in his eyes as he gets shot after shot. Pith is here, comes right in, all left to him, but gets quickly traded. And Fancy, bit of the taste of the medicine there from Bleed from the first pistol.
Did Bleed win both pistols? I believe so, right?
I mean, they lost this pistol. They won the last pistol.
Yeah, they won the last pistol, pardon me. Getting mixed up with my words here. A good look for Fancy and Bleed. Now it's their turn to adjust to this fairly aggressive onslaught of these upgraded weapons. Not gonna deter Darion, though. Darion is a signature judge. Seen it before, and this could potentially be stand out in the VODs. And the R&D, they got their work cut out for them. They find Darion. Bleed. The march has begun. And with nothing but classics to resist, or rather Fancy on the march. Bleed having a little bit of trouble on that resistance. They do find one, but I don't think that's enough to dent the economy.
Yeah, definitely not. Fancy. Ooh, they have Fishio again with this Vandal. This is going to be incredibly scary for Bleed to try to go up against. Fishio has just been doing massive damage, but just popping shots through the smoke. Not only that round, but it feels like he's done it multiple rounds now. It just feels very annoying, probably as a Pith, or not as a Pith, but like as a Bleed player when that actually happens, because they like to hide under smoke so much and play alongside it. In any case, Darion brought himself out the judge once again. This man really just loves his shotgun powwows. That being said, though, it seems like yes, I can. And the rest of Fancy have circumvented this by just going all the way through the A site. They do love that shotgun mentality this time. Not the weapon, but the mentality. And it actually seems to be working somewhat. BMV Actually not alone on A main, but this might be a big mistake from Fancy, as 3 of their members have already dropped down. Yes, I can get spotted by Maxi. It's all down to Physio, as the judge from Durian becomes the final word. And that is going to be a swift little retake from the Bleed team.
Cannot really doubt the judgment of 12 gauge, as it is honest, it is not picky. Once it hits you, it's going to be nothing but the truth, as we stare eye to eye to the unicorn. But a 6-9 lead in favor of Bleed, definitely. Lexi has been popping off, man. 16-7. His productivity has been through the roof. Pith as well, so high impact. So many rounds that could be credited to him. Darion, very, very adamant on that judge. Did, however, pick up that late upgrade, only to give it away. Still has that judge, as I mentioned. Pith has that Viper's Pit ready. And gee, now that if you think about it, Bleed is the type of team to use ultimates quite liberally, especially even if it's just to benefit them individually as players. And it's a very unique trait to have. Pith and Lenny, though, they share the same fragging capacity as they shred every single person on the side of Fancy. So far, they haven't checked the heavens from above, and they get stricken down by the poison of Pith yet again. Bleed, another quick round on the board. The death ball can't get itself started. Fancy, a little bit of a hobbled performance here, Asarai.
Yeah, they're starting to lose momentum right now. I'm loving the use of the wall, not on A main, but rather on the side itself. So even if there is this boulevard, right, that Fancy can just go straight on, they have to still maneuver into the site, and that's where this boulevard turns into broken dreams for Fancy, because whatever they want to get in that A site just does not happen.
And with that being said, Asarai, it only leads us to even more questions, considering that the upgrades on the pistols, it's all what Fancy is going to be allowed to use. They do have quite a bit of utility here. BMV could potentially use that Rolling Thunder, but there's really no other ultimate or utility to supplement it at the moment. As Pith, he holds strong. That's unbelievable. Oh my goodness, Pith! And truly, he creates a pit of death in the ropes. BMV finds Lexi, but Maxi is very, very quick on the trade.
That's, I'm just gonna say, he has an equation, man. That's what you call the Pythagorean theorem.
Why do I have to sit down here and listen to this?
You wanted this.
Pythagoras is now rolling in his grave, Asarai. What have you done? In any case, that was, well, we did see three values there. Pith obviously being the constant. I'm not sure how that went for Darion, getting hit by the vulnerability of the snake bite. Yes, I can. Getting the same treatment too. So far, he's a little he's stuck here. He's pogoing just a tiny bit. And despite Maxi getting the first shots off, it's Fischio to get the final kill. And Fancy looking much better this time around. Now they have site control. Maybe a little more assertiveness is what they need, and it's been benefiting them. Lenny and Pyth, a wonder duo in its own right, still look to take this away. But what can they really do?
Probably not a lot. A flash will pop out. Nobody's blinded here, but the trade's so swift because it's a 2 versus 4. Hit's been spotted. A couple of strafing in the end. And either backs away or just gives it up. Well, what is kind of good here is, again, Bleeds have so much economy to use to just buy themselves back up. It's gonna just save what he has right now. Not really useful to not, but gotta give it to Fancy. Their control, Fischio, still ever the sharp blade of the Fancy team to, again, just pierce in, slash in through these sites. And you really do see that confidence abound. He's taking a lot of the kills and a lot of the deaths, but when you look at it from just a performance standpoint, it has been the make or break for a Fancy. Still, there is the deficit, but if Fischio can keep this perennial ball rolling, is going to look much better for, I think, the Fancy team.
They might just have to set it to Wumble and get that W going. As a very convenient scoreline we have. For Bleed at least. A cushion that's fairly comfortable. But a bank that's even more healthy. But look at this again. This is the speed that Fancy would love to play against, or rather play at. But everybody's already shooting at the smoke, opting to push away any would-be defenders, any retakers. If you look at the ult here, we still have Lenny and the Seekers. Lexi has a res available, but he is quite disjointed from his team. He is isolated, so if any aggression comes his way, then it could be very, very difficult. But all the smokes, all the layers of utility, providing so many problems on Bleed. We still don't see the Seekers being popped. It's actually the Rolling Thunder, and the rest of Fancy absolutely flatten Bleed. Maxi all on his lonesome. Still gets one, a consolation prize perhaps, but the time is ticking on that spike. VMV, although dangerously low, has no reason to take this fight at all. They double swing for good measure, and it's still him to finish it off.
Now here's the thing. The reason why it was so difficult for Bleed to do anything was, as you mentioned, right, the smokes were just that plenty, and because of that, Bleed could not get their most expensive purchase to work for them, which is Durian on that operator. So because of that, Durian had to just satchel out, get into hell, and be at least an info gatherer to just tell the rest of Bleed where Fancy were located. And even then, you saw, again, as you mentioned, Fancy just having BMB's Rolling Thunder. Such a difficult utility to go up against. Fischio, no fear to actually check the left side, thinking that nobody's going to be there. Well, not really. And that just goes to the building confidence right now of the Fancy team. They've gotten a lot of information and a lot of noise done on A, as Bleed have actually gotten a 3-man approach here. Still, Bleed not over-rotating just yet. They do have, again, Pith on mid as well as Maxi playing through on B main. So possibly the contact of these two Western players can net them something. Lene has activated the ultimate already, so that's going to give away some of the positioning. But the thing is, ooh, I like this. Heisey has actually broken all of them. So if you can at least call somebody back and they try to readdress A main, they could swing hard onto Lene, but what's Fancy doing? They're really burning the clock, and they're still just halfway to nowhere.
Halfway to nowhere, huh?
30 seconds left.
They take the scenic route. 30 seconds. And time is winding down again. Not for the spike, but Lenny, wow, just takes down Fischio here. Nacerola doesn't know where he is, but BMV, he checks. He senses something behind him. But the patience from Pith. Darion even gets highs with that showstopper. And suddenly, this measured attack falls short. As Bleed's walls, they prove to be impenetrable. Match point. And they are looking like they are in the driver's seat here, Asarai. They're gonna run away with this one if this is the trend that Fancy want to continue.
I gotta say, that was a very questionable round for Fancy. They just burned so much time. They got, like, he just, I don't know, man. Heisey destroyed all of the Seekers. That could have been the signal already to hit aggressive, not really set up the wall just yet. And because they set up the wall so early, Bleed just reciprocated the effort. Maxi brought out his own. And look at this. All of the members of Fancy not having too much in terms of the utility department. You do see Fischio having the electric hands, the finger blasters, but there's nobody on the quick contact that'll allow him to just blast anybody. Maybe after he loses this, somebody gives him the Vandal, because just give your crack shot that, right? BMB plays on the classic, something like that. Acerola is about to get swung by 3 players of Bleed, and nobody's going to be helping him out. This is going to be so difficult for him, and he loses the first fight. This is just absolutely horrendous, as Fischio trying to at least pick up maybe one of the weapons or catch him off. This is not looking too good. 4, 5 players back on the side of Pith, or side of Bleed, excuse me. As now, yes, I can, and BMB caught rock in a hard place in the pocket as the nades falter, and BMB last to stand, last to fall down, and Bleed will be able to take the first game of the series.
Convincingly, mind you. Again, I love the idea. I love the theory crafting of Fancy to have a more very utility heavy approach to whatever they wanted to do. But again, when you put all your eggs in one basket and go for that super tanky approach, the speed and the maneuverability, it's really not present. Bleed, they still look very locked in. Job ain't done. Series ain't over yet. There's still one map left to conquer for them. Fancy, they're not gonna go down without a fight.
Absolutely. I believe the next map will be Icebox. And this is, as you mentioned, possibly the final resting place of Fancy. Well, not really final, since this is the winner's bracket of our group stage. It's still not over for Fancy here, but they really did seem that they lost a lot of steam at the very tail end of that first game. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we do come back, it's again the panel to discuss things even further. So guys, don't go anywhere.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they startin'. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they startin'. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me.
esports fans? You're still tuned into VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with Likeable, Cash Bunny, and Trix here on the panel. Bleed Esports taking the first point into this series. Now, their executions were really good, Trix, but sometimes it's the accidents that actually stood out for us, especially with Fifth getting that knife kill onto Yes I Can.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those happy accidents. I'm sure maybe it depends. I hope that Fancy United took it in light and it didn't really, affect them in any way.
Yeah.
But I do want to point out, I know that some of us were a bit skeptical looking at Fancy United's lineup going in, and I just want to point it out that you could tell that they knew exactly what they wanted from their lineup. They were playing aggressively. They did so in mid side when they were doing that retake. It was that same aggression. They were forcing the angles, knowing where the opponents were. What was fantastic on Bleed's attacker, though, was the moment they started to realize this, they started giving up mid control when the opponents were playing offensive. They just try to keep them there, contain them, and then try to go for that retake, going together instead of getting picked off one by trying to force the fight with Fancy. And then on the retakes, when Fancy United was trying to retake Bleed, we could see that some of them started going further back out so that they could end up pinching Fancy the moment the retake started to go in.
Yeah, I get that we're talking about the mid, right? They were able to condition Bleed that, hey, we're always going to be putting pressure on mid over here. But I do want to point out that there was this one round wherein Fancy United was pushing out Garage, and they were able to funnel Bleed Esports all the way to A, and then they had to do their whole retake. But I wanted to see more of this variety come out of Fancy United, actually, because for the most part, it was always mid. And as you said, Bleed Esports was just able to read right through that.
I think that what's going on here is the fact that Fancy United's lineup didn't allow them the flexibility compared to what lineup that comes in from Bleed. Coming in from that though, because they do have to play aggressive. So once they've pushed out, once they pushed out mid and took all that control, you see this, this reaction coming from Bleed where they're like, okay, let's just give them the space. Let's find another way in. Maybe they'll lose one, and then immediately they throw out those utils just to give them some breathing space, and then suddenly they've disappeared. You're not too sure where exactly they'll be, and then suddenly they just take up, either they just wait for Fancy to go elsewhere and then retake mid and go in through ropes, or you'll see them coming in from a different place altogether. Regardless, because of this flexibility coming in from them and their ability to adjust on the fly allowed them to really take other sides. And once Bleed usually takes sides, it's very rare for them to lose because their post-plant setups have been really solid.
Yeah, adding on to that, Bleed's game sense and game knowledge, as well as understanding what they want from each other as teammates, it was, you could tell that they were communicating more with each other. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew what information they were given. They knew how they wanted to play those crossfires, what they're going to do when the retake comes in. And I loved seeing the fact that Bleed was adjusting. When we first saw them in the play-ins, it was a little offbeat in terms of their adjustments.
Oh yeah,
I felt that it was a little lacking, but this time you could see that they were the discipline.
Yeah, we just talked about that. Oh my god, that was just so beautiful. There it is. I think this was an accident. That was honestly an accident. But honestly, it still came down to reaction. In some situations, you don't really react. I think he was just ready to. He wasn't ready to attack, but he was probably caught off guard. Now coming onto this as well, while I did say that I would rather see Lexi on a breach perhaps, but it didn't really suit their playstyle from how they wanted to play Split here, because you have the Sage allowing them the revive means that they can just because they're going against a very aggressive team. Picks are definitely going to happen. So if you can manage to equalize the round, and you see that in a lot of situations Lexi was able to get revives quite often, it's a very game-changing moment when you have that extra player again, especially if it's a player that can really help you clinch the round.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also really like that aggression on Darion's side. I feel like
it's Darion doing Darion. It's Darion.
But I mean, to be fair, it is Darion, but he at least he's going with his teammates. His teammates are always there with him. Like we saw that triple flank. We see that he always has at least one player alongside him able to get the refrag in case he gets picked off. And I think Fancy United was trying to kind of get that advantage by picking off Darion. Because before we've seen him be a little overheated, go a bit too far, overcommit to the duels. But this time he was patient. His teammates were with him. It was really just a team game in terms of Bleed side. And I think Fancy United definitely had some strategies in there. But Bleed understanding what they were going to do and adjusting mid-game, being able to change their post-plan setups, being able to change their defender, it was good.
Yeah, so we're gonna be moving over to Icebox in just a little bit, Tash. And I need to know your input on this one. What should Fancy United really adjust based off of the performance that they had over here at Split?
I would really like to see Fancy United run a comp that can be more flexible, that doesn't put them in a situation where already in Agent Select, we already know what you're gonna do, and we are just gonna just react off of that. I want to see them be more flexible in terms of not only their picks, but also how they play. Yes, this map is a map that, I would say rewards aggressive players, but there are just so many ways for you to anchor or hold down a site. And that's what it comes to. Like, I think for Fancy United, because of their aggressive plays, their crossfire isn't really there. We saw them really. It felt like whenever they go for these team fights and the team fights don't go their way, it felt like they were a little bit scattered and they got picked off one by one. It's not necessarily something that is. We didn't see the not teamwork per se, but the follow up from the teammates, because one of them will be so far in as opposed to the other members.
I guess it's more like that crossfire setup was a bit lacking on their side. Unlike Bleeds, when Bleed was coming in, they had those crossfires already in. They had the utility down. You could see how it was pairing with everything. And on Fancy United's, they're all about that aggression. When you have a team like Bleed that just said, okay, if you're going to go aggressively, then we're just going to give it to you. Because they don't want to get caught off with that utility. And I feel that's really what was the winning edge for Bleed.
Yeah, it really was. I hope that they go into Icebox with a little bit more hard intel in their lineup.
Yes.
Really, really important. I mean, we've touched upon it multiple times. Sure, the utility usage is there, but without intel, maybe you're just throwing your utilities at a blank space where there aren't any enemies, and it just becomes costly on your end. And that's what we don't want. We want you to be very wise with your utilities, because that's how you win rounds. Maybe it's not the gunfights that wins you. Maybe it's the paint shells and where you throw them at. It's such a huge factor to this game. And like I keep reiterating at this moment, we really hope to see some more hard intel on the side of Fancy United. Really, they tried really well to pull off that composition, but it just did not work out in the end. But here we are, girls. We're moving on to Icebox. And Trix, off the bat, what are you hoping to see, especially on the side of Bleed Esports over here?
I'm hoping to always see a Sova. I feel like Icebox without a Sova is a bit scary.
Well, BMV has got you covered.
And
Is that really gonna be a Cypher?
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that in my head. I haven't seen Cypher in a long time.
Yeah,
especially
not for this
at
map.
The stage. Yes. I feel like double controller.
Okay, do not doubt Fifth.
I don't doubt him. I don't doubt him. You have to understand that usually from last stage, I think one of the most played agents for Pith has been Killjoy. So seeing him expand and playing other agents is very, very new to me. I am more worried as to how exactly he wants to execute a Cypher on this map. But then again, Pith has always been their 300 IQ player, very similar to Benkai. So I am curious. They do have the staples on, like the Sage and the Sova. I think I have faith for Bleed. But what do you think of Fancy?
I'm a little surprised that they don't have a duelist, actually. I find that, contrary to their split, which was extremely aggressive, they were relying on those duelists to kind of go in with a breach. Now they're going into Icebox without a duelist. They have that double initiator with the KO and the Sova, which is a lot of intel. They have double controller, which means ideally they would have more control over the map and the space in which the opponents are taking with the chamber. So I'm a little worried for how they're going to open up sites, whether it's for the retake or the attacking, but I do hope to see them do more retakes for Defender.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is that because, again and again, I say this is a very aggression-heavy map, and without the utils to go aggressive, or enabling at least someone to get those picks? This is one question I want to ask. How are they going to do it? If you say Chamber, I would say that it's a little bit hard because Chamber is a play behind, get those long range sort of pick ups. So you don't really have the mobility when it comes to taking space or sites or even getting a pick and just getting out of the way.
I think that part of the mentality that they have here is that, contrary to the first map, they were the defenders and they had this very aggressive lineup and they weren't able to get as many points in as much as they'd like to, and that was very worrisome, especially when the first half ended, because we know how good of a defender Bleed Esports is. So now that they're here, moving into Icebox with defenders as their first round or their first half, I think they just want to get more points in as well, because this is a more defensive layout, I would say, compared to their enemy. So I think they're banking on that as part of it. But yeah, I'm really interested in how this is going to play out. They have double controllers over here, no duelists. I have seen this work out in the past, and for their sake, I hope that they make it work as well. But there we have it, folks. The second game coming your way in just a bit. Once again, this is Fancy United Esports versus Bleed Esports.
And here we are, back at it again. And yes, this time I gotta put my hair in an enclosure, you know, because if it's out there, it's gonna run wild.
I don't know how to feel about that, Asarai. Do you have some sort of infestation? You can be honest. It's the 21st century. We have medicine, we have whatever. But in any case, the hat comes back. It makes yet another appearance. An Icebox, yet another, I would say, innovative lineup, don't you think? I feel like the stage has just been a lot of experimentation for quite a few of our teams, really, and it seems that they've found a little bit of comfort, maybe growing pains here and there too.
Yeah, it feels like maybe it's somewhere midway from being experimental and something that they're actually using on a regular basis. Because with how you saw Fancy just play on Split in that first map, it really felt like, and Strix I think mentioned this the best, that they had a clear-cut idea of what they wanted to do. I think the problem therein lies that it just doesn't answer all of the questions that or rather all of the problems that Bleed were just throwing in their general direction. You know, one of them was, how quickly can you stop Bleed from out-rotating you and just attacking you from a concave type of approach? And it just seems like they struggled on that regard. That being said, I still do somehow like this Fancy comp coming into Icebox with the double initiator, no duelist whatsoever, because they're going to be starting on the defending side. They do have a lot more, I wouldn't say stopping power, but at least smokes that they can use to make Bleed second guess. That being said, Bleed is a team that doesn't really second guess themselves. They have Durion, mind you, that just loves to go for those deep dives into the site. So even if there are smokes here, if they pull the trigger, well, Fancy, all they can do at that point is just to try to intercept. That being said, again, they still do have certain agents that can get out of a stick situation if need be, being the Chamber as well as the Omen.
I mean, that's what I think it was Tosh who brought up the generalist versus specialist type of argument. When you're a generalist, you typically have a lot more flexibility and have a lot more ground to cover when it comes to problem solving and, like I said, danger assessment, right? But with specialists, if you want to go for one thing and one thing only, then there's no real reason to spread out all your effort elsewhere. I feel like this is what Fancy has been doing. The execution maybe a little lackluster, but that could also be because Bleed is one of our most adaptive teams as of late. With Pith though on this Cypher, I feel like it is a very much a comfort pick more than anything else.
Well, I don't know how this is gonna unravel for that Cypher though. I mean, you do mention the comfort pit and everything. It could actually work a lot more in this particular scenario because of the particular composition that Fancy have, right? Because the thing with this comp is, if you overextend yourself and get picked off, if the efficacy of this particular comp, I think, just dwindles down a whole chunk a lot more if it was compared for somebody that was maybe playing a more generalized comp, right? Because you do rely a lot on certain utilities to help you control the map, and when you lose that, again, there is going to be that massive opening that I think Bleed can start to, well, you know, to their namesake, bleed into. That being said, Fancy will definitely have to manage the control of the defense a whole chunk more, I think. So there is going to be that real effort to balance things, you know, for getting map control as well as not overextending yourselves. If they make a mistake, that is, again, as I mentioned, very, very deadly for them.
Deadly in more ways than one. Again, just to highlight how Bleed handled that composition, that highly specialized composition that Fancy was doing. Those first few rounds really seemed like Fancy had a great idea of how they wanted to execute, but moving into the game, later into the game, I think they kind of lost a step or two. The speed was not present anymore. Remember, deterrents only work if you allow them to work most of the time in Valo, because it is a very creative game. You know, a lot of the situations can be dealt with gunfights, some even much more indirect with a lot of the utility shuffle. We have the flashbangs and the smokes for that. But with Icebox underway, I don't know. Fancy has their work yet again cut out for them, because Bleed, they're comfortable in any of those situations. We know that their defaults are strong. Their set play is still something I believe that we have to see more of. I think they've been refining the fundamentals more than anything else, and that's great, right? Because I think it was the previous stage where I thought, specifically for Ascent, I know we're not seeing Ascent today, but their routing and their map movement was just so messy. But now moving into this stage, we really did see no signs of that anymore.
Seems like we are having a bit of a technical issue on one of the players' end, so we're just trying to fix that. Maybe we'll see. I'm not sure if we're gonna see maybe a change of picks. We'll see how that goes. But I do like to reverberate what you just mentioned there as well, right? This is, I think, one of the final teams that we do have from the Vietnamese region that is coming into this one with a lot of hopes for them. I think this is again, the region that we talked about that is the only specific region that had two play-in slots compared to their only one for the Insta into APAC. So this is going to be somewhat interesting to say at the least as to how Fancy United have been performing. They have been very, I think, almost undefeated in their own region, similar to Sersha Esports from Thailand. But in any case, I think Vietnam still is also a very young region that has still yet to fully realize what they want to do. So, but all of these things that we've been seeing from Fancy, all the things that we've seen for Cerberus, have been a really good indicator of what Vietnam is turning into. Maybe a few more months, but maybe this is also the time for them to shine, you know? Never know what's going to happen into the second game, if ever.
I think development has been a highlight for all of the regions, really. Some might see it as a maybe performance dip for some of our regions, but I really believe that everybody elevated. The level of competition has only gone higher and higher in the gaps. I'm not entirely sure if it's fair to say that it's becoming smaller per se, because kind of hit a point where, you know, what else is there to improve on? So the differences and the diminishing gains, I would say, very much present. And again, guys, we do apologize if the game is taking quite a bit, but everything is just getting sorted out. Don't worry, it's on its way. Trust us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Source, we made it up. No, I'm kidding. I love that name, by the way.
We're in contacts, you know, with the production. It's all good. They're the ones handling it right now. It seems like we are just about to go into the game soon enough. So just please bear with us just a teeny tiny bit more, as we're very much almost there. And again, possibly the last game of this particular series, as Bleed looked incredibly convincing. I don't think there's any big mistakes that Bleed did. I think it was more, again, of just Fancy losing that steam. So I think the question that we should be all looking at coming into the second game, and lo and behold, there it is, the second game, yay, whoopee, is, does Fancy run out of steam once again?
Well, that's a question that they would honestly answer themselves. This is their map pick, so this is definitely supposedly a map that they should be winning. All things considered, we know Bleed has been very, very convincing, like you said. Confidence in full swing for Darion, as we do see that Sheriff buy in round 1. BMV looks to take control of mid, but a default Viper smoke is gonna come his way. They'll try to hold on. Maxi gets a trade. And even ground still being treaded here for both teams. So many smokes, so much utility being thrown mid. Whatever reaction Fancy is trying to goad out of Bleed hasn't really worked out. Bleed undeterred from hitting A. They have now set their sights here, and it looks like this is going to be a full commit despite having a full minute left on the clock.
Bit of cut noise right now from Bleed as they're waiting for Darion to set himself up for the push. That blade exposes. A couple are here, if not all of them. Now Fancy will have to at least defend first. Huge wall coming out from the Viper. Acerola comes in for the swing, the pop out of the flash, but Lene just so deadly with the classic, able to hit the shots, coming in from all the way around Lexi as they isolate BMV. And now Fischio, he spotted out one, and this is actually an entryway into the side. I thought it was going to be massively underappreciated. Fischio's been tagged. He just cannot get out of this one, but they're not going to hunt him as soon as aggressive. Ooh! And defeat. Oof, that might have been a mistake for Bleed there, as they should have just charged Fischio. He was just tagged by the camera.
I think they had the right idea, the double swing. Fischio, though, this is definitely going to rectify the sins, potentially, of that split map. Fancy off to head start here against Bleed, despite losing a few members early. Now, we did mention how Bleed still had quite a bit of time left on that clock. It looked very good going into the side at Fischio, hitting some fairly fishy shots and closing it out. The classic, so fickle. Either it's fantastic or completely non-existent at times.
Well, it's always a toss-up, right? Sometimes you'll hit the nuttiest of shots at the classic. Sometimes it's the most effective weapon of all time. And Lene made sure that we would see the better side of the classic, you know, not the ugly side. Acerola, oh, that swing is just going to be absolutely perfect. The trade, though, still abundant. And speaking of which here, Rap, this is actually a force buy for Bleed altogether. Lexi's going to go for the swing, but he takes himself a big brunt of that snake bite. Pith all out by his lonesome as Maxi plays for the delayed push. Fischio barely spots him. The wall to give a little bit of leeway into the A site. Unable to isolate the fight against Heisey, and that is going to be a solid round for Fancy. So Bleed back to the drawing board, and their cred's going to reflect the same.
By that, you mean that their credits not the most impressive at the moment.
Yeah. Back to square one.
That's gonna set them back maybe another round 2, potentially. But rifles abound soon. A horizon that they will eventually look to. But for now, their troubles aren't over, Aserai. Round did seem fairly convincing for Fancy again. Only Fischio and BMV have upgraded here, so at least they have a little more range to press. Darion's the only real threat from afar. Also, the Sheriff, yet another fickle weapon. The 145s. Goodness me, has victimized many players. Darion waiting for that headshot angle. Has not been used at all by Fancy. And all he can really do right now is shoot some pot shots. Bleed. Very adamant on taking A. No matter what the situation, no matter what the time of day, apparently.
What?
And Lenny actually finds BMV. What indeed? Maybe he got hit by a double stack of shocks?
I think it's Darion and the shock dart. Because Darion popped the shot and then the shock dart connected right afterwards. Probably it.
Potentially. We might see that in the assist numbers. But Bleed, they're like a bunch of trick-or-treaters on Halloween, still waiting for this door to open. It closes again, and Heisey doesn't like trespassers as Smith falls. They do get a few upgrades here. Could potentially steal the round away, but Acerola has something to say about that. His Spectre, his trusty Spectre in hand. Potentially an overextension by both players. Darion dashing into that. Not sure what happened there, but Bleed, they do a little bit of damage. So they have that as a consolation prize.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the plant on the spike, they should have enough money for all of the utilities that they were ever want to. So a chase for the win on the round, I think, was just the option they were looking to go for. So not really the worst of options, but the chase down on Acerola was a little bit questionable. I thought that the push from Lene would have been enough, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, I think that was an overextension.
Ooh, I love this aggression. But it actually got spotted by the camera. Kind of nuts, though. But again, that's why Pith actually picks the Cypher. He knows what he needs to do.
I think this was a very niche peak back in the day. Still, I believe, falls under that category.
Standing ahead.
Indeed, they have yet to justify it with rounds for themselves. Yeah, just to look back on that round, they are fancy, or it was Bleed already had the Vandal, so whatever crossfire they had with the numbers advantage, I believe they could have done something, if not more, with it, almost certainly. But hindsight is 20/20, and once again, just to remind folks, the decisions are not all that clear in the heat of the moment, despite an icy map like Icebox. Bleed again, they take the site, willing to give is fancy. But a hidden cost was apparently there. They lost Lexi and they lost Pith. Both Sentinels are out of the fight. Darion tries to equalize it, finding BMB in a long-range burst. Now he marches forward, potentially taking danger. Yellow is going to be his home for now, as his post plant looking rock solid. But this flank could be the wrench in their plans if they really don't want to be hindered. And Fancy, wow, firing in all cylinders.
Yeah, you mentioned how Fancy was just okay with giving them this site, but I mean, again, you saw it on the kill feed. 2 kills out of nowhere there, simultaneous as well. So Bleed, yeah, they didn't have enough bodies to actually play a much better post plant. So Fancy, all they really need to do was just wait just a teeny tiny bit. As you mentioned, because of that flank coming in from, I believe that was Yes I Can. Yeah, Bleed just had no chance. Unless they might have hit like a couple of really good shots, there was no chance. And that was a solid round for Fancy. They're already building up such a incredible lead here. Bleed, well, their take back is the utility that they do have right now. Durion, interestingly enough, after like 4 rounds, only still has like 2 away from the Blades. Uncharacteristically, this would have been them wanting it to be a little bit more than that. Anyways, really good tags overall. Durion able to capitalize just a teeny tiny bit. 2 playing at Jenny. And I thought that it was going to be enough. He was already exploding at the site, but just didn't believe in the Sheriff. Wanted to trade up for the Vandal, excuse me. It didn't work out.
Didn't work out. That's step 1. You say this is going to be a rest day. I had a big cheat day yesterday. Feeling kind of full. Missing a day of the gym's not going to be too much of a deterrent. But that's how the snowball starts, apparently. And a snowball. Fancy have started for themselves. No signs of stopping whatsoever. The rifles are finally in the hands of Bleed yet again. They even have a Blade Storm for extra security. Pith has yet to find value on that Neural Theft. As the Cypher pick, you would assume that they would have quite a considerable anti-flank and maybe even lurking power. But Bleed, they forego that. They go again very handily into the site. The Viper's Pit is going to obstruct quite a few lines of vision and lines of sight for Fancy Aserai. Oh, but Fancy, they willingly give this up. This has been their defensive scheme for 2 maps now. But with an Operator and a Viper's Pit, not necessarily the greatest combination.
I wonder how the Cypher Tripwire was set up on B. Yes, I can jump over it and not get tagged. No, he has to destroy it. Now they know that somebody's coming through the flank, but this is, I'm not sure about this positioning. This is too compressed, I think, compact from Bleed here. But they are playing very close to the Viper's Pit, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Durion, a little bit too greedy into that dash, but you know what? It still works out in the end. If they lasted a little bit longer, and by that I mean Heisey, he could at least take more damage with that Event Horizon. Lexi does get consumed by it. Bleed finally find themselves 1 on the point.
fought in the pocket. Maybe the ranges, like you said, on paper didn't look too great, but with execution and great aim, anything is possible. And that is exactly what every aimer wants to hear. I don't want to hear about my positioning. Did I hit the shot though? That's exactly what happened here. Now Fancy have a few things to maybe reconsider. They've given up key positions like yellow and have not really pressured from orange early enough. Bleed, they've taken full advantage of that. And they have a much more patient offense yet again. Maybe Kitchen, they want to cook up a snack. Maybe have a little bit of Bleed in the mix. As BMV could be the first victim of Chef Darion here. Oh, but he tried to mask his sound. That will, well, obviously it's going to tell everybody where everyone is. No, oh.
What?
Oh, I thought he blocked off Darion there. But again, my eyes have deceived me. Fifth finds BMV. The anti-air guns in the form of Yes I Can. And Heisey here on yellow. They work very well, but that vulnerability is just going to make every bullet that much more lethal. Bleed. B stands for bleed. It's been quite successful for them on these takes. Acerol and Fishio. Now they go back. They concede the round.
Ooh. I'm really liking this Cypher pick now for Bleed. Fishio, as you mentioned. Lene, does he really want to? Alright, it's going to allow the cross out from Durian. They're not going to know that he's actually taking himself such a high ground angle here. And again, oh, Fishio, that wall be thick. The flash out from Acerola. Does he know that his two players are actually trying to hound him down? Absolutely not. Pith comes in from the high ground and takes himself with the 3K. And that camera right there, that CCTV, working wonders for Bleed. I can see you coming into my place. Easy.
And that, my friend, is how you catch intruders, apparently. BMV, once again, falling victim to the hard isolation there. He would have loved to exit Kitchen with maybe a more subtle approach, but it's those deceptive heights that really got to him. The grand scheme of things, did it really matter? Could have it become a butterfly effect in favor of Fancy? Something that will be left wondering up until we hit those VODs again. A force buy perhaps on the side of Fancy here. Fishio does have that tour de force. They do have quite a bit of ultimates in their back pocket to utilize. Bleed, they've expended all but one, and it's on Lenny's side, so maybe they're reserving that for a post plant. Yet again, another technical pause on this fairly summery afternoon. It's quite warm.
Definitely is. Perfect time to just get yourself a nice, cool cup of cocoa. Who would want to drink hot cocoa on summer, right? So it's cool. Or, from what I could see from, food videos, do what the Koreans do. Eat cold noodles.
What?
They do. They have.
How does that even work? I don't know.
There's a certain dish. They don't cook noodles and then make it, cold and put it in the refrigerator or something. Ooh. It only pops out at the start of the round. Sorry, forgive me. I don't play Cypher as much.
Well, not on this map. I mean...
Oh, true.
Again, we leave the innovation to the pros. They are, once again, we're playing catch up to them. I feel like that's something that people have to understand. We're trying to catch up to them.
Try is a word. Could be the collateral, but not needed. Fishio. Oh boy, Pith. Tried to tempt fate a little bit there, but they've lost too many already. Lexi, very far away from an ultimate, and Lene.
Spike drop.
This is gonna drop the spike in their own side of the spawn as he tries to look for a pick, but Pit has been used by Yes I Can. Maybe he can find a tight little angle here to work with. That recon dart, I don't think it's gonna spot out Yes I Can. Yeah, he has that. Yeah, there's that thing on pipes that I think covers the pulse, so just not the luckiest of throwouts from Lene with that recon dart.
Absolutely. Luck may not be on the side of Fancy, and as I mentioned, playing catch-up is Bleed this time around is Fishio. Had a fantastic opening salvo. 2 to 4 shots.
Oh my
and
god.
It has not stopped. He's been absolutely sharp. Pith had to pay the price. 2v5 now. And a reverse of fates on the side of Bleed. Now they're the ones that they're holding on to these guns. Might potentially try to fend off a witch hunt here. Maybe not the greatest places to save here. Limited angles to be attacked from, but once again... Wow, Lexi still even lands that shot. The trades might potentially come in here. Waiting for the round timer, perhaps. No risks. No additional risk. That was the one try. As Bleed. 4 rounds to climb. Fancy. They're making a gap. And it's honestly still widening.
I will say though, Raph, I think the rounds that Fancy play the best are again the rounds where they don't get, you know, picked off too quickly. And again, people will say, but Tadoy, I mean, you have the numbers advantage and all of that. But I think just specifically my point for that point is, again, the composition for Fancy really revolves around them being able to cohesively use these utilities to funnel Bleed into positions where they have, I think, the better chance of getting fights. And I think we've seen that happen so many times as to why, again, the rounds are going in the way of Fancy. And technically, the kills or the deaths are not as numerous as Bleed. Even though, as you can see right now, it's like 5-5-5 spread. Bleed still has like that 6 to 7, even 8 deaths overall.
Well, that's an interesting stat, Asarai.
It kind of is. It's a weird stat.
Yes, people die in games where you shoot people. That's exactly what happens. As Bleed, they hope to turn their fortunes again. They've had 2 convincing rounds, but that's about it. Everything building up to that has been stopped by Fancy, who's been pretty active here. Not really flinching. But now we see the Hunter's Fury. Heizy might actually get a 1-up on Darion. Darion, despite getting the status effect of being vulnerable, will not buckle in front of Heizy. That's a smoker away. At least one half of the double controller duo on the side of Fancy being removed. The Hunter's Fury is in play. Does it tag anyone? No, absolutely not. Potentially will spot out Lenny. No, not even that. Yes, I can. So holding on for his team. At the very least has Raptor control. But Pith finds Acerola. Very stable finds. BMB gets a trade. Screens. Looks like it could be a place of death. But yes, I can. Finds Lexi and it opens up the side. The retake. That much more doable. 2v3. Darion and Maxi. Yes, I can. BMB and Fishio. They have to root this out. Darion is the first line of contact. 3 kills for him. 1 collateral. 2. And suddenly BMV is in a position where he might find great discomfort as a double swing is here. He gets distracted. Darion gets the 4th kill. And Bleed rally back. A close call, but a win nonetheless. 6-3.
Gotta say, that was very messy for Bleed. Able to recuperate in the end, which is good, but that's definitely not what they were expecting as they just tried to pick fights. You saw Pith get that good little shot there, yes, but the thing is, he kind of gave up so much positioning for his team. Like this one, as he tries to get back, everybody just gets the reposition or the refrag on him so quickly enough. Thankfully, Darion is a master at micro engagements. I knew that if he baited himself for Maxi there, they would have forced, I believe that was Yes I Can, away from the defuse of that spike. Seems like the timeout has been called. I think it should be Bleed. I don't think it's going to be Fancy, though, because they're doing quite well.
It could potentially be Fancy. I mean, it was a bit of a meltdown. Yeah, see, it was a bit of a meltdown in that previous round. They do have a commanding lead. Not commanding, but a reasonable lead. They want to keep it that way. They want to keep Bleed at arm's length, you know? Potentially just breadcrumbing Bleed along. You're like, hey,
put
you can
Pith at arm's length.
For now. I'm not entirely sure where you want to go with that. Nor am I afraid to ask if you want to go that direction. But
maybe
very
later.
Interesting. No, not at all. No.
Teleport's ready.
No.
That's a quick tag out from yes, I can. All right. Fancy, they're just feeling it right now. Can you feel it now, Raph?
They're going for the A side raid. The what? The A side raid. And it's all up to Lenny, really. Heisey hasn't reloaded, but it doesn't really matter as the man advantage is going to be there. That's one burst. And Acerola should have swung. That he does. Lenny falls 7-3. A potentially dominating half for fans here. Still 2 more rounds left. Bye yet again. The side of Bleed.
That's a good spot.
Maybe we'll find a little bit more value on Pith on the defensive end with that Cypher, but the first contact there, the early contact by Heisey, really paid in great dividends here. Acerola once again with that timely swing. As maybe, sorry, we might actually see this go for a 3-map series. Who knows?
Never know what's gonna happen here, but again, just full-blown confidence for Fancy. It might actually be just too overconfident as Lexi finds 2. Immediately just backs away. There's a little bit of utility here for Fancy to stop them from planting the spike down, but in kind, Lexi has thrown out both of the slow orbs already, so this will give a safe passage for the plant for Lene. Ficio somehow through the smoke finds 1, and they all fall down, Raph. Only Pith to remain. He's gonna just play onto the corner. He can hear all of the footsteps, so maybe he can just trudge along and actually hide against his opponents right here. Isolate the fight.
No way.
And Pith absolutely plays this pivotal because of the sound cues, but as BMV cuts the noise once again, didn't know where to check, didn't know where to look, and he got the trade in the end. It's a little bit messy, it's a little bit harrowing, but somehow Fancy manage.
Last round before the switch.
Such a close call, though. You know, Pith can go absolutely nuclear in situations like that, but again, when you swing like that, it's very telling. It's off a hard read. But can't really fault him for trying to swing like that. Didn't anticipate BMV to creep up closer, or at least in that manner. 8-3. We have yet to see the fragging power that Lexi brought up on Split. Hasn't been that present on Icebox. And I feel like Bleed's performance, it might be the reason why it's suffering here. Well, it doesn't actually spot out. Beautiful Cloudburst play there by Darion. Good heads up. The Blade Storm. Storming into the kitchen once more, Asarai, but more patience on the side of Fancy.
Blocking sight.
Again, this a little bit deja vu. We've seen this done by Bleed a couple of rounds ago, but that time they actually went aggressive onto Kitchen. You see the repositioning here from the rest of Bleed. Just no shots happening as Yes I Can demolishes 2 players of Bleed straight from the get-go. Ficio ready for the embrace. Durion a little bit afraid of the contact, but because he needs to keep himself alive for Lexi, somehow Durion alongside Lexi were able to isolate Ficio, and now they put themselves in a nice little pocket here. It's going to spot out 1 at least. BMV supplementing the info gathering as Acerola is going to be looking to go for the wide swing onto A main. Lexi backs away. Acerola, he does not know the shots to connect. Durion still has the blades. Can this man be the needed savior, the needed hero for... See, oh, he's been spotted, his head! If he pops the shot through the smoke, it's through the wall. I'm gonna lose my mind, but BMV still clutches it in the end. Oh, Durion, he was so sure of himself that he was just gonna be on level ground, but don't forget, you can always go for that rope play.
Switching that is 2 rounds where BMV has denied Bleed of a 1v1. We see a pistol here, and it's... Well, at least a sense of urgency has to come over Bleed now, because if they lose this pistol round, then they potentially lost the rest of the map. The snowball happened so quickly in those early swings. Like we mentioned, right? A bit of a thriller there. Both players incredibly low. It didn't seem like any of them really had a chance to hit that killing blow. BMV, though, pulling out the classic to get yet another W under his belt. Not the most in terms of volume, but impact has been felt and has been seen for the Fancy Silver player. Go for that halftime pause yet again, Asarai. And double controller on Icebox without the duelist. I mean, we've seen this happen, or rather we've seen this composition quite a few times. Would you say that it's still in the category of mixed results?
Can't really say, because again, 9-3 can always just flip on its head so quickly, right? Because again, do mention how it is going to be interesting to see how Fancy go about this, because we've seen before teams very much struggle to get that attacking side rolling when you don't really have the duelist to supplement it. Even a raise would be, I think, a welcome difference. Again, this is just what we think about the case. We haven't still seen yet how effective Fancy can be specifically against Bleed here. So I don't know if this is mixed results, but again, I think this is still what we expect from Fancy as a team. I don't think when we are looking into casting this particular series that Bleed was going to be a 2-0 straight team here. Maybe possibly 2-0, but the rounds are going to be close, which we kind of did see in Split, and more so right now, somewhat on Icebox.
Layer upon layer of utility, name of the game for Fancy. This time around, it's much more pronounced. I would say Acerola is probably going to be filling that role of entry fragger, and as you mentioned, Hyzie might be the second in. Just the nature of Omen, after you really throw your smokes and your paranoia, you suddenly become a bit of a pseudo-duelist. Don't have the mobility, but you are somewhat promoted to take into gunfighting. And he hasn't been discovered, or at least that's what he thought, as Hyzie breaks the site open. And Bleed, they'll have to patiently wait this one out, wait for all those smokes to dissipate, but Darion and Pit, they get one, they get three actually. Darion finally finds one for himself. And Fischio is on the flag, gets a body shot onto Darion and reduces the numbers to a potentially doable 2v1, but the time and the defuse has already gone underway despite the possibility of winning that fight against Lexi. 9-4 Bleed. Like they said, it was imperative for them to win that round.
Could have been many approaches there for Fancy, but again, as I mentioned, they need a lot more of numbers to get into the site. Without that duelist, they have to commit a certain amount of players onto the site to actually help them flush the certain angles, the certain pockets. And we saw that happen so many times, Raph, in different series, different games even, that if you just don't peek that one specific angle, you're screwed, right? So again, Fancy have to do the same thing, and why I mentioned this is Bleed, they just know that they can take that very aggressive map control because they know that Fancy have to play very much closer together. If it's not 3 of them, it's probably 4 of them. And look at this, Lene is going to go for the swing. They're not going to expect this. Maybe they can actually punish it, mayhaps, but not going to happen. Hyzie on a very, very dangerous road. Still somehow connects the shot onto Durian, possibly another. It's going to be about that. Almost a flawless, but Durian gets reset. You know, it's a little bit tagged down, but not going to be end of the world for Fancy.
Right, they do have quite a bit of rounds to give. And Bleed, they want to dwindle that. They want to exhaust that as quickly as they can. As a few shots have been exchanged, and time has been said. Yes, Sheriffs, they have the potency to do damage like that. But with the automatic fire and the upgraded weapons, the ease of use of the Spectre just makes that road that much rockier. Bleed, they go for, at least it looks like they might just push out A main here, maybe hold off the attackers from lobby. Darion gets spotted out, but Hyzie again, he gets a big spray down, annihilating Bleed, and that could possibly been the round there. Beautiful stuff. We saw that a bit on Split on B Heaven, and we see it again this time. Icebox on Rafters. Now we see a little bit of a lull again. Look at the rest of the Fancy boys. They're on a witch hunt here. It's like, yeah. Let's go check it out. Let's see what happens. They do have the room to rotate out now. The dark cover is going to go and block under tube. A kitchen take perhaps? Or are they gonna go through the smoke? Either way, they have so many options now that the forces of Bleed have been reduced to only Pith and Maxi, the Wonder Duo.
Wow, that is taking forever to break that tripwire. I think they heard like maybe 2 different types of opponents pop shots. So that'll put
30 seconds
possibly Pith on the road to get out of the spawn. That being said, you're absolutely right. Strength in numbers for Fancy here. Contact is the name of the game. Pith wrapping all the way around. He might actually have a time peak here. Spots out one. Delays the spike planting. But there's still enough time for Heisey to plummet that into the ground. Repositions Maxi very low. Already going to know he's going to be coming through onto B long here. Again, timing peak for Pith. Timing peak for Maxi. But unfortunately, not enough HP to win the duel against Yes I Can initially.
And I thought that was going to be a twisted fate there for Fancy because both of them, or at least both situations, they're their back turned. And I was ready to call, oh, maybe I called it too soon, that Heisey got the rally for Fancy, but no, not at all. Heisey, a true rock that they've been relying on for both maps. Despite Pith getting those important picks. Maxi also had the first shot, but Yes I Can with the wildest peak known to man. 10-5, Bleed, they still look to, once again, try to maintain a manageable gap. And Acerola already anticipating the aggression from top pipes. Darion with the knives, gets one. Lexi chimes in. Could even potentially find more, but no! Both of the forward players get demolished by Acerola. The number has been reduced to BMV and aforementioned player, but Acerola, look how low he is. A gentle pat on the shoulder could potentially cause him to crumble. And Maxi still holding on to this under 2 position too. Are they going to wait this full minute out to see if Bleed are going to go for a hunt? Well, signs are pointing to no apparently as Bleed. They know they've cornered the rest of Fancy here. There's only so many ways they can go, Asarai.
Well, they're stuck. They just try to go back again to the A site. As you mentioned, Acerola just tap on the back is about enough to break this man's knees. Okay, he's been spotted. Oh, that is such a beautiful jiggle peek from BNB, excuse me. 2 versus 1. All of these rounds, very expensive for Bleed to go up again. Still plenty of time for BNB to isolate. Fights Pith, holding his position, knew exactly where he was. There's no sound cue came from the plant end. Well, to be honest, BMV's just playing inside that Cypher cage. So, you know,
yeah,
you're kind of making a lot of noise for that.
Yes, once again, reinforcing with whatever SFX that Asarai can provide. Well done on both ends, both the player and my co-caster, my co-talent. But it does seem that they have been dissuaded from going on that aggression towards belt, top belt at least. And it looks like Fancy, they want to focus their energy elsewhere. Darion might get spotted here, if not the... Well, okay, there you go. Heisey going in for that without any support or any cover whatsoever. Darion gets 2, happily as well, but Yes I Can with a classic, somehow managing still to get that fight in their favor. The flash comes out, they can't get a break here.
What the heck?
Pith. It's a shooting gallery. It's like he's at the carnival. Somebody give him a big teddy bear for that one.
Well, I hope that teddy bear's name isn't Teddy. And he doesn't stay 5 nights at your home.
No. I just had to drink a glass of water just to make sure I'm not suffering from the ill effects of a heat stroke. Apparently not.
You want to
No, you're
play?
good, you're good.
Let's play.
I think somebody's gonna message me later because I made a mistake on the name. Anyways, here we go. Acerola pulling trigger on the null command. TP's out, can't push in. And I like this. Maxi actually plays so far back. That being said, though, it seems like Bleed are still wanting to go for this contact, and maybe impatient enough to just try to go for the firefights rather than wait for certain utilities, because now they've lost so much, if not all of it. Durian to remain. He's brought out the Cloudburst. This means that he's somewhere on the spawn. He's going to have to try to dash away, run for dear life, but Heisey so close. Just wrap around and get the punish. Bleed, maybe? Getting a little bit more impatient here. What do you think so?
I don't know what to think, especially after such a horrible pun. Kidding. Not really. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not going to apologize for that one. But, like we said, or rather like you said, maybe potentially a Bleed trying to push the tempo, but, or rather to throw off the rhythm, but that's what they've been doing quite a bit already. Saw a lot of attention being thrown towards Belt, had a lot of early fights towards B main, and it looks like they're still doing the same thing. Hoping for a similar or different result here. Lexi gets one, but the trade's definitely in the favor of Fancy. And it looks like we're replaying the last round here. Both Pith and Maxi left alone again. They do get hit by the paranoia, both of them, so that's going to be an extra few seconds of limited vision, and with the last bullet, the magic bullet. Yes, I can. Takes another duel away from his fellow Viper player. Up to 7 here. Looks like we might go for a third map, Aserai.
Especially with such an atrocious buy here for Bleed. Again, this is... I don't know, man. It feels like just overheating from Bleed. Not even slowing down just to figure it out, take a breather, all of that good stuff just to reset themselves. Fancy's just been on contact, yes, but it's been contact that has worked so swimmingly for Fancy for the most part. I think all they really have done was just, you know, peek it out and just win. Anyways, Durian, no more dashes on this man. He's trapped again! Oh, Durian. When he's good, he's good, but when he struggles, kind of seems to see it that way. Yeah, he definitely struggles in that one, but he got the first frag.
I mean, I feel like that's true for every player we have, really. When it's not working out, it really isn't working out. Gambles on the side of Bleed, potentially signs of desperation already, but BMV and Acerola, Aserai just kind of get a slap on the face there. Ow! Maxi now throws a haymaker onto BMV, and BMV is going to be out of commission. No more recon dart, no more utility whatsoever to help them in any of their pushes now. The triple bulldog. I'm not actually entirely sure why Lexi hasn't really burnt that res yet. Actually, no, I had the POV swap there. Lexi might actually make his way to the flank, potentially set up a double
30
flank
seconds left.
With that res, as I mentioned. And Maxi and Pith. Not Maxi and Pith. Well, it's Lenny. Was Lenny getting absolutely removed again by Acerola. Are they going to commit to this A play? Signs points towards yes, they do get that Omen ult up from the shadows and the Viper's Pit to make this even more difficult and potentially funneling them. Oh, but look at this. Acerola hasn't left the building yet, and on his exit he might potentially cause a disaster, catastrophe, a tragedy for Bleed, and he's walking up like a stalker and he gets one. Oh no, it's Lexi all alone, Aserai, and Fancy, they are 3 strong.
Yeah.
So much utility, so many angles to clear, and so many frags for yes I can. As Bleed falls, and the series extends to a third map.
Wow. Fancy. I am just... My jaw has been dropped. My mouth is wide open. Fancy... There's nothing to say, but they just played a very, very clean game. Able to just... It feels like they corralled Bleed to whatever they wanted Bleed to go to. And Bleed had to or maybe felt that they needed to try to challenge that every single time. Right? And it feels like they tried to catch Fancy way too often. But Fancy was so much prepared for the contact. Yeah. Okay, I'll do it this time. it feels like... Alright, you want to do it? Yeah, okay, you do it.
No, I was about to say, Asar, this better not lead into another pun. You know, the patience for our audience and everybody in the work group chat, I feel like it's running thin, and the smile has only become much more diabolical on your side. But like you mentioned, any closing remarks before we pass it on to our very punctilious panel?
Well, close. That's the remark. All right, we're going to go for the panel, and then when we come back after that panel, it's going to be game number 3 on Haven. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Where's Da Vinci?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. These don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guy.
What did I say in the introduction? Can Fancy United win this? Their answer is yes, I can. Yes, we can. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, it's the panel with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Fancy United just showing us that behind their unconventional lineups is a solid plan and a solid execution.
I think like props to them for proving me wrong, because I was quite skeptical about it. I know I talked to you 2 girls about it, that I just wasn't really sure how their attacker side was gonna go, but the defender side was so solid. The way they were able to hit those retakes, so they had the setups, they had the information that they wanted. You could tell like the KO 0 point was coming in, the Sova recon dart, everything was kind of pointing to their favor, and they were changing up the pace at where they wanted to pressure, what they wanted to control. And on the side of Bleed, I felt like they weren't really adjusting as much or as effectively as they have shown us they could on Split.
I absolutely agree with you. I have to say that I'm actually surprised at this pacing coming in from Bleed, because not Bind, sorry, what's it called? Split. On Split, it felt like they were so decisive and so sure about how they wanted to go, how they wanted to play retakes, how they wanted to execute to a site. And then suddenly on this map, it felt like there was a lot of question marks. They didn't really know what to do in order to go onto site, in order to take back their the space. And on top of that, what's even worse was the fact that because of these question marks, they were doing the same thing over and over again. And as I say over and over again, as Einstein would say it, doing the same thing over and over again and not getting different results is insanity. And that's what I felt for Bleed.
On the side of Fancy United over here, though, I was touching this up before we went into the game earlier. I felt like they were really banking on the defense side over here, wherein they wanted to get as many points as they could, because when we switched the rounds, we could see that there was a little bit of I wouldn't say like difficulty, but there was kind of a comeback from Bleed. So that's where the points really mattered the most, because in the first game, Bleed was just leading, and it was hard for them to adjust as they switched sides, right? But now that they had a little bit more points into the system, into the rounds, they could afford to have a little more time to adjust as Bleed was coming back. And then by like 4 or 5 rounds into the second half, they were like, hey, I finally figured out, like, I know that Bleed is kind of catching up at this point, but I finally figured out what was going wrong, and so let's just do the adjustments, let's make it work right now. And that's exactly what they did, Tricks.
I feel it also assists in the fact that they had that double controller setup. I feel in terms of the attacker side, they also had that malleability and mobility to kind of move the areas in which they wanted to get pressure. But what do you think, Tash?
Personally, I think that what was happening here is a little bit of a disconnect on what's on between the players of Bleed, where it comes that the information deny has just been so good, like you mentioned, because of the double controllers, and sometimes there were a little bit of questionable decision making coming in from Bleed. Like, say we saw that they were a little bit like that. They already knew that it was already an offer mid. Why would you keep one by one? And in a lot of situations, you know that Fancy will be playing aggressive, and it feels like they were not, despite how many rounds Fancy did that, they were not ready to kind of counter this aggressive sort of gameplay coming in from Fancy United. And on top of that, Fancy United was able to not only take up so much space, have so much space on the map as well as control, they were able to pinch them even before they even got into a main. And this was the question here. Like, High Z, he was just so confident he can play alone and was still good for 2.
You know, we talked about this over at Split, wherein we wanted Fancy United to kind of prevent Bleed from planting down the spike, because they were showing difficulty in doing the retake, right? But moving on to Icebox, I mean, I'm sure that the change in composition was a factor to this, but their retakes were almost flawless at certain rounds. It was really, really good. And this is, you know, we thought about the adjustments, and maybe this time around moving into Icebox, they just want to prevent the spike from being thrown out, but no. They absolutely played for retake. They always made sure to hold back the utilities until the spike was planted down, and it just worked so well in their favor.
We could also see that there were times, you know, a flank was coming in, and I think the best part was that the person who was on the flank in Fancy United's team wasn't pushing earlier than needed.
Oh yeah,
they would wait.
So good.
Exactly. They would wait for the utility to come down. They would wait for his teammates to start picking and retaking that side, and then they would come in, because at that time Bleed can't focus them down.
Yeah, I think because they come in from so many different angles, and that comes back to the map control, you don't really know where exactly to expect them coming through. And on top of that, because they have so much control of the map, they know exactly where Bleed might be coming through, might be going to, might be holding. And a lot of that situations, Bleed was just unable to counter this very aggressive gameplay coming in from the side of Fancy United. And I have to say, even though their lineup is a little bit strange, but they made it work and they made it look really, really good. So Trix, as a coach right now, or even a former coach even, what do you think that Bleed can do to counter this aggressive sort of gameplay from Fancy United?
In terms of Bleed's defender side, I felt that they definitely they were on the right track, you know. Change up your aggression, change the angles that you're aggressing actually, because we saw that they didn't do too well when they tried to go on belt, but then when they went on to the lower side of orb, they were able to get that pick. And I feel if they change that up some more, change the areas in which they're trying to focus down, they would have succeeded. On their attacker, maybe get some more space. Don't just go back after the plant. Take out some more information if you can, because the lineup they had, it's not like it was impossible.
No, they have the information taking for it. I mean, we saw Pit's very, very, I would say very, very hard to remove traps, especially when it comes to taking a kitchen. Like, it took so long for Fancy to remove it. Yeah, but at the same time, the reaction coming in from that from Bleed was a little bit like, it was like they know what's happening, but they're not necessarily sure how exactly to react to it. And I'm not sure whether it was because they're not confident as to what exactly to expect. After all, this is still the map pick for Fancy United, and at the same time, it's also a very different sort of composition altogether. So now as we move into Haven, I'm so happy to see BMV as well as Lexi back on the breaches, and we all know this is Breaches playground.
Wait, it's not locked in quite yet. Let's take a look if that is gonna be it.
Oh my god, no, he's
there you
getting
go,
the
Tash.
Wait, Pith is going on. Wait, usually Lexi,
it's a switch of roles.
Yeah, they're switching up, and I'm wondering why. Because I have seen Pith on Killjoy, and the way he plays Killjoy is so interesting. He can play aggressively, he plays it on lurks. It's not very one-dimensional the way he plays it. So because I'm used to Pith's sort of gameplay or play style and Lexi's aggression on Breach, I'm wondering why the choice to switch up here.
It's possible that the reason to switch up to put Pit on the Breach instead is actually because of Pit's gameplay in terms of teamwork. Lexi is great with that crossfire with the aggression, but Pit also has, I feel, this kind of big brain plays.
Yes.
He ends up getting that advantage maybe, rather than Darion going and saying, I want to take space here. It could very well be Pit saying, can you take space there? This is what I'm going to do for you to get the advantage.
That's smart. But what do you think about the lineup for Fancy United though?
Sky. I love Sky. I love that they have 3 flashes. And again, they're going in with this no duelist role. They've proven that it can work on that icebox. I'm just wondering if they have a similar game plan in terms of the retake, because they do have a solid retake. They don't have that Sova for the hard intel, which I always love to see on maps that are large. So I'm slightly concerned about that.
I am also concerned about that as well, but at the same time, you can always kind of take your time on Haven. I mean, that's usually how it's played. So I'm banking, or actually not banking, but I wouldn't say banking, because I was so wrong about how they wanted to play, just not because of the composition. So I think the idea is they're able to just, because they're so flexible, right? And they're so innovative and creative on how they use each agent. I wouldn't be surprised if they have like something special up their sleeve to make this composition work. Regardless, we've seen how they played it on Icebox. I think Bleach should have an idea or two how exactly, or what exactly to expect from this sort of gameplay that they're bringing to the table.
I think that in the first map they realized, you know what, we brought out a duelist, didn't work. It worked on the second map, not having a duelist. Let's do it again. I think it'll work a third time. But all kidding aside, I do love this composition. You have a Sky, you have a Breach, you have an Astra and an Omen, and a Chamber. I absolutely love it. I can already picture it in my head. I'm not as vocal the way you explain it, Tash, where you can paint the full picture of how the rounds are gonna go. But in my head, I can imagine that you have so much control on A, B, C, and Site, because you have all of these controllers, and then you have a lot of information which you can get from the Sky, and quick rotations coming in from the Chamber. So I'm really excited to see how Fancy United is going to play this out. But of course, we're moving to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it just goes to show how tough the competition is over here on APAC. So with that, here we go again. Fancy United versus Bleed Esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we witness a little bit of a dichotomy, honestly, on the side of Bleed. They looked so fantastic in the first map, and they look fantastic in the first map. And now we're gonna go to the third map here, as we will declare who's gonna win this series. Again, my name is Raf. This is Asrai, him and his Pearly Whites, yet again racing us on the casting desk.
Wow, Pearly Whites. Nah, you know.
I'm so excited for the new map, by the way.
Actually, very much so as well. I got the chance to play it with the other content creators, and it's very reminiscent of what map was that? Like on CS:GO's like very older Inferno, or maybe Aztec.
I think
at
maybe
least the layout.
No, not Aztec. I think Tuscan. If you talk about the layout, it's
I've played
probably
Tuscan
Tuscan
before.
Tuscan is a old source map. You know, we didn't really get one for Go, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but
it's a map that has a lot more corners. It's very reminiscent of a CS:GO map. So I'm very excited to like get that into competitive swing. Speaking of competitive swings, I was just gonna say, are they gonna swing out of A-Long? Because there's a lot of them right here.
It looks like that might be the case, Astra, as we do see a star and a dark cover here being employed on the side of Fancy. Again, they want to oppress Bleed and potentially limit their options, and it does look like it's working. Nobody, and I mean nobody, has really contested short. Although the trades have been equal, the space is definitely in the favor of Fancy as they try to... I'm not sure what happened there to Heisey, but Lexi, he's certain that he will put him 6 feet under. And now we have a 3v4.
Still, Bleed slow on the take on the A site. Not yet sure of what is waiting for them there. Waiting for maybe Fancy to get a bit overeager in the map control, but Fancy is going to be looking for a bit of that control elsewhere. Good timing overall. I think it was Lexi's turret did spot out somebody pushing through mid. Look at how quickly Bleed start to go for this A site. Just gonna run right in. And should be good enough to get that plant down. No aftershock to stop them. And again, the flank to actually still ensue. Yes, I Can is like 3 HP. Well, BMV does have a frenzy in hand. If they can at least close the distance here to Pit, this could actually be really, really good. Pit's timing could actually be even better. He's taken down one. This is the one player that was so low, or not low in HP. So, yeah, it's about as good as you can think for Yes I Can here. Fisio, ooh, that smoke is terrible for him to go into and Bleed. A relatively painless round for them as they get all the contacts coming into their favor.
I thought Pith landed another one tap on, I think it was like a blind wall bang, but apparently not. Still, impressive reactions nonetheless. We're going to see a little bit of a replay on that round. Like we mentioned early on, Fancy did get that control that they wanted, but the way that they closed out that map, a beautiful read by Pith, and even anticipated the flash there before he turned for, as I've said, the anti-flash. Now, Bleed, we know their ups, they're incredible. The peaks of this team can really hit some crazy highs, but they do have a little few bumps in the road. Fancy, on the other hand, they've been on the up and up as well. The way that they've been handling their own unique takes on these compositions have had some good results. This time around, though, with the classics Asra against the Phantoms in hand for Bleed, a slim chance yet again. Fisio could once again be the hero if ever the guns allow him to be.
They're going to leave A site immediately and start going for C here. Fisio actually spotted that the Soba that was carrying the spike was outside A main. So they're probably expecting a swing on maybe A or the B, but this is just, I think, the call for Fancy to play trade once again with just the pistols in hand. It's not going to be, again, as effective. No thrifties will be caught this time. Bleed looking a little bit more cohesive and disciplined as they start to exit out of the site. Maxi looking for the lurk spots out. Yes, I Can. There's two more going in for the flank. Pith, I don't think he spots it. He's gonna get stabbed in the back if he's not careful here. And look at that damage done. Able to make it a little bit more expensive. But the rest of Fancy here stuck on the side of B.
Last player
Stuck? Well, not anymore. As Fisio is going to find Alexi. very, very ready and very keen on removing him. Now they just kind of go with some sort of reaction here by BMV. BMV couldn't even get anything, any saving grace for that round. But Bleed, they look like they want to return to form, as they look much more comfortable this time around. The movement and the body language, it's very telling of how they want to approach this map. I remember still in the first APAC, they had a super and a hyper default heavy playstyle that relied quite a bit on, if not their Cypher, their Killjoy. We see a little more cohesion this time around, and much more proactivity and much more initiative, Aserai.
A whole of a lot more. Wow, they have brought everything into this round, Raph. Look at that. Bleed not messing about. 5 rifles in hand. Excuse me, in hand. As they are looking to counter the purchase of Fancy. Fancy now gonna have 2 players on the C site. I don't understand why you're chuckling there, brother. But Acerola hidden inside the shadows as he flushes out Maxi. Bleed might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew as they tried to explode quickly into the C side. Lexi looking to stop anybody from flanking with that alarm bot, gives them a little bit of leeway, and they don't really have to plant the spike just yet. They have it in their hands. They still have a good chunk of players, so why not try to go deep into enemy territory, into their own spawn, and start rotating possibly for the A site. There's the call, there's the run, and they will be able to get there as they circumvent the rest of the Fancy team that is all the way through Garage and C-Long.
That's a mouthful to say, and still a handful of players to deal with on both sides, really. Lenny not having the greatest of days when it comes to an HP pull, but Pith is here. Looks like he's been turning it up. His impact has been felt, and the ground is quaking both figuratively and literally, as Fisho now finds the Sova. So that post plant, they're not gonna have an extra eye, an extra set of information, but they go and try to attain a double heaven position here. I understand that there's no more stars, but fighting into hell and maybe fighting the direct blind spot under them is gonna be difficult. Lexi has no problems with doing it. He gets another one.
God.
Who's gonna try again? Is it Acerola? Are we gonna go for the hat trick? Nope, Acerola gets a third for himself. And that is done and dusted for Bleed.
That was so good from Bleed, just to, again, make the call not to fight for the side itself since they weren't really sure. And again, playing specifically just on the C site and no form of map control elsewhere, especially C-Long, I think is a death sentence for you, especially with how Fancy were able to approach that. So the call to just, again, go through spawn, try to run through the A site was absolutely pivotal. I was also meriting the same remarks as yours, that it felt a little bit risky playing on Heaven, but the specific angle where they were playing at was actually perfect for Lexi, as he only really needed to see the headshot angles more so than not. And it seems like Fancy not able to react to that. Flashes are trying to be thrown out by Fancy here as a form of countermeasure, but it's still not working in the end as Durian gets himself a second wind. That second icebox map not really favoring him too much, but now in the cool yet not super cold temperature of Haven, he's looking a little bit more cohesive.
Temperate and comfy, a bit of a gentle breeze to kiss you on the cheek here is on Haven, and that's how we like it, you know. Autumn is perfect for quite a few people. We see a lot of smokes there. Like you mentioned, right? Fancy, they love to go for that sensory overload playstyle, or you just get encompassed by so much utility. Now we see Officio on that operator, and I know Aserai has a keen eye on finding the value of such an expensive beast. A heavy burden, perhaps.
Well, you know what? There are some people equipped for handling heavy burdens.
Like Lydia from Skyrim. She is sworn to carry your burdens. I can't believe we just make our companions in Skyrim a bunch of pack mules. That's true. If you deny it, you are a liar. Even Serrano was a pack mule. I'm kidding.
You know, I'm that kind of person that whenever I have like too much inventory, I tend to either sell it or
just eat all the
just
cheese rolls.
dismantle it. Yeah. Yeah.
And how did the Dragonborn defeat Parthenax? By eating 1,000 cheese rolls. As Bleed, they might not have too much in their inventory in terms of volume. But impact is felt once again, but this time it's Vishio making it. Pith, who was a rock star, and a bright spot for Bleed in those 4 rounds. Now non-existent, but Maxi is here to pick up the pieces, and Acerola will suffer the consequences of trying to hold this site alone. Again, utility, losing that Astra, never a good sign, never a fun time for Fancy. But they do have Haizi, who does have that extra pair of dark covers. No, he doesn't. I believe he does get shoot out. The paranoia completely whiffs. And they reassess the situation, looking for a different angle of approach. Lexi gets stunned up. Haizi gets one somewhere else. A double for him. And now the garage sale. It's up and running. Lenny and Lexi. Double L duo. They have a pretty unorthodox spot for dealing with this Aserai. The defuse is already gonna come, but what's gonna stop it? It's the Hunter's Fury from downtown. It's been tapped. Is it enough? It's enough! Yes, I can. He has to stick this. 5 seconds. Oh, and it's not enough apparently. I called it too soon this time.
Oh my god. What was the lockdown for? Oh.
If anything, it should have been done sooner.
That's what, 13 seconds? 15 for the lockdown to complete? It only needs like 4 seconds to defuse half of that spike remaining. I don't know. I felt like the split from Bleed was actually quite well placed, but Fancy also did something of the same regard where they didn't just run into the site. They got that heavy garage control, and somehow 4 people coming out of garage was not punished by Bleed, since Bleed was already playing for hard post plants. I don't know what's happening. It feels like Bleed's decision making should be good, but somehow Fancy is able to just one-step it every single time. That being said, Durian again just brings out the wrath of the judge. And Fancy here having an operator in Fishio's hands. It was the right decision to be done by him. Fishio still hits the shot. Gonna try to get himself a Vandal if need be, but Lene was already looking to get the punish, or not Lene, excuse me, but Myth is looking to go for the punish. Now they know that Fishio is just trapped somewhere in their own spawn. Are they gonna try to chase aggressive for this? Good stun overall. But can he escape with this sniper with his life? It's gonna be very pivotal coming to the next round, because I think Fancy will be broke once again. Challenge? There's 2 of them there.
They both
still has a headhunter. Oh, what a jump.
I think you might be right when it comes to mid-round decision making for Bleed. I feel like there are momentary lapses, and you'd expect maybe acumen on some of those players have not fully developed. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, Bleed is actually relatively young overall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we know Pith and Maxi, they've been around forever and they are absolutely timeless. But the rest of Bleed, if I'm not mistaken, again, they're very, very young. So a lot of those maybe preferences to take the fights are leaning on the more aggressive side. In any case, when it works, it snowballs. But when it doesn't, it does kind of feel like they're kicking themselves in the behind. Aserai, once again, under-equipped is Fancy. So they have to make something happen here. Maybe potentially force the issue.
Yeah, Fishio does have his Tour de Force in hand. BMV, as well as Yes I Can here on the crossfire. He's going to show himself too early. And Pith was so ready for that swing. Man, that flashpoint is like the perfect utility for the pop shot. Ooh. Ouch. Just pain. Just absolute pain for Fishio.
Yeah, hard to stomach those type of situations, but again with Bleed and their armory, their arsenal, fully locked, stocked, and loaded, the numbers on the side of Fancy dwindling. The questions for this round have all but been sealed as 6-1 Bleed. Like I said, potentially a return to form. Maybe Icebox is their crux of a map that they have to mull over just a tiny bit. Last stage it was Ascent. Now it has shifted over to the Icy Tundras, but more Tempered Haven, like you mentioned, is looking far more formidable. Now Fancy not having that duelist. it's, you know, it's one of those things where, yeah, let's completely dominate it with science, and that's completely fine. But a balance has to be struck here. Who is going to be their space taker? Who is going to be the one to soak up all that attention? Especially when entering sites on those retakes, right?
How will they be able to do that? But, I mean, still not far from over. But gotta say, Bleed has been looking so much better at this point. That being said, they have called this timeout just to... I'm assuming just to figure out how to approach the 4-man ultimate that Fancy is going to be employing in this particular round, especially that, again, Fancy will have access to these weapons. Maxi is very near his TP, by the way, and they use this. I think we saw that in the first series with Paper Rex and Order, that Paper Rex was able to use the TP to such a really good commission. So Bleed could be playing of the same cloth if they do want to do so. Vicio, all right, he could be supplemented by the fault line, but Bleed has just gone all the way straight for a long. About 5 of their members are going to be playing here, while Lexi's utility will at least keep them safe for flanks.
Here.
Safety from the flanks. They do have to find some sort of fertility in their results. They need that boom in the harvest, because none of these rounds have really given them anything. If not, it's like the Great Drought of Ireland. 1805 as Heisey as the Grim Reaper as he fights 2. Bleeds Pith again, being the one to make a difference. Not for long enough, as yes I can. Shreds Bleed to bits. And there we go. That must be the boon that they were waiting for, to be the Bane of Bleed.
It was a lot committed though, but again, what really can Bleed do in that encounter? As you saw, not sure if that could have worked if they pushed in, but they do know that if they try to play very far back, again, there's just so much that Fancy could have thrown out. That being said, maybe they could have actually just forced Fancy to use basically all of their ultimates, because they still have that Astro Wall for retakes if need be. And Bleed are looking outside of B here. That being said, it seems like Fancy were also thinking the same thing, but now Seaside is going to be the template for them. Ultimate has been used with the Hunter's Fury from Lene. That's going to give them a safe passage onto the side itself. And all the smokes to cover the vision of Fancy. So there should be a plant into the post, into the retake. And Pitt's timing is absolutely divine. He's gotten 2 already. Maxi going to try to supplement that a little bit. Acerola's rifle is peeking out. Durion doesn't get the shot off, and Yes I Can somehow manages to get the kill there outside of garage window. Maxi trying to wrap her way all around, looking for somebody to go through garage doors. But it seems like Yes I Can and the rest of Fancy loves to go for a complete regroup as they come in this with a 3-man stack. Ooh, just barely the wall, but Acerola hidden inside, starting to go for the defuse. The shock dart is going to be incredibly crucial. And Maxi, what do you got? You got to top the plan right now. Oh, as Fancy almost gets it, but Maxi is the absolute hero from Bleed.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Once again, I've been reduced to noises. As
grunts and oohs and ahs.
Maxi had no business winning that. Maxi had no business in winning that, but he finds, or rather he creates something out of nothing. And BMV drawing a bit of an outline there. Acerola for sure had that. I'm actually not sure what happened here, but I think it's the dark cover. The last minute dark cover, so smart. That's one to be dissected and be put up in the lab for years to come. As Bleed, they continue their march much more confident, much more sure, fired up. And look at Darion, very eager to take this A site. No resistance whatsoever coming from Sewers here. No utility invested, as Fancy leaning towards a more retake play again. Darion, no issue taking this. With that trap getting destroyed, that is going to alert Fancy that their A site has been compromised. The first line of defense is actually BMV here. Despite having only a sheriff, he could find a cheeky shot, but they want him to stay alive. His long-range utility is something that they will have to bank on. And Lexi runs away as soon as he gets rid of that Trailblazer. The guiding light still blinds him, still hits him, still tags him. But where is he really? They haven't figured it out. Oh my goodness! Fishio actually gets hit by the Vandal there. But the body of Yes I Can actually saves him. And in completely blind fashion, Darian finds Acerola. Pandemonium ensues as the rest of Fancy, they try to brute force themselves into the site. Time is running out. They have to stick this. But Darian, he can't find a shot. He has to win this. 3 more and...
Oh, what?
Okay. Okay. I thought that they had that. I was so sure that the Void was going to consume everything. But Heisey, man. You know, Omen is made out of 1,000 souls.
That worked.
This man.
Not gonna lie, I think Bleed also thought that they won that already. Considering Darion's positioning and how just savage she looked at that one. Yeah, let's look at the replay real quick here. He even sprayed on the ground, man. He's probably thinking that Heisey was not gonna complete the defuse. Oh, Acerola. Oh. Well, here we go. Bleed have not gotten any form of so much success, I think, when A site is their primary site. So C could have been it.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, they were so ready on that swing.
Oh,
after that first shot, it's only down to Lexi. Too confusing, too many. Unfortunately, can't find anything else. Yeah, 4-7.
In the half.
Fancy are striking back.
I'm at a loss for words here. It seems that Bleed wanted to have a quick retaliation there. But maybe to their own demise, I would say. Now they're on a bit of a reset point, Asteroid. They still have Lexi on a Vandal. But they're going to completely zero out their bank. It is the final round. They're trying to scrounge up as much as they can. Darion luckily has the Blade Storm out. But maybe if they go back to what made them incredibly successful in those first few rounds, especially with Maxi, pardon me. Maxi getting those trades in as quickly as he can. Tries to open it up, tries to find BMV, but BMV finds some safety in this B side and he's completely baited them. Acerola, free reign onto both those players.
One enemy remaining.
And the spike is down. All up to Lenny with a Bulldog. It is in no man's land. The Vandals are just there, but it feels so impossible to cross. A few tags up, but Acerola with a beautiful 3K to cap it off for Fancy, making this incredibly competitive still.
Oh man, Darion was in trouble there. You'd see again Acerola masterclass at trigger discipline on mid. But this other highlight that we saw on short, I'm not sure if we were gonna see it. Well, unfortunately not. I think it was Fisher that TP'd out, but Yes I Can actually caught Darion still mid-dash or still in that animation where he's about to whip out his weapon. So easy little trades overall. Not sure if you were able to see that because it was just very quick. But Fancy that last round just so good at being able to work off of each other. I think that was very much, again, seen with the Acerola tuck underneath of window. That was done beautifully by BMV, making so much noise. And again, Acerola just hiding in that cheeky little spot.
I love the bait and switch there on the side of Fancy. Evolution has been incredibly apparent for them. They've been exchanging hits with the Juggernauts. They've been getting better at it as time progresses. Now, Bleed, I think they might have to calm down a little, Asterai. Maybe their fortitude is taking a few hits. Some of those plays and maybe some of those overextensions kind of look uncharacteristic. Again, it's very, very fixable. They still have 2 rounds to give. But ultimately, they want to win this series now before it spirals out of control.
Well, Fancy feels like a team that can spiral into control or out of control.
Yes.
Well, if I made
I'm gonna leave it at that. Yes.
Nah, it just feels like they're a team that can really bring the best out of themselves and maybe even the worst at times, depending on the situation that they are in. But Haven, it seems like they're able to adjust quite well, actually, compared to any of the other maps that we've seen for them in the past. So, you're absolutely right. Bleed need to be a little bit more careful here. If they give that Fancy United team an inch, they could rip it open to make it into a mile.
I actually do remember this being one of Fancy's better maps in the previous stage. They would always go for a very aggressive pistol round. But it does look like they're going to be on the defensive yet again, as it's Bleed taking a lot of space and a lot of real estate towards mid. The flank is that much more vulnerable now for Fancy, and they have to be a bit more aware of that. Looks like A site is going to be their playground, or at least the playground that they want to get into. But Maxi, Lexi, and everybody on the side of Bleed say, this is our part of town. Shoo.
That is true. You've come into the realm of the cul-de-sac.
It's true. The cul-de-sac could potentially lead into a curb stomp. I love that choreography. They're very synchronized shots, apparently.
Yeah, you can hear the classical music playing already.
Which is?
Right there.
You know, the there you go. I don't know the chic music call for it because I'm not classy enough.
Are you calling me, Nico, a bunch of music nerds? But it does look like Darion and Acerola, they are the ones to bully Fancy into submission. Hey man, they did it with pistols again. They're like, yeah, let's save money, right? And let's just
in this economy.
In this economy, upgrade.
Man, that's a 5-stack from Fancy. This is like the worst possible position to actually fight in when you have Pith on the receiving end. Out in the open, where a flashpoint is just gonna ruin your life.
I don't know about ruining my life.
Oh, fine, ruining the round. All right. Okay,
Ruining the round.
Mr. I gotta be correct and very literal about everything.
Look what you've done. You've forced Fancy into a timeout. You've potentially caused some sort of rift in reality once more. Fancy, they do love that aggression of theirs. I love this temperance that they brought into the stage, and whatever they've been doing, it's been good for their growth. But Bleed, they're really making those growing pains that much more pronounced. It is still a pretty close map, I would say. 2 swings, still very, very doable. But now we have Darion on that operator. Letty actually has a scoped weapon himself, but I believe he might upgrade that very soon. I'm not sure how this timing on this operator is gonna work, especially with a lot of utility being thrown his way, being invested, and a potentially crucial whiff there. He will get tagged up by the vulnerability, but it doesn't deter him. Rather, it's not that consequential. He does fall back into the safety of his own site. As Fancy, they look to move somewhere else. They hear the shot. Intimidation, maybe, or a smart move, perhaps a bit of both. And see, all the way on the opposite side of the map is going to be invaded. A bit of swarm tactic here. And yes, I can. He will find Lexi through the smoke, unassisted whatsoever. You see all of that utility go into the way of Fancy. But luckily for them, there's nobody close to worry about as they go for an open plant. Playing this from C Long.
Maxi trying to see the trying to show us the power of the Bulldog. Pop the shot with Durion. Unfortunately, nothing will connect. Pith now frantically trying to get control of Garage here. Is Bleed willing to fight this one out or just back away? As again, very expensive investment from Durion here, and not really the best of weapons to actually go for that retake, especially against this full-blown utility team that Fancy has incorporated. Lene and the rest, they're looking to go for the exits now. Is he greedy enough? There's like 4 people looking in their general direction. My goodness, this is going to be so difficult. The aftershock for a little bit of that powwow, but all they really have to do is just play at the edge of the C-Long.
Where'd the dart go?
It got broken, I think, ASAP.
By the explosion, right? So
Maybe?
I don't think the...
I think somebody shot it.
potentially. I don't think the operator is a bad purchase here at all.
Oh yeah.
But that's exactly what happens, right? Most of the team had weaker guns. I feel like he got it around too early, especially he couldn't find the opening pick. But again, hindsight is 2020, and maybe it could have potentially snowballed into something else. But look at this. This is far more impressive. Now they have 4 main rifles. Darion tries again. Hopefully a little more successful this time around. A lot more information being given to him by that recon dart. Still very brazen of him to try. His second shot misses as he goes back. Pith is here to ready to support. Still 5-man strong on both sides here. The Trailblazer will get eliminated. And once again, Bleed. They reroute Fancy's efforts elsewhere.
Trix is schooling me right now in what the name of the sheet music was for that. But yeah, you mentioned again how it is looking a little bit better for Bleed, but Darion, similar to what we saw from other op players of yesterday, I think very, very aggressive. Finally finds the shot that he was looking for, but Thisio very much prepared for the trade. Can actually pick himself the operator if he wants to, but it's going to be a no-go, no-show for now. Lene, just absolutely beautiful on the defense. Good for 2. And the 3 versus 2 ensues. Pop flash. BMV's got to have to cross right in, as Yes I Can is holding this very true and very, very well. As Maxi's going to have to wait for his teammate to cover him back. It's very, very risky for Maxi to do this without Pith helping him out. The poop of the shot. They're actually going to be flashing out of this one, but Pith gets caught. We don't know that Maxi's already dropped right down. The smoke to help him out cover this position. And Yes I Can already expecting the peak, but Maxi with the crab walk out wins the duel in the end. This very nice scoreline turns into a not so nice 6-10 as Bleed get themselves double digits.
Classic Maxi. Classic clutch. And yet another symphony being employed by him. A few more notes. And Bleed could potentially just hit the right strings. Get a series win. But Fancy, they still have a lot of fight left in them. Not ready to close that door just yet. I believe this is going to be their eco buy again, Asarai. Again, I'll just have to check once the... Oh no, actually they have a few more buys in hand. One more after this. It's BMV who's hasn't really purchased up just yet, but if we look at the ult economy, Darion is very, very close to the Blade Storm. Maxi is going to have that from the shadows very, very soon. And Bleed timeout to just get themselves going here. They must have noticed something that they didn't like. Maybe an overextension, perhaps?
Well, sometimes extension is good. You know, with like extension cords, but overextension in Valorant, sometimes not so much.
Sometimes. In any case, I feel like aggression is definitely something Bleed have in spades, but not all the time they have a refined approach as a unit.
Yeah.
And I feel like there are rounds where it's a byproduct of that unrefinement, right? They do kind of fumble a little bit. They do lose a few members, especially if they can't get that pivotal first fight that they really, really like. But right now, they get stunned up. Darion now gets the first shot on Yes I Can. And he will leave happy knowing that he got that opening entry for his team. And Fancy, without that Sky, still has another set of flashes in the form of BMV. But not a lot of information gathering, nothing concrete. This flash is gonna come as soon as they get the slightest bit of information, and that they do. The swing is here. Pith finds Heisey. BMV is all alone. The counter flash is there, but the firepower or the number of bullets. And Red Storm. I can't believe they're still contesting this. Did they have a choice? No, not really. Lenny not really caring, as he will get the final 2. That's right, Bleed looking so impressive.
Yeah, that was such a great dance for Lene there. You saw how he was just already about to get shot down by the aftershock, but the cloudburst from Darion able to assist him to get on out of there. But other than that, I just gotta say, Raph, how many times has Darion peeked through sewers and Fancy have done nothing, minimal to absolutely nothing to actually flush him out from that position? It's just a 1 star, but it's always like delayed. And Darren just, you know, either gets a shot or just dashes away.
you'd think they'd move that star up just a tiny bit, or maybe throw the flash a little earlier, maybe even change it up, maybe use the Omen smoke for cover.
Yeah.
But maybe, again, hindsight is 2020. The execution maybe is something that they're like, hey, maybe we just missed our timing and whatnot. But Fancy, they're definitely on the back foot here as they lose Fishio. Maxi opening it up. He's already on top of the stage, and Heisey does not want a repeat performance whatsoever. No encore. As Lexi does get Yes I Can. Darion with a right click finds Acerola. And Heisey with 20 HP and a dream will be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Match
point. It's been pushed back. Match point is being called out. It's turned into a very stormy day here in where I'm at. And it seems like the storm is also brewing in this match between Bleed and Fancy United. 6-round difference, Rap. Fancy have hit another wall. This is similar to what we saw in Split and Bleed. Well, they're back on track from how they've been playing. As you mentioned, very impressive from that. Oh my God, Darion's just fearless. He hits another shot though. Acerola does get found out by the shots of the Classic. And we're back to the 3 versus 3. The thing is, this is still very painful for Fancy because even though we've equalized the numbers, the pressure is still on. Again, they're going to be playing at this with match point already. Pop shot through the smoke. Very, very beautifully executed. And somehow, some way they managed. Lexi, though, no one's going to be defending him. They're going to line up for him beautifully. And Lexi finishes off the series as it creeps right to the left. And that is going to be Bleed with a convincing end on this Haven map.
An excellent map 1, an excellent map 3 for Bleed. There was no sequel. And it seems that despite their what was that? I don't know. Fun gesture there by one of our Bleed players, but again, Asura, yes, a return to form perhaps. A little bit of VODs to review though. Again, a team with really, really high upside and great potential moving forward. We're excited what they can bring to the table.
Excited to see what they can bring here as they're still undefeated. Can't wait to see what happens when they face up against another undefeated team. Maybe in the name of Sersha, mayhaps. That's going to be something to watch out for. Anyways, also check it out, guys. We're going to go with the panel in just a bit to talk about this series even more and set us up for the last series of the day later on. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
我 ID 是 Silfat BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛最大的劲敌是 PaperX， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌。就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。 你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我阶梯会飙死你们了。
Hi, I'm DZ from Gaimin Gladiators, and we are from the MYSG region. Coming into APAC Challenger Stage 2 as one of the newer teams, we are hoping to make a statement during this tournament and show what the team is able to accomplish within the APAC scene. The team will be going one step at a time, and we'll try our best to gun for a playoff spot, since we have already secured a spot in the group stages. PPGL. They are undoubtedly the strongest team in APAC right now, and we are looking forward to see what new things they will offer throughout the competition. Jin. He's the star player of PPGL, which elevated them after the addition of him. Practice, eat, and sleep. Thank you to Gaimin Gladiators, fans, and all supporters throughout VCT YSG. We hope that you guys can continue to support us under the Gaimin Gladiators banner throughout our APAC run.
Welcome back over here at VCTPA APAC Stage 2 Challenger. Sorry, a little bit of the muscle memory tuning in over there on my tongue. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix still on the panel. 2-1 for the series results, favoring Bleed Esports. Good try on the side of Fancy United though. Now Tash, I really enjoyed watching FCY in their defensive layout, but Bleed was just something else, especially after the adjustments that they made.
Okay, so coming back to that, so when you look at Bleed on map 2, it felt like they were a little bit shaky, and then I was a bit concerned for them because I was just like, okay, is this like because of a map pick issue, or is it because they weren't? Is it because like they were only very aware of playing one map? But when they moved to Haven, that shift in mentality happened, and I'm really liking this reset coming in for them. Because when you think about how they played just now, what's great is just that you saw the changes and flexibility coming in from them. At first, it felt like a tug of war in the beginning between the two teams, where maybe Bleed won the first floor, but after that, Fancy kind of like figured them out. But then suddenly you see a shift in Bleed's playstyle when you also saw that they're able to play very disciplined and wait it out instead of play super aggressive. And I'm liking this shift where they can go from gear 100 to gear 0 at just a drop of a pin.
So talking about shifts, especially on Bleed, I know we were, a little surprised that Pit was on that on that breach.
Oh yeah.
Before going into that Haven map, but we could see also, the kind of discipline that went in with the Darion and breach combination, in which there was always support ready. We could always see that, rather than just being that kind of initiator that goes right in, takes the fight, takes all of the duels, we saw that Pit would slow it down as well. He'd force that slowdown, whether it's on the opponent's side or his team side, in the aggression. And for Fancy United on their attacker, on their defender, I felt that it was really interesting that it felt like Fancy United played it as if it was a map with only 2 sites.
Oh yeah.
And then they would always just retake the other one.
I think also what's really interesting is about how they the map control as well. I mean, in the beginning, we saw a lot of, I think we would think like about how Fancy, the reason why they came up on top was because they were able to abuse the smokes coming in from Bleed. They would play this really unsuspecting corners and they would just pick off them one by one by one. But once Bleed figured it out, we saw them a little bit more vigilant, checking corners and also clearing out every single angle. And that was actually what Lexi and Pit is just there for, just clearing those corners, using the nanoswarms, especially on attack. And if you saw the way that they set up for post plant, they didn't really have setups when it comes to like the sort of killjoy lineup and all that. No, they were just playing together and making sure they don't lose as many people as possible. Some games can be very, very close, I have to say, but every time they have a close game, it felt like Bleed was adjusting and saying, okay, well, we still won that round, we shouldn't have lost that many players, so what can we do to minimize our losses? And they really played it through till the end.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, look at the performance of Bleed Esports over here. But I do have to say
that one was so good.
Oh,
Did you see how they played this?
Really was.
I think this is the magic coming in from Pit himself. It's almost like he said, okay, wait for my flash, 1, 2, 3, swing, and everyone was just down over there. And even in those situations that they didn't have advantage of guns, Bleed was still winning just because of this discipline coming through, as well as this communication that I don't think we saw on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, they did have this like overtime towards the end, and after that, I started noticing that Bleed was playing a little bit more carefully, except for Darion. Darion was just so brave. He was always still pushing sewers or A long, but he would always make it worth it, because despite his aggressiveness over there, he'd get like 1 to 2 picks every single time. He made sure that, you know what, if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna take 1 or 2 down with me. But here he is, Trix, our series MVP.
Yes, our series MVP being Darion, being able to make that space, and we could see him with those aggressive picks. I still can't get over the fact when he was on that operator, he got that pick.
Oh yeah.
He gave it up, and then you could just see the Sova and the breach, like this, and then you saw Darion just perch up, ready to get that first contact. Then immediately when contact was hit, they would flash it. They all went out, and there was so much teamwork there, and I love to see it, and I hope Bleed keeps that up, because that is fantastic.
It really is. And on top of that, I would have to say this confidence coming through, really allowing them to not only play aggressive but also take up so much space. Like, I was so shocked that Darren would go all the way to a lobby and play that close on an operator. But I think it's the idea that his teammates were there that really enables him. And this is what we talked about in terms of, if you want Darion to perform, you need to make sure that he has the tools and the information, and which is why there was a switch there between Lexi and Pit. While I do really like the way Lexi plays with Breach, is very aggressive, very, gung-ho style, but when you put it on Pit, it's not as aggressive, but it enables the team. So at the end of the day, it comes down to what kind of composition and playstyle they want to do, and this flexibility coming in from the players to just switch out agents as well as playstyles as they go by is just honestly one of the biggest changes or improvements I've seen from Bleed so far.
I think what was great about putting Lexi on that Killjoy, right? Because I was also keeping my eye on that Killjoy. How is it gonna move? Because we've seen them on more of an initiator role, and then you could tell that he was confident in taking those duels, and I feel like that's something we see a lot in chambers, right? A lot of the chambers will like push up, they get that information, they rotate, and then we could see Lexi doing the same thing as a Killjoy. The Killjoy, would start putting the traps. They'd play more of like the flank control, but also they'd be aggressive. She wasn't afraid to take those duels, and I thought that was really good because that's exactly what they needed.
Utils, right?
Yeah, playing to bait your utility and being like, okay, so this is like the general area they can be in. I could probably take out one or two.
The chip
call in a
damage is
teammate
so
to help
good.
you. Yeah.
I need to take notes on his Killjoy layouts over there. Excuse me, I do have a guest over here. It's kind of stormy outside here in the Philippines, and my dogs get a bit anxious whenever the thunder starts rolling in.
Yeah.
Breach, please stop. Breach. The
more
rolling
thunder,
thunders
please.
are coming in, so I gotta keep my boy Sydney over here on the broadcast for a little bit. But I absolutely loved how this game went. Unfortunate for the side of FCY, but this isn't the end of their journey. They still have a chance to qualify for our playoffs. But Bleed Esports, I don't even know what to say over this team. Just a lot of dedication, and I love how the adjustment came in. I felt like they were a little bit off on Icebox, as you said, Tash. I'm not quite sure if it was because of the map pick. Maybe they weren't playing too comfortably today. But moving on to Haven, just so good. And I gotta say, you guys probably touched up on this before, but Maxi is just so smart. I love it. The way he plays his role is just so impressive, and I can't wait to see more of him. I kind of forgot on how the whole bracket situation is right now, but does this mean that Bleed actually qualifies for the playoffs already? Am I right to assume this?
That is a great question.
Let us double check real quickly. Let me put my dog down. I think you're gonna be good.
They actually did. They
That's
did qualify for the
fantastic.
playoffs, so we have Bleed.
Wait, what a journey! Because you came all the way from play-ins and you were able to qualify all the way to playoffs already. That is crazy. But in the meantime, guys, as we divulge into this information a little bit more, we are going off to a quick break. Please excuse us. There is Rolling Thunder over here. Maybe perhaps once Breach is doing his ultimate, then we'll get back into the games. But in the meantime, we're off to a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, take go and leave. heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah. You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Cash Money, and Tricks still over here on the panel. I think Breach is just about done, so I think we can proceed to the next series of the day, which is also the final series of the day. So the first team over here that we've got has a battle cry that we like to say, they're an absolute beast, not just because they're the mythical creature over here, but they've got members in here that is just holding W all throughout. They're so capable and so aggressive, even getting a scoreline of 13-1 from time to time to shut down a series. They're all riled up. We're on the group stage and we're ready to jump on that hype train that they have. This is Griffin Esports.
Griffin Esports performing so well earlier in the series against Myth, I think taking most of us by surprise. They're no longer relying on Shufat BB, which I think was initially the thing I was most worried about this team. We got Fungtree, Rainy, Shufat BB, Winner, and XII?
Yeah, XII.
XII? Okay. So I think that clearly that this is a team that is developing and they're finding themselves, but I'm wondering if they found their identity in time to go against their opponent in this last series of the day. They did try to use the Yoru and Raze on Bind, and I like the double duelist setup. I find that especially Griffin Esports, they were able to utilize that. So I find with that kind of innovation that they have with the agent lineups, with the abilities of the agents and how to optimize those agents for their gain, I think shows a lot of promise on this team.
I agree with you, but I'm looking at the poses that they had in the photos that they had here. I could see that XII has some pretty big brains based off of that pose alone. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how those big brains will be performing into this series. Now, on the other side of Griffin Esports, Tash, I feel like you have the forte with this team. After all, you rave about them and their little Cinderella story. So why don't you do the introduction?
Okay, so let's talk about Gaimin Gladiators. And for Gaimin Gladiators, it's a very interesting story for them because they are a team that didn't necessarily make it to APAC for quite a while, and now they're here. And what's really interesting about them is that they are a team that really have reinvented themselves. So let's have a look at them. This is the second time that MYSG has seen a Cinderella story, and this time it's Gaimin Gladiators. From long amazing zebra ears all the way to these guys. I mean, this is a very interesting reinvention from zebras to gladiators. However, let's talk a little bit about the team. So the introduction of Arton into their team, as well as introduction of Arton into the team in general, has just been phenomenal for them because it has really added another layer of not only aggressiveness but also 300 IQ plays, as well as a more flexible sort of play style from them. And if you look at the players one by one, they are absolutely talented. You have Frey, who is just like this unmovable mountain on a chamber. You have Neff, who is an insane bridge. You have DZ, who's just so good at taking up space. You have Styron, who is so flexible either on the Sova as well as the stage. So in a way, Arton as well with his Omen plays has been absolutely next level. So for Gaimin, I think they've had a pretty good run, but they didn't really necessarily make it through against Onyx, just because Onyx just really shows in terms of their experience.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, just something else. They started off with the upper bracket, and it's just so interesting how far they've gone over here. But again, this is what you're saying, Tash. This is their Cinderella story. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out, especially as we have Sufat BB and DZ over at our head-to-head. Tricks, here they are. The infamous duelists of these respective teams. Don't they look good over here?
They do. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we had the duelists back on the head-to-head.
I agree.
Actually speaking, I know that it's because there's so many good players right now in all of these teams, and I find that Shufat, BB, and DZ, they just have this ability to open that space for their teammates. We have Shufat, who before has shown that he just kind of goes in. You know, his teammates are letting him go in, but we have DZ on the other hand, who's also optimizing the sheer utility that his duelists have.
I think personally, what the difference between DZ and Sufat BB is that DZ is just a very straightforward sort of duelist, very in your face, sometimes very predictable, but predictable doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, especially if you know that your teammates are ready to back you up in case something were to happen. But Sufat BB is a different kind of story where he's very flexible. He can come in from different angles. He can come in from a long kind of entry or even the direct one. So I would say that I would give that flexibility to Sufat BB. But in terms of how team play comes around, I think I will still give it to Gaimin Gladiators just because of how they play. But in terms of their experience, you can really see it, especially in the Onyx game the other day, where they have an idea or execution in mind, but sometimes because that execution wasn't able to be achieved, you start seeing question marks coming from Gaimin Gladiator. And I do hope they have recovered from that, because now is a situation where they want to come up on top.
They really do want to come out on top, and especially being the duelist role, you always have to be prepared to dash in, to satchel in, whichever the map may be. So let's actually find out. Ooh, which map we'll be going into. I don't know. I believe the audience also heard the Rolling Thunder coming in once again. But maybe as we move on to the map vetoes, there will be sites that will be experiencing the same Rolling Thunder too. But off the bat, Trick, since your Rolling Thunders are coming in, what maps do you think we'll be seeing?
Off the bat, I did expect that ban from Gaimin Gladiators. They haven't played it, I think, in all of 2022. Fracture as well from Griffin Esports. I believe right now it's their decider just to ban it. I wouldn't be surprised if an Ascent actually came up. But again, it really depends on what these teams are hoping to play. Because, there it is, the Ascent. Because I do know Griffin Esports does not exactly have the best statistics when it comes to the Ascent map. But what do you think, Tash?
Thunder is so loud. Okay, so now for Ascent, for me personally, I think that Gaimin, they have a pretty good track record on Ascent, and it's one of their most played maps this year. Given that they have so many different lineups and gameplays, and on top of that, they are a team that is just as, I would say, adaptable as PPGL, knowing that they already are pretty much ready with the Fate. But the other day though, we saw them pick up the Yoru, and it didn't really work out in their favor. Sometimes maybe Gaimin can be a little bit too overachieving, and I think sometimes it's always great to go back to basics.
On the side of Ascent again, I am a little bit worried on the side of Griffin Esports. They haven't had the most stellar performance here, and they have tried switching it up, bringing out the Fate from time to time, but I really think that they need to pull something out over here, be a little bit more creative in terms of execution so that they can pull it off against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. But hey, we're going to breeze for the second map, and they rarely step on the sand over here, but when they do, it's quite breezy, Tricks.
I do think so. Griffin picking a map like Breeze, and that the way that they just take space, the way that they force the information, force the opponents to push back, I think it's really going into their playstyle here, and I can understand why they would pick a map like Breeze. It's so large, you want that aim duels, and we have seen Griffin Esports just shine with the aim duels, but not to say Gaimin Gladiators have it either.
I mean, to be fair, when you think about Griffin and in terms of taking up space, let's talk about holding space as well. Their space, in terms of like them holding space, has been absolutely phenomenal, especially if you see Feng playing the anchor. And for now, I mean, on the other hand, we also see Frey as well coming in from Gaimin, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for Gaimin to take that map as well. But Haven though is going to be very interesting, coming just because of Neff on the breach. It's just been really, really fun seeing them play that.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna mention it because of all of the Rolling Thunder action that we've been hearing throughout this panel, that we're anticipating that we get to see a breach, especially on Haven. Now for Griffin Esports, I've noticed that ever since Fade came out, they've been having a lot of fun with Fade regardless of the map, but it's most especially on Haven. They kind of switched up their composition, but I think it really brought out the best of them, especially on this map. But hey, with the maps out of the way already, we're going to be going to Ascent, Breeze, and Haven. That leaves more room for us to cast our predictions in. I'm not actually happy. I'm pretending to be happy because this part is just so dreadful. But you know what? I'm going to take the first pick on this one just because I want you guys to really, really think about where you're going to go with this. Because for me, it's going to be the Cacaos all around. It's Griffin Esports for me. I'm saying the Cacaos as much as I can because I know that it's a battle cry buff for them, and I'm predicting
it worked out
them.
last time.
Yeah, it really did. So what about you, Tash?
Personally, for me, I'm gonna go for Gaimin just because I've seen their journey all the way from stage 1 all the way to now, from one side to Lays to Gaimin Gladiators. I have to see this through, so I'm gonna cast my support for them. I have to say that I'm a huge fan of just supporting the underdogs, and I really hope they come up on top.
I feel, Griffin has been doing so well. I feel, where their issues were, where we found their flaws, or at least the holes that other teams were starting to abuse, they patched it up and they showed that they can adjust, they can make improvements, and they aspire to be better, and they proved it mid-tournament just as other teams have. So I would put my vote on Griffin Esports.
Honestly,
It seems like
if
they're...
oh sorry,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say honestly, if it wasn't Gaming Gladiators playing, I would go for Griffin as well, just because of how impressive their performance were taking down mid, and just how aggressive they're playing. And this mid tournament changes in playstyle reminds me of teams all the way up in Masters there. Just because of this, I would say that they have such a high percentage of winning, and honestly, I'm a big fan of that team as well. Honestly, it was really hard picking a prediction for this series because both of them have shown so much growth. They really have. And I was just about to say earlier that there's just so much evolution when it comes to both of these teams, which is why as much as our predictions are locked in, just know that it wasn't like a landslide sweep for us. Like, you know what? I'm going into this match 100% believing that Griffin Esports has this. No, I was so divided, and I'm sure that Trix felt the same.
Yes. Honestly, both teams were just really outdoing themselves. I understand and can see why Tash likes Gaimin Gladiators so much. That I love it when teams challenge the meta. I love it when they're challenging themselves because I feel like that's necessary in order to be a top team.
I think the flexibility from both teams has just been absolutely astounding. But if you want to talk about their performance on each agent, I have to say that if you look at, I think from Gaming Gladiators, I was just commenting on their first game this tournament was that they're more to comfort picks. It feels like they're not adjusting. And then suddenly on the second match they had, they fully adjusted. They changed all their agents. While it came up short, I really admire them for their bravery in trying new things, and I think it looks like it's gonna be the same again. I've talked before about the Fade and the Yoru lineup, but I would personally think it's better to do that on Breeze compared to Ascent, just because of how big the map can be. But now looking on the other side for Griffin, this is one of their El Clasico picks, I believe, where it's just something that they're very familiar with. And not only are they very familiar with, they're actually very good at the executions of utilities coming in from these agents, especially when you look at Feng, who is just insane at anchoring a site.
That is true. We always love seeing Feng anchoring a site on my Sentinel. But you know, Gaimin Gladiators pulling out a lineup that they actually have pulled out before, maybe not too successful, although granted their opponent was Onyx. So I'm wondering if they're going back to that match, kind of seeing what went wrong, seeing how they could have improved, but also taking into consideration that Griffin also could have watched that match and figure out what Onyx did right, and what it was punishing for Gaimin Gladiators.
But hey, that's the test of the limit over here. Like, even if Griffin Esports was able to review that specific match, obviously Gaimin Gladiator is gonna come back stronger over here, and it's just gonna be really intense. I feel like the tension is starting to build up, and I'm looking at this game thinking that it's gonna be neck and neck. I firmly believe that. I have to agree with you, but at the same time, you know, when we come to a game where you have a comp that doesn't really work out, this is when you question, like, are they gonna do it again? And in a lot of situations, not many teams will continue playing that comp. Now, my question is, since this comp didn't really work out before, what exactly have they learned from it? What exactly are they doing to apply it? And in those situations, because I would say that this Yoru and Fate lineup is very, I wouldn't say situational, but it requires a very particular lineup setup and timing in order to get right. So what if they're not able to execute it the way they want? Do they have a plan B to kind of make it work? We'll have to find out. That is the big question over here as we proceed to game number 1 of the final series of the day. It's gonna be Griffin Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators.
History meets mythology yet again for the second time. The series that started it all in the group stage couldn't want to head out our night today. And it's Griffin Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another matchup. Dax here with Mr. Raft instead. So I'm happy to be with you here, buddy. It's been quite a long time since we've been able to cast together. And we're in for a treat because if Gaimin Gladiators wins this, all three MYSG representatives move to the playoffs. But if Griffin Esports is able to take this victory, then HK Taiwan lives to fight in the top 8.
Well, you said it. Again, MYSG has been looking mighty strong. And you did mention history, Dax. It seems that every single partner I've had here, I've had some sort of history, whether it be competition or the same game. Barring Aserai, of course, because I met Aserai in a different chapter of my life.
That doesn't sound like a very good chapter, man. I'm sorry you have to deal with him on a day-to-day basis. But here we are, Sanctuary, that is Ascent. And funny enough, this was the first map that these guys fought against each other. Gaimin took that victory, but this time, they're moving forward with a different composition. They bring back what they used against Onyx. They have Neff on the duelist who playing the Yor right now. Dizzy moves over to the KO. And here we have it, Griffin though, immediately on the get-go. They know the fast pace can work against this Yor composition. Shupat TV, very aggressive through the middle. Fire Select on the board, and it's an invasion of B main that Gaimin comes out ahead with. Trade for trade, Bray with 3 though, already cost testing towards the link, jumping for Joy, and jumping to distract him enough to allow Arton to get that kill. 1 point now for Gaimin after the scramble.
An invasion, but they ran into the Margino line. A little too strong to penetrate, and Gaimin Gladiators, they look to replicate the success they had against Griffin. And in the last performance from Griffin, at least in this matchup, right, it was really Frey who was the standout performer. And look, he does it again with 3 big monumental kills to equalize the round.
Just huge implications for Gaimin Gladiators, though. If they expect that Griffin's coming their way, their usual trade system can work on that. Not just obstacles and fortifications, but a line truly drawn against, well, perhaps another force coming their way. But this time now, Gaimin does have the gun advantage, and this might be where we can actually see these Yoru plays work out. Something we've been theory crafting when you play the Yoru with the Omen and the Fate together. So many ways to suppress that noise, and Neff already TPing on in. Too fat baby, too late though on the dash on the way, and Neff able to get that takedown. 3 already here for the side of Gaimin, and Griffin's just dropping down to die. Fung will get 2 for himself, but beyond that, it's Gaimin still setting up these markers.
I feel like I've expressed my gripes about the Yoru pick no matter what team employs it. I just feel like it is so incredibly gimmicky and situational, especially with a game that really relies on a lot of flexibility, right? But when you land shots like Neff, then he really will justify whatever pick he'll get. And a little bit of a close-up with that clone too. Just a little claustrophobic for my taste. But I feel like later on, Dax, maybe as we see the game trudge along, maybe they'll need that extra explosiveness to get onto the side. Of course, with the Killjoy there, of course, Rainy present. It's going to be a bunch of layers that might be a little too difficult to peel off as they try to fight here for mid.
Chest fragment now to flush out Too Fat Baby, and that is just so clean from the Jet, erasing DZ from existence immediately. Eradication now, the protocol here by Griffin. Rainy build on that objective. The fake out though will be broken. Neff can't swing it because the door is going down. And immediately Griffin already putting the stop to the push. Too Fat Baby, a glimpse perhaps, might have seen Neff right here into the corner, and he does anticipate some contact all the way into the back line. But so far, I'm seeing here for Griffin that, okay, they want that contact. Oh, is he gonna knife him? Neff, you mad lad. If you actually go for the knife, turns on around, lets him pass, but Winner! How did Winner even get that one? Checks it instead, could have been a free kill for Neff. But now it's 5v2 here, Raph.
That was the greatest clone impression I've ever seen in my life. Neff had me so convinced. But now we have Styron and Frey again, the outstanding performers on Gaimin. Try to hold this down as Winner is tagged up to 20 health. No matter what, if they get this extra rifle, then it's going to be absolutely fantastic for Griffin. Or rather for Gaimin, but Styron with that one onto Winner. That's exactly what they need. They try to bust open the site. Fang with his back turned actually gets executed. and they get a free plant here. Now this could potentially be disastrous for Griffin because this is already such a heavy hit on their economy. Steron, he doesn't even care. He wants to crash. He wants to crash it. He doesn't want to be the player 3, Dax.
Yeah, just you gotta pull out those investments as soon as possible here, tank that economy as much as possible. And that was huge from Styron overall. That haunt distracting Fung enough to force him to break that, or his position be exposed. Rendezvous though back into the boathouse fray. He's able to avoid the number falls, but from front to back there is just no escaping Griffin whatsoever. In the clutches of these claws, it's Griffin who strikes back to get the round. But overall, this is a relatively good round for Gaimin. They got the plant down, they got 3 rifles out from Griffin, and that was a 5v2 situation that they were able to weasel out of.
Weasel out, as you mentioned, but the Griffin, it was, or at least the team was the Screaming Eagle that they needed to be, Dax. But moving forward, yeah, they are probably going to operate on a stifled economy. Again, when you lose 3 rifles on a round like this, you're kind of setting yourself back one more round. Doesn't really matter though, as we've seen both these teams really pop off mechanically. As we mentioned, there you go, the consequences of that previous round already so apparent with an Ares, Bulldog, and Guardian buy.
Yeah, couldn't get enough from that commerce, but this time now, Gaimin Gladiators, they have the buys that they love. Frey on his signature operator. And for Gaimin, it's honestly understandable that they go back to this Yoru comp here, Raf. Since it didn't work from Onyx, you kind of put the question, why are they doing this? But then you realize, what is their history in the group stage? They fought against Griffin, and if they didn't just have that round where they were able to 2v4 clutch it and then move with momentum to win out the whole shebang, I really feel like Griffin could have taken that map away from Gaimin. So a different game plan now, because that direct contact does still lead into what Griffin is best in. Fragment now for the stall. Neff, we'll respect that and back on the way. Gaimin Gladiators, they're using their history right now to the best degree. They're using the lessons learned to try and change things up. And a bit of a lurk from Styron might actually be the ace in the hole that Gaimin needs.
An ace in the hole indeed, but they still have a whole deck to shuffle here. Like you did mention, Gaimin, they want to run up that lead. Griffin, they have a lot of books to study. Hopefully they haven't really tossed that, relegated it to being burnt. As Frey, who wants to be the superstar here, looks to open up the site, but they've honestly have a bit of a dichotomy in interest here. We see the Yoru clone being thrown out, and that could potentially be something to signal Griffin to retaliate. The Ares buy, an absolute turret, are both these light buys, and they shred Gaimin, at least for the moment. Yet again, they get that plant down. Griffin, they're mighty struggling. Their feathers a little ruffled here. Arn does have that one smoke. He does expel that single dark cover attack. Still, the numbers, they are in the Griffin side.
Right. Winner looking to be the god of war, the god of fortune. That arrow is just so potent enough anyway, with all the bullets that Gaimin were ill prepared for. And the numbers, as you said, Griffin now an extra member in their flock. Low HP for Arton there. Dizzy trying to play over onto the defaults. All Griffin needs to do is break those sight lines and find a way to mobilize towards the site itself. Dizzy though has to make a decision, turns around to go after shoot that baby first and foremost, using that cover with the triple box, but it's just not enough. Griffin Esports taking this round. They should be able to tie things up. Should have enough time. It will be close, but there you go. Called it. No sweat. 0.02. No sweat, man.
Oh, I'm not shaking. You are.
Yeah.
You see those 2 rounds? I also wanted it to be as close as that. But a God of War needs sacrifice stacks. And I believe we saw the first lambs. But so far, still, maybe potentially Lion's pride for both teams, as it is pretty equal. Though that is quite telling on the side of Gaimin, potentially losing a little bit of diligence there, because again, I did mention that they lost a few gunfights to weakened weapons, and there you go, Gaimin Gladiators suffering on an even weaker buy.
I mean, put on the goat head, and speaking of the goat, or in this case, the greatest of that round, Winner now has the rifle, has the Hunter's Fury, and look at how much Griffin Esports has here in terms of utilities. They are absolutely ready with almost all their ultimates. They have that full deck now absolutely shuffled in their favor. And well, they're looking to double down on whatever kind of rounds they can get from this point on. Rainy though, Fragment again. His nades have been just so potent at stalling it out versus Gaimin. And he's not done gaming the competition. 2 for Rainy as the storm is brewing. And Griffin Esports, one more time, showing their strength against the opposition.
Was the game rigged to begin with? Is the question that gaming have to ask themselves right now. Again, we didn't really expect too much out of this round because once again they had a weekend bye. But they have to do something with these sheriffs. Get an orb, get an extra mile out of this. At least a Vandal to save. And Steron has heard the call. He's heeded my advice. He found Sufat BB. But a little confusion on the side of Fung. Have no fear though. A little assurance from his aim. Steron cannot steer clear away from the winner himself in that gunfight.
How do you pronounce it? I say Styron, you say Steron. Tomato. But we both can say that he's looking great after that round. He has been relatively clutch here for the side of Gaimin, and despite Griffin taking the round, that was more damage being done by Gaimin than in all honesty expected. And I think we've seen this in this specific matchup. Griffin gets an early lead. They have the numbers that look to be basically invincible. But Gaimin Gladiators, one thing they do well is defy those odds and defy the limits of the numbers that they have in the first place. Couple in with that trade system, it's a big reason why they're still here in the competition in APAC. Nefto teleporting now towards the middle. Good to see more value from the Yoru this time. Learned lessons versus the powerhouse that is Onyx. But do they learn their lesson against the smoke? And the judge, Shufat BB, waiting absolutely to see if he can just bring the poison pill against the opposition. A bit of cyanide in that auto shotgun. Here we have the smoke being thrown towards the middle as well. And it does imply that Gaimin wants to get that mid control. Not only that, a bit of a journey. Maybe Neff can get the backstab on, but I like the position from YR Select. Right smack dab in the middle. Can affect both sides as the Astra and keep an eye out for the flank if ever.
I have to say, cyanide laced 12 gauge. Look man, it's already filled with buckshot. But YR Select is just so sure about finding the duel. You jinxed the fact that Neff found value as a Yoru, but that space has been undone. Gaimin Gladiators, they move away from said space. They look like they want to take this heavily, or at least have a very, very high interest on taking B. Toss a drachma to your Gladiators. Give them a little bit of strength because the numbers, they have dwindled already. YR Select, an absolute performer. To find a cheeky pot shot, but the trade's there. Steron hit him with a drive-by, but Winner, true to his name, gets one. That's only the one he gets, along with a pair, but the trades are just too quick. Frey is still alive. Fung has the lockdown, but Frey is too quick. Oh my goodness, this is a mad dash against time. 31 health, seconds dwindling, but no time to plant. Still, incredibly pricey. Oh dear.
Cue the Benny Hill music there. Frey, the right idea to go for that mad lad dash. But in the end, it was just better played there by Fung. Putting that lockdown down, sure, it is a pricey investment to get the round win. But you want to be sure, secure, and happy to say that is a Griffin victory after all of that. Winner though, the hold on Boathouse was absolutely sublime. And not only that, Supak BB dropping that out of nowhere actually was a big surprise to Frey because he was looking after the Killjoy first. It was a good kill from Frey, but that distracts the chamber enough from getting that spike and buying enough time for Funk to even make the decision to put the lockdown in the first place. And a quick wrap around, it could have gone either way. But fortune favors the one who was not too bold, who played it safe. And this time, extra security for the rounds for Griffin. And speaking of now, the perch that Shufat may be able to play in, effective enough to get one. Cloud participating. Neff now ready to challenge, but Neff wants to fight. Winner though will just blow his chances to submit the reins. And with the Odin in hand now, this is some implications and some pressure courtesy of Griffin Esports. But Gaimin Gladiators, a nice pinch of the flag from Frey as well as Styron. These guys have come in huge here for the roster. They want to do it again to the roar of the crowd.
The roar of the crowd indeed, but you know how fickle they are. It is death they wish. It is entertainment. Wherever the blood spills, it doesn't matter. Once again, Gaimin Gladiators, they hold on for this defense. It feels like Griffin Esports. They're peering down from above, slowly encompassing the site. We see YR Select could potentially pick the right angle here. But Frey, is he quicker? Is he faster? Yes, he is! And the numbers advantage. Scare away Winner. Running away with the Odin here. Not the Norse gods are welcome, but the Greek ones instead. Hail to the Pantheon.
But Gladiators are Roman.
Oh yeah, right. Well, didn't the Romans steal from the Greek, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, they did. To be fair to you, they did. but the Gladiators were a Roman thing, not a great thing.
Then not to Ares, but to Mars instead.
Yeah,
there you
true.
go.
There you go. You know
There you
your
go.
mythology. I too played Age of Mythology when I was younger.
Absolutely. I feel like every single time I cast with you, it exposes the history nerd, despite the discrepancy. But you know what? That's what we're here for. History is all about that jazz. Gaimin though, a repeat is what they're looking for, Dax. Griffin not allowing it so far.
Come on, history is written by the victors, and who were the victors last time? It was Gaimin Gladiators. This time they're trying to do it yet again, the conquest of the mythical beast, and Frey already showing us who can dominate the other. Wire select, well, will be deselected from the A defense roster here. Taking on down, quick plant courtesy of Gaimin Gladiators. And these exceeds from Gaimin looking so much more sublime compared to before. They feel that they're so confident, letting Neff slip one by, willing to throw out things from the Fade and the Omen. You can see the Paranoia use that as early as possible just to blockade those sound cues. And really, it's Paranoia amplified here towards the Griffin roster. We're looking for exits instead. Winner all the way in the backline with a classic operator to be saved by Shufat BB. But we've seen this before. Gaimin Gladiators, once they get that run against Griffin Esports, does this feel like Griffin has the right answer against them? Does history repeat? That's exactly what Gaimin Gladiators wants to do in this situation. Winner though spotted on out. Crouch peek yet again from Frey. And if the rest of the roster will implode and go down with a sinking ship that is the site. 4-4 now here, Raph. We are tied up.
The agency, unforgiving. Much like the operator, Dax. I've talked about this with Asura and Black and Blue, and much with our panel, that the operator, if you can't find immediate gratification with it, or at least some sort of mid-round presence, then your late round is almost non-existent. Again, it's just so difficult to get anything out of it in the late round and the retakes. Granted, Griffin did not have the greatest of buys. Maybe I will sing a different tune. Considering Griffin, they've been very, very explosive.
I mean, that's really just the whole mantra of HK Taiwan as a whole. Be explosive, contesting that contact. But one thing that separates Griffin from the rest of the field is how they're able to know when to hold back. And I think that's really just some of their later additions into the roster. Winner Rainy specifically, but Shufat BB, he stepped on up on that jet roll. Griffin Esports, they made a number of changes coming into stage number 2 just to adjust for the new additions and the disappearances of other players. It does seem like it has pushed them to the top of HK Taiwan as a whole. But the gratification, man, you've been looking for it. And Shufat BB, he will provide a quick pick with the operator, already stemming the tide that Gaimin wanted to play in.
Shadows traveling.
Why is it always the Yoru that gets the short end of the stick, no matter what the situation? F is an absolutely fantastic player we've talked about, and you've talked about how HK Taiwan always brings out so many surprises. We saw that in No-Namers. In Griffin, they really want to make their case here. Rainy, absolutely no fear, but he'll go nose to nose, toes to toes with Z. And Z's like, you know what, you gotta buy me dinner first, bro. And Winner and Fang, they absolutely annihilate every single person, every single gladiator that comes into their little enclosure here. Frey all alone, and the spike left unplanted. Shufat BB, the star, they even get Rainy back on top. So my goodness, maybe stealth, maybe subterfuge? No, it's elimination for Frey.
Yeah, the cardboard box has been seen. The guards are alerted, and Griffin Esports, man, taking the lead back. Funny enough, though, I didn't expect to see the sequel to Wally happen in Valorant, but I'll take it. Between the two KOs touching tips there with their noses and with their gun barrels, to say the least. But the KO, man, the KO just having a little bit of smooch. But truth be told, kiss of death there from Griffin Esports. They're doing so much better on the retake when they have the forces. And given the numbers advantage, it does take away the effective trade system that Gaimin Gladiators loves to employ. Usually in a scenario where it's 5v5, right? Gaimin Gladiators know how to get ahead after everything is said and done. But 5v4, completely different! But it's a little bit too same similarities to the previous round, because Neff again is the first victim to the hand of the operator. I don't know if it's just bad luck by this point, because every single time we have seen him try to make a play against the Jet, he just gets the kiss from the long barrel of the op.
Maybe you want a kiss from Jet, not from the operator, as 50 BMG might actually literally tear you in half, but wouldn't surprise us that this might end up like the planet on Wall E, a big bloodied burial ground for what was a previous proud civilization, as the times and the numbers have been equalized in a similar fashion too. An operator, a long-ranged weapon, but their interest, they seem to have taken a bit of a detour. Now they take the scenic route to A again, which has been somewhat successful for Gaimin, not as perilous. Fung has been a turret, but it's YR Select to draw first blood. Ooh, Fung behind the cloudburst even gets another. Z has the trade. Fung, you want me to say your name 3 times because you have the 3, but it's UFAT BB to get that final hit onto Frey.
Yeah, he just cuts the line there and says, let me take the final kill, thank you very much. Problem is though, right now we're seeing from Gaming Gladiators, if Neff gets caught out early, what is their entry point? What kind of speed can they bring to the stable? And it does feel like the Yoru is such a linchpin right now of this whole strategy of taking the site that they should consider playing alongside him, just like we saw before with the Omen and the Fade. It's not that Gaming Gladiators can't get the entry kills. You can see Frey is the shining example of that. Even without the Yoru, right? He can still get a frag, and 14 is the number he has in his hands right now. But Griffin is just able to reinforce. Griffin is just able to have the right positions against the slower moving field of Gaming Gladiators. And now Rainy feeling the confidence, and yet again the Cubby hold effective for the KO, knocking out the competition. Next one here on the list, Fire Select trying to just give Frey a concussion, but it's even worse because it's a decapitation there thanks to the rifle. The gun advantage is clear. DC though finding a Spectre along the way. And the hero rifle for Neff to try and play the entry. But shoot, Fat BB! I think he blew up that gate crash there. He was able to spot it out at the very least. And the operator now going on to the high ground. Neff though with the opening. Finally, I was about to say he had a chance. But there's no chance here, Raph, whatsoever! Shoot, Fat BB has had Neff's number all throughout this game, this half! And there's just no signs of stopping this mad lad yet again. There's the intel and there's the kill, Raining with a 3! And a 3-round gap now between Griffin and Gaming. There is just no stopping Shoot, Fat BB whatsoever.
You hit that right on the head there, Dax, and honestly it's a little distressing on the part of Neff because like you mentioned, the number is so available for Sufat BB, and it seems that he's been ringing that up on the highest peaks of his fragging capability. Now, maybe speed isn't the S that Gaimin Gladiators want to take. Maybe it's the shrewd way of maneuvering the map, because exactly that is what Yoru excels in, and they even have a lot of reusable utility in dark cover. But it seems that even the slower pace of play, they cannot pinpoint where Sufat BB is going to lie in wait.
I mean, it's silence and subterfuge, their biggest tools right now. In Gaming Gladiators, despite the swap up in the agent composition, they're in a similar position to when they first faced off against Griffin on Ascent. But we know they made that rally in the second half. We know that there is still a possibility for the comeback because Gaming Gladiators themselves have proven that. But the timing now, courtesy of Neff, he planted that fake out, and now he'll unleash it towards A main. But Griffin, do they fall for it? That's the question. They do double up towards the Cubby. Most of this defense is actually watching out for the main angle, and we've seen this before from Gaming Gladiators, the Trojan Horse. It wasn't basically taken by Onyx last time, but can they sell it like a used car salesman towards Griffin instead? They do converge though as time is running on out. And look who's waiting on top of his perch. The man in the high tower, the man with the operator, Shupat BB on the defensive.
The question is, does this man have what it takes
oh
to
my
shots? And yes, he does. Immediate answers. And 4,750 credits, baby. That's what it can do. And that's what a used car salesman would sound like. Incredibly convincing, incredibly concise, and incredibly accurate. Much like Sufat BB. But as soon as that null command dissipates, Dax, the utility, it is now going to find some value here. But can they split these crossfires, as it is incredibly compact on the side of the Gaimin Gladiators? That is the first hole to be exploited by YR Select. He swings wide! And the defenders, they handily take the site here. It's only one more, the lone sniper. And he reconnects with his fallen buddies in the spectator lobby. 8-4.
Well, cue the Gravediggers because Griffin has taken their jobs, basically. They filled up those holes very quickly with lead and filled up the bigger mounds with the corpses of Gaming Gladiators. Success yet again from Griffin, and it all started really with that suppress towards the generator. But actually, let me take us one step back. Neff is just not allowed to play. That first half, we couldn't see any value from him, not because he was doing things wrong, he was getting in position right, but Sufat BB would always have his number. Every single time the Jet would see the Yoru, the shot would just lock in, and there was no chance whatsoever for the distraction to be the name of the game there for Gaming Gladiators. So a bit of a halftime, and Griffin Esports proving that HK Taiwan has some fight in them. Winner though, at the very top alongside Sufat BB. And what I really like about this Griffin Esports roster right now is something I pointed out the first time these guys were here. They have a bit more balance compared to some of their counterparts. You remember Ghetto Artists, they're very aggressive, they have high octane fraggers, and Griffin Esports is a little bit different. While the clock is similar, it's not the same kind of cuts. And I think it has to do with the fact that, again, the newest additions to this roster, Winner, as well as Rainy coming into Stage 2. Both of these guys with experience from that, I'd say, pseudo-legendary HK Taiwan roster of CVT Gaming. And then you continue on with a bit of experience in the Chinese scene for Rainy. You activate YR Select this time in APAC instead of what he was doing in the group stage, where, or rather in the local qualifiers where he wasn't able to play. And things are just working out so much well for them. There's just a lot more experience right now we're seeing from Griffin, and a roster and the name so much in contention of the crown of HK Taiwan, finally able to spread their wings and fly to even better heights here in APAC.
I like that you brought that up, because when we talk about Griffin, and this is as candid as I can be, with all honesty and with all due respect, in the previous stage, they really were, kind of meddling in the middle of the pack. Maybe potentially to be, I wouldn't necessarily say unremarkable. Yes, they're good, but they didn't necessarily have that extra spice to elevate them. But if we move our focus towards Gaimin Gladiator Dax, and not on a player perspective, agent comp-wise, I really don't feel like this Fade Yoru comp, or at least that tandem, they don't have good synergy, and Fang, having a little bit of a technical issue himself, cannot seem to move his gear up on that perch. And Sufat BB, he still looks to create some forward contact here, but a little more receded is Gaming Gladiators, and a little more patience in that mix.
Yeah, well, it needs to be a bit of a thumbs up now for Gaming Gladiators. They need the approval of these rounds. And as it stands, DZ for the fragment play. Fredo whipping the shots, but eventually gets YR Select. He even goes for the Aldron first and foremost. Beautiful recovery from the chamber. Sufat BB even exposed with his ill intentions by Styron. Catching out Fang already. Quick trade build courtesy of Rainy. Contest towards the rafters, but Gaming Gladiators able to hold things down. And truly these hoplites defending the land, whether near or far. Gaming Gladiators win the second pistol, and the road to Rome, or in this case recovery, starts here.
Hoplites, maybe we move them up a rank. Maybe Praetorians, as they've really exuded a lot of confidence and great acumen in the positioning here. Neff finally chiming in. And maybe, just maybe, this more passive stance will allow them to riposte the offense on Griffin. But Dax mentioned history many times about this 3-round lead. This was nowhere to... Actually, no, it was pretty similar. Griffin had a leg up on Gaming Gladiators.
It is.
Big return. Yeah, it is history.
If I see a 2v4 on a site happen again, courtesy of Gaming Gladiators, I know by this point that everything is scripted. Not just Valorant, but also life itself. But beyond that, Griffin Esports, they just need to be very, very careful right now coming into the second half. I think one thing that has been their weakness is closing out these kind of games. And Gaming Gladiators, on the flip side, a squad known for that recovery, a squad known to be able to climb out of many a sticky situation. Q and the Tardo, because this can be the boiling point coming to our way very, very soon. Prowler though, for the scouts, there's a full eco state here from Griffin. They're willing to throw their bodies to the cause and their bodies towards that B site. Immediately to start things off, Suppress, forcing Styron away. Goes for a quick little shot over to the darts. Neff right now with a takedown onto 2. And it's easy pickings right now for the rest of Gaming. Fang though making it costly with a classic. Almost get us a third kill there. But Styron will be able to shut it down. 8-6 now. Gaming Gladiators getting close, but this is it. Do or die, or in this case, rifles abound for Griffin.
bodies being thrown, but unfortunately, we witnessed a bit of a drowning pool as all those bodies hit the floor, courtesy of Styron, by the way, Dax. And like you mentioned, this is an incredibly high priority round for them. The swing, it really will hinge on this, and I believe I've given it enough emphasis. Gaming Gladiators, so far, we haven't really seen too much from them aside from the strong defaults, and I would say fantastic mid-round decision-making. Griffin Esports still have a bit of a puzzle to solve in that regard.
It's just crazy to think, though. I'm just looking at what potentially a bracket can be, and especially if Gaimin Gladiators straight from one region in the top 8, that has to be quite a hallmark, truly, of what MYSG as a whole can do. What do we have for the rest? I know we already have Onyx. We also have Sersha, so one from Indonesia and one from Thailand, but here we have it. 1 and 2, counting it down for Griffin. A bit of a vision there from Gaming Gladiators. They wanted to close that gap, but instead, it's UFAT BB and the rest of the roster of Griffin knocking on the doorstep towards that B site. They already invaded their homes, and they're looking to loot and pillage as much as they can. Bring out the spike, put it right down. And Griffin Esports commanding in the round so far, even finding Artin there, right smack dab in the middle.
Taking a page out of the Celt, maybe out even the Gallic book, maybe even the Vikings here, as he finds Rainy without any regard for the safety of his skull. But with one member falling, this is enough of a trade for Griffin to really appreciate that, oh my goodness, our economy still very much intact, investments to be made to propel ourselves forward. Now, honestly, it looked really, really good here. But man, consistency I still feel like is Griffin's biggest weakness, Dax. We see so many rounds like that, and it ends up, well, in their favor. But then again, there are other rounds which look like it's the complete opposite. They go for an incredibly hard read, and somehow they might be reading in the wrong language, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps this is just not the right library that you go to. And in this case now, Griffin Esports, can they continue on? I think consistency, though, is truly the trait that can bring you success here in APAC, to say the least. We've seen some teams, for example, learn to get that consistency. Others bring out that full potential for that consistency. And I think some of the biggest examples of that are the newest faces into the playoffs right now. Onyx and Bleed just doing impressive so far in this stage. DZ, though, with a final UFAT BB phone right now, waiting for the trade to happen. And towards the A main we go yet again. Winner go, finding DZ over to the corner. Suppression, such a vital tool courtesy of Rainy. And despite the Raptors position, Gaming Gladiators, they're ill-advised to peek it out. Now they wait for it. They go for the C's play. And Wire Select, he's stuck in the corner. And Neff able to get that takedown. Rainy don't making the trade work through Siron. Neff is so low on the HP because of all the damage being done. It has to be Frey coming up big for the round. A single blow from the turret will catch out the Yoru, that's for sure. He does have the dimensional drift if he wants to scout things out. But there is that hesitation because the operator, and it's in the hands of Frey. And case in point, that's the example I was saying. The turret has your number, my friend. And Neff will go down to automation. Another round here by Griffin. It will become 10-6. Yet again, hope is not lost here for Gaimin, unless Griffin can snuff it out into the next round.
In any case, Frey has been pretty quiet aside from that explosion in the first round. Maybe potentially we can credit the success of Gaimin Gladiators' defaults to him. Well, as I say that, he has 69. I compared him to Tim Duncan the last time he played. And I would say the same thing because, goodness me, it didn't occur to me that he was already dropping so many bodies. But MVP caliber, potentially. We have to give that credit to the turret there.
Timmy Turret has gone big for the whole APAC run. He should have been that #1 draft pick this year, that's for sure. Apparently, the scouting reports were read by Griffin Esports, and they put him on the roster just to get that dagger on. And speaking of now, this can be that knife that twists the spine of Gaming Gladiators as soon as possible. The assassination of the defense. Will it be the tragedy here of Gaimin, or will this be the resounding success? They only have the operator right now in terms of the arsenal. A few sheriffs in hand, but we've seen these hand cannons do wonders before, just like those Great Pyramids. But beyond that, Griffin, you can see how different they are again. Just willing to play it slow, not over-eager compared to the usual suspects in the HK Taiwan scene. And these guys, they respect the competition enough to know to scout things out first before going for the explosion. And look at this, even safer here, Raph. They put on the training wheels, they put down the lockdown, and they're buying as much space as possible. But at the same time, this will be a congregation from Gaimin. They want to come in as a crowd, they want to explode, but Wire Select, before that bomb even detonates, he's already defusing it right in front of the opposition. Truly looking dirty here, courtesy of Griffin Esports. The only one left being hunted down will be Frey, able to hit the shot, but cannot get the confirmation of the kill. Shufat PB will fall, but YR Select is there to catch him off guard. This is it. Griffin now 2 away from a map win.
Need a drop.
Well, that definitely was a Griffin revolution building up at the gates of Bastille. Well, that's what B stands for apparently. And we saw that explosion of people really behead every single defender there. And it was only apt as they only found the heads. Again, just the killing blow for Frey. Could have been 2. But we cannot cry over spilled milk here as Neff contributing double digits. Styron not too far behind. Armor? He gets it at the he doesn't get it. Well, that's interesting. That's gonna make him incredibly soft, but they do push the offense back just a tiny bit. And Styron is here. He does have that haunt available. The spooky balloon, he throws it out. Maybe potentially to draw it like moth to a flame. But Neff, well, even if he had armor, he's not gonna survive that. And again, a repeat of the previous round axe. They get absolutely trampled, lost in translation. What happened?
Well, you say moths to the flame, I say Icarus rising too close to the sun. They just get melted down by Griffin Esports, who was waiting for that. Wire Select, though, meditating inside the smoke, and as soon as he goes back to reality, it will be the underworld for him from Artin. Beyond that, though, we're just not seeing the same kind of lethality right now from Gaming Gladiators. I don't really blame them for making that kind of play to go for the aggression, just try to play that contact to change up the pace of the game. But you can see that it is affecting already their mental a little bit. You mentioned no armor there from Neff, just quite an ambitious assault against a roster forged in the region that thrives in those contact plays. In case in point now, time is ticking. Artin, he has to go big or go home in this situation. And there you go, the first stroke with his paintbrush looking to make a masterpiece. But from above, there's a critic that will be answered. Rainy goes down, 3 already here from Artin. Something solid here so far from the Omen. Masterpiece, but yeah, Griffin, they have the round already. They put that spike down all across towards that B site. Artin did get from the shadows along the way and did get 4 kills. But that was just a hope there from Gaimin, snuffed out yet again. Griffin's now on match point, man, and I don't know what else Gaming Gladiators can do by this point.
Well, you did mention the greatness of every artist. Sometimes, Dax, it doesn't get appreciated up until, well, what?
You die.
50 years later.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They live in poverty and then suddenly, oh, now they're famous because they're dead. Kind of sad, really.
So now you buy my art when it goes not to me? Is this how it works?
Apparently that's so, but this is why I liked Art Attack better than contemporary art when I was a child. But this is it. One more assault, one more attacking round for Griffin Esports, and they will be able to take Ascent as their domain. Scouting though, courtesy of Neff, just wants to be able to tell his Emperors, tell the rest of the roster that Griffin is coming. This is one tea party that they want to spoil as soon as possible. Chufat PB into the middle. Slower play yet again from Griffin Esports. They are expecting Gaming here to at least go for the trek and try and get a takedown from the hands of Frey with that tour de force. Beyond that though, it's Congregation right now, and Artin might make or break this round from his wine position.
Make or break, Dax, and potentially Orcus is waiting for Gaimin Gladiators. Potentially an oath broken on their side, 12-6. The comeback did happen much sooner in their previous outing. Now it seems like it's going to be a mad scramble. The Hunter's Fury, potentially the arrows from above, this time from the side. No response whatsoever. They hold strong. Yet again, this could be a God's favor, but the trade's still very much even. GFN, they strike from above, strike from below, everywhere, but Frey, he comes alive! Is it enough? And it barely is. It's Neff to survive, an unlikely name in the later rounds, but a hero that Gaimin Gladiators needed anyway.
I could call it the Battle of Thermopylae. I could call it the Battle of Helm's Deep. In the end, though, this time Gaming Gladiators able to hold things down together and slay the opposition as they move on forward. It was some good information there, scouted around by Arten, and Neff being quite a distraction there to allow Frey to get in position. His hand has been able to smite so much of Griffin right now. 19 kills for Frey. Just doesn't seem enough though beyond those power positions that Gaimin Gladiators can get. If Griffin is able to effectively remove that part of their defense from the equation, if they can flush out the opposition away from those kind of angles, then it will be a very successful endeavor here for Griffin Esports. And in that situation, I'm looking at their double initiator and their ass right now. YR select, a quick little star perhaps towards the high ground later on, or in this case, towards CT, could be effective to catch a snare onto one of these Gladiators, looking to go and vie for glory. But yet again, slower play here from Griffin. All across the map, they're looking for something golden. Opportunity. Bladestorm in the middle. Quick little scout with the Aldrons, tagging Arten right now. And it does seem like Rainy might be the first one to find contact.
Is it him? But it's actually Frey who nearly recovered from that, but he stumbles in the end. Rainy, he will put a cloud over Gaimin Gladiators, and it could potentially linger a little bit more, considering Arden doesn't have the greatest of weapons, and Steron had a very similar story. Will finally be eliminated by Fang.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, oh dear me, the Gladiators, they are seeking sponsors. The pools, the budget is running out, the weapons they run, very, very dull. And maybe, potentially, this is going to be sand that's going to be littered with blood. And Griffin Esports, they sink their talons, they sink their beak into an exposed jugular. But the resistance is still here. Down but not out. Z, he keeps the dream alive. Rainy, oh so stalwart, oh so patient. Neff, he has to pull it out, but no! Rainy yet again denies whatever resistance that Gaimin Gladiators could put up, Dax.
Yeah, the Tempest has arrived and his name is Rainy. Griffin Esports, their mythos continues. And new page in the legend they're trying to make, courtesy of the HK Taiwan region. They take ascent, they avenge their bloody history versus Gaimin Gladiators, and they will take it back against the competition that put them down in the lower bracket at the start of this week. That's only one though for Griffin Esports. The job is not done. Gaimin Gladiators, they want to make it perfect from NYSG. Let's see how they're gonna recover, but that Euro composition, it failed them already twice. It doesn't seem like it's just the answer right now in the APAC scene compared to the more standard Jet gameplay that they brought out the first time around versus Griffin.
Well, a lot of the thinking is gonna go to the panel as their gray matters have been circulating every single day of our APAC, and we're very, very thankful for them. But before we toss it to them, Dax, any closing remarks, my very stalwart friend?
I'm just happy to be here with you, my friend, and well, that's gonna be it for us for now. Map number 1 is over, Ascent is finished, and we return. It will be the second outing of Gaimin Gladiators and Griffin Esports. That's your draft. We'll see you guys in a bit for more VCT APAC.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
The battle cries are working, girls! Cacao! VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers is back with your panel trio, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Griffin Esports getting that first point, putting Gaimin Gladiators closer to elimination. So if I didn't mention it before, then I'll mention it now. This is a do or die game. And Trix, so far, it's looking like a revenge story.
It is looking like a revenge story. Initially, Gaimin Gladiators knocking down Griffin Esports 2-0 in their first series. And ever since then, it looked like Griffin is out for them. They've just been showing how adaptable they can be. They've shown us that they can control the pace of the map. They know how to be aggressive. They know how to be defensive. I do recall that, I believe it was Raf, one of the casters, mentioned he wasn't so sure about that operator pick on the defender side. Like, yes, you get that initial peak, but what do you do afterwards? It's not as much impact. But I feel like Shifat BB on that operator just proved him wrong. It had a lot of impact when you choose to just go for that aggression, get that next pick, reposition yourself, go for another one so that you don't let your teammates fall.
Personally, it felt like Gaimin, they had an idea what they want to do, but execution-wise, this was the question I was asking pre-game, and I think it's already answered now. And it felt like the idea is there. The same thing goes for Onyx, but they have to remember execution is always key. You're not, because this is a very, very conditional comp where you require the Fade to really, really enable your Yoru. So if you're in that situation where you're not able to pick up or really, really enable your Yoru, what's going to happen? And my question is right now, if you have DZ that's already so comfortable playing the Jet and he's done such a great job at taking up space, why not not continue it? Why are you trying to force this comp that did not work out before? Regardless, Griffin this time around, we saw them pop off against Myth before, and at first I thought, was this a one-shot streak wonder? Was this going to be an inconsistent thing? But it looks like the consistency coming from Griffin has just been amazingly over and over again. Let's just not talk about consistency. Let's talk about performance in general. Every single round they take has been absolutely phenomenal, and this comes from every single member of Griffin. It's not that one player is standing out. It's literally just great teamwork, and this allows you, Fat BB, to take up so much space, go for the aggression, and get these aggressive plays. And in terms of denying information and grabbing information as well, I don't think that there was really an issue, because if say that that Gladiators played slow, they took the fight to them. That's how aggressive they are, how confident they are, and they are winning this fight. There are situations where Gaimin wanted to bring it to them as well, but you saw them literally, okay, that's fine, push out, we'll give you the space, but best be ready from another angle. We're ready for you with the crossfires.
Yeah, I think, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, I did say that you need to sometimes challenge the meta, but it's also to say that you need to understand the kit that you're working with while you're challenging that meta. What kind of mobility do you have? What can you know, what kind of value are you looking for? How are you going to get that value even? Everyone has been talking on this panel, whether it's casters too, about that fade composition with the Yoru, with that Omen, especially for that kind of deafen. But you need to consider, it's not just about the aggressiveness, it's not just about taking that space. It's also about how can you force the opponents in certain areas, regroup with your team, how can you flash for them to get that entry. And I feel that that kind of understanding and combination and practice was lacking in this lineup, in this agent selection from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and to add to that, I do have to commend that Griffin Esports' timing was so uncanny. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators was trying to set up these really good crossfires for post-plant, but Griffin Esports just really made sure that they would be entering the site or like retaking the site at the perfect timing to not even let Gaimin Gladiators take that opportunity to be fully settled down and, you know, just have their crossfires ready. Nope, not gonna do that. We're gonna come at you guys aggressively as you plant down that spike. This is our map, this is our territory, and we're not letting you take it.
It was great seeing that kind of, you know, just aggression on those retakes, being like that. It felt like every time they went into the retake, every time they went into a duel, Griffin was going in there saying, I'm going to win this duel, and they won it every time, or almost every time. Some rounds I felt were a little dicey though, but how about you, Tash?
I personally think that in terms of map control, it was a bit strange coming in from Griffin, I have to say, because they sent one person mid, one person coming in from tree, and it felt like they were so scattered throughout the map. And this is what happens when I talk about like when their idea of execution wasn't able to be taken, wasn't able to be done. Suddenly it was a lot of question marks, a lot of situations. What do we do now? Where do we go exactly? We're getting pincered from a long flank where we can't go mid because there's someone standing in mid. And in a lot of situations, Fung, again and again, every time he watches those really, really unusual corners, he's always good for 2 or sometimes 3. Yes, we see Frey really coming online toward the second half of the game, but in those situations, we cannot really just expect our teammate to really come on top just to bail us out of these situations. I want to see everyone really shine and take responsibility for their own roles, and this is what exactly that we saw happen from Griffin. But I have to say, perhaps this is just the inexperience coming in from Griffin. From Gaimin. It is their first time here, and it looks like it does require a little bit more time to break out of that playing in Malaysia, Singapore only sort of mindset and opening up to different sort of play styles as well as aggressions.
It's looking kind of rocky on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and that's really troublesome because again, this is an eliminations game. So you have to bring your best foot forward over here. No more excuses, no more jitters. Just bring the best of the best out here, Tricks.
Yeah. Just to touch on a quick point on what Tash Bunny just mentioned, you know, if anyone else here was also looking at those interviews, actually Griffin Esports says exactly that they're going into this wanting and understanding the way Asia Pacific has been playing and understanding how they want to adapt to it.
Yeah.
And I feel they have shown that they are adapting to it. I'm hoping to see more of that, that push and pull that Griffin Esports is showing us on Ascent in Breeze right now, because this is their map pick.
Oh my god, I'm really liking this lineup from Gaimin. This is something that I usually see them play back in Malaysia and Singapore, except for the Cypher. So, this is new to me. But other than that, it's very normal for the rest of them. Like Neff has played on KO and it has been very, very good. DZ is great at making space, and Styron on Sova has been amazing. On Arton as well, on Viper has been absolutely great, just as good as him on Omen. But the Cypher is kind of throwing me off a little bit, and I'm worried because I'm so used to seeing him play on the Cypher. But what do you think of Griffin?
I think Griffin also has a pretty solid lineup. We see that it's the same except for the Sentinel. I do prefer a Chamber on this map personally.
Absolutely.
I find that Chamber is a lot more mobile and there's a lot more that he can do, get to better positions, set up for that retake, and I find Cypher to be that kind of make or break positioning.
Yeah.
Like either you're in the perfect spot to get the kills, you're playing around your wires, your traps, or you end up getting flushed out too soon and just get overwhelmed on that site. So I think that Griffin Esports, with the way that they've been playing and the standard composition, I feel they're going to be able to set that push, and then they're going to be able to pull back quickly.
I think one big scary problem about Cypher on this map, that yes, you can get the information, but you have to understand it's a very, very big map. There's a lot of places for you to cover when it comes to you, and I would rather see a more mobile. As you said, Chamber is good on this map, and honestly, that lineup for Fade and Yoru, I believe would work a lot better on this map than on Ascent. But personally, that's just how I feel. However, this adaptability coming from them has been great. But I mean, we're seeing a lot more Cyphers this stage of APAC compared to stage 1. In a situation where a lot of people are asking for a change of Cypher. However, if they do it right, it can bring so much value. But as you mentioned before, make or break. Can you get the impact? Can you get the information? Can you get those nice lurks out? And if you're not able to cover a lot of the ground with your traps as well as cages, your presence may not be impactful for the team.
I just want to say that I love seeing the Cypher. I get it. It's an old meta, or we don't see it as much, but that's what makes it interesting. How they're still able to have the old strategies, pull it out this time and make it work, despite all of the adjustments that the other teams have been doing here. Now, one more thing that I do want to point out, if the players out here have been listening to us, especially Tricks, make sure that you guys take out those Cypher or Chamber utilities so that you guys have so much more room to move on to. But with that, guys, we are going to be going into map number 2. It's going to be Breeze, and once again, it's Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin Esports.
Well, I'm trying to popularize an age-old adage now. Do we get our game on, or will the Griffin get you? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as well. This time, Griffin looking to make their history be known here versus Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators, though, a bit of the bounce back after a bit of a tumble there on Ascent. Dax here now with my usual partner in crime, Black and Blue, and it's Griffin Esports with the 1-0 lead over Gaimin Gladiators. We moved to Breeze, though, and in all honesty here, Black and Blue, we're seeing for Griffin a completely different outlook of confidence. In terms of this series, they took Ascent away from Gaimin Gladiators and their Yoru composition, and now they move into a map where they dominated Made in Thailand in last time around here in the group stage. So, in all honesty, Griffin Esports in prime position right now to thrust HK Taiwan to that top 8. Gaimin Gladiators, it's up to them if they can complete the triumvirate of MYSG by getting the reverse sweep in the series.
Definitely so. They were able to get that opening map, which we did see Griffin lose versus the Gaming Gladiators earlier in the group stages when they played on Ascent, but that was with the Gaming Gladiators having a very different comp. The comp that usually works for them. So Breeze is a map that they've also banned the last time around, but they leave it open here as Haven to be the decider. But the thing is, they might not even get to that state. Let's see how things go here, Dax. I'm now back on the English side, and I'm glad to, because Fung is looking to really cement himself here towards that Hall's position. But lots of contests coming from Gaming Gladiators as they're going to execute here on the B side. But Neff, he gets a right through the smoke.
That's some nice covering fire there, courtesy of Gaming Gladiators. All about suppression. Fung, though, finding Styra on DC now, making the trade work. And Gaming Gladiators, they will be backing on away just a little bit, playing it safe and sound, and not looking to make the same mistakes Made in Thailand did last time around. I think what's interesting to note here, though, is Gaming Gladiators is employing the Cypher. They can run a chamber if they choose to, but this was more successful, I believe, against Todak all the way back in the NYSG region, and they're trying to emulate that history yet again. Snakefight, though, into play. Wire Select getting the advantage and getting the kill over DZ. Not just vulnerable, but absolutely staying. Put him in the mausoleum as he will be embalmed right after that demise. But look at the crisscross. It's a sea of green right now. It's time for Griffin to try to wade into the waters of A-side. Again, rotation, though, might be big. Courtesy of Arten. This is all about the pitch, but oh no, deja vu? Wire Select, hello, a second to you, but Arten's here in the cave. And can Griffin spot him in time? Yes, they do. Get the takedown. All if not the fray into the corner. Time is running out, though, here black and blue, and here comes Griffin, and here comes trouble. Pistol one out by the offense.
Goodness, DZ and Neff both sharing the same morbid fate, one after the other. Seems like Wire Select didn't have to do much there, aside from did the exact same thing he already did. This opening pick here from Fung gave them a good position to really just pincer on the side. When you have Hall's control like that, the door is open, you can push out through. It makes things so much more difficult for the defending side, and this attacking side is what Griffin really have to secure, and they get the opening pistol of that. Look at this. No Spectre buys, realizing that, hey, fighting pretty long range here. Slap the Bulldogs.
It's just crazy to think that Griffin was so patient enough to wait to see if the flank was coming their way. Usually a squad would have executed by that point, and that would have been successful for Arten if that was the case. But instead, Griffin, they kept an eye out, and really eyes like a hawk there from Rainy. Spot out the opposition at the right time. And speaking of the spot, there you go again. Quick little ping, quick little takedown, and burst fire enough to get the connection onto Arten to start things off. Neff also so low on the HP. It's a big presence towards that middle here for the side of Griffin. And this is a point I brought up with Raph a while ago here, Black and Blue. Griffin really is that team that has so much more balance compared to everyone else from their own region. And it has been the element to their success so far here in APAC.
Griffin, they're one of the teams we actually did see last game around. They did okay, but they're seeming to do better here to make it into that playoffs from the group stages. Wire Select choosing and picking every fight that they want.
30 seconds left.
So to see Fat BB. It's all in the fray, though. This round pretty much done and dusted. It's Griffin, they've been really a lot more confident than we have seen from them in their earlier matches. But as you said, you know, this map that they're playing on here right now, Breeze, is a map that we expect for them possibly to take. Right? He gets that kill. All it says, though, it's all that's going to ring out is, yeah, Made in Thailand when they played against them, as well as against Giant Submarine from their own stages. They did super well. 13-1, 13-7. This is one of the highest win rate maps that we do see from Griffin, aside from a map like Iceboxing. So for Gaming Gladiators, who are probably banking on winning map number 1, they're in a pretty difficult spot right now.
It's crazy to think, though, also into this round where you see Griffin, and the only players that they really lose are the ones with the classics, I believe. So at the very least, they're still able to hold on to the Bulldogs. Their economy is in such a good spot, and it's bonus time right now for Griffin as Gaming Gladiators ready to contest with the rifles in hand. Quick execute towards that A-side fray already with a takedown off the Funk to start things off. And the Cypher from above, a power position towards that bridge, and Gaimin has decided to play that hold back style towards this A-site. to a varying degree of success. Can it be the check mark this time, though? That's the question. Spikes down, planted towards the default, and the advantage is in favor of Gaimin until Shufat BB trades it back.
Okay, Shufat BB get that damage on, but he's going to get found here with a snake by making him much more vulnerable. Post plant going to try to be secured with a snake, but with a rather Viper's Pit, and holding on to mid there. Winner gives himself away. Styrmon pick here in the wire select that drops the ultimate and allows them to defuse here right now. Shock dart out, that should get a kill, but no, it doesn't. Styron dodging and landing the shot as they get their opening round here of the half. Gaimin Gladiators starting off with a comeback potentially. But the bonus, not working out for Griffin. Not too bad either, though. Now they've got the full gun round to use.
It's decent here for Griffin. And not only that, at least some economical damage done against the defense to prevent that operator early on. But this is why you can see that Gaimin wants to hold back. They know how aggressive these post-plant locations are for Griffin. That mid-control that can come from the double door, something that Griffin Esports is vying for as much as possible. And if they can play that long-range game, they have the right players and the right tools to enable that as much as possible. That's why they have that Cypher alongside the Sova. Get that intel, garner it as much as possible, and assess the situation if need be. But here we go again. Griffin Esports now back the slower pace of the game. You can see here they're trying to at least suss out, if ever, someone like Frey, someone like DZ would love to push on forward. Gaimin Gladiators understanding now how Griffin is playing. And yet again, it's a bit of a stall before the struggle. The calm before the storm, if you will, here, Black and Blue. It's just about intel right now, and that's what Gaimin Gladiators wants as much as possible.
It's a hoot hoot versus before the doot doot, really.
Well, that's one way to say it, that's for sure.
The silence before the violence.
Oh, that one. I like that one. Give me one more. We have time.
It's the versus the. This is where we're going. Okay, that one was okay. We're moving on now. Shufat, he's found his way towards a half wall, and he takes down half of the players of Griffin here as Neff follows suit to wire, selects entry on the follow-up. He finds another on the back site, a Styron. This gang ironed out. Artin able to get one. The second one goes his way. He's been a very consistent controller here for the Gaimin Gladiators, as we've seen. But this one is going to be a bit too out of reach. Picks up what he can take and goes to save it. Look for another way to save the day.
Yeah, we had the time to converse a while ago. We have the time to do so now because Griffin, they make quick work towards that B execute, able to get in deep enough closest to the arches and basically get the backstab on over to the backside. It allows Griffin such a level of control that is basically unparalleled right now by Gaimin Gladiators, and it just goes to show how explosive the entries of Griffin can be anyway. Artin now with the save, and I think the question we can put forward by this point while we do have that time is, what can Gaimin Gladiators do to get back to the system that works for them? I see here right now that they're trying to play that whole back style, play a little bit more passive so they can make their trade system work, because one of the best things Gaimin Gladiators does as a team is trade for each other because of how they set up as duos and trios as much as possible. But it's still that whole divide and conquer aspect that Griffin Esports is able to do right now in terms of the sight lines, in terms of the spacing, and it does seem like Griffin Esports has learned a little bit more from the lessons prior, from the matchup they've had prior to Gaimin, compared to Gaimin understanding exactly how Griffin is playing right now. So we'll see if we'll get that improvement, because Gaimin Gladiators, they still have the shots, they still have the rifles, and let's see if they can contest with Frake playing closer now.
Waiting inside the site. You see here, Frey, yeah, he's gonna be that guy to contest this. He's got a spy cam just to gather information, but if this connects on him, this is 0 point, then he's going to be a duck sitting in really dry water. That it does. That drops all of his abilities if we're on the site. Those tripwires are not going to be able to be utilized. You see Fat Baby, he's going to get that kill. Fun going down, but Winner gets a trade off. The frags going here in the favor of Griffin as they've taken over the site 2v4 as the dust settles. And DZ has to win this fight. That he does. Select going down. And Artin following suit. That leaves him in a 1v3. He's got blades, he's got the cloudburst to use, but not much else. He's gonna have to cross big open land here. No man's land really, that's able to position himself and go close that gap really. Gets a 1v1 after gets a pick on the rating. 4 kills could be his. And this ace, rather 4K clutch could be his as well. If he gets his defuse off, swings wide, lands the shots on the Shufat. He does have a pixel angle to utilize though, as he's the one to secure a 3rd kill in the round. Griffin still soaring above Gaming Gladiators here.
Pixel angle, pixel perfect, and that was just such a stellar shot there by Shufat BB in the end. You can see though, a bit more successful this time from Gaming Gladiators. Dizzy coming in big, I believe. And beyond that, just a Jet deciding to go where no Gladiator has gone before. So many angles that he was able to cover overall and just catch out Griffin Esports playing it close. And that's because it all started with Frey on that Cypher holding closer as well. It forced Griffin Esports to actually just concave on the opposition, collapse the Cypher's position as much as possible. From that point on, even Gladiators able to take advantage. It didn't secure them the round, sure, but that might be the fruit that can bear a little bit more into the future. Future though is now, and Shufat BB towards that B side. Quick little plant here, courtesy of Griffin Esports yet again, but this time Gaimin happy to play the 5v5 retake.
Gaimin looking like gamers here right now, as they're the ones who are crumbling to their own demise. Shufat, opening kill. Lots of damage done towards the players of Griffin. So this can still be winnable for Gaimin, but Frey gives his intention away and his position away as well with what he's doing here. Funky low, but Frey, all he needs is a single body shot, and that he does to the chest. Winner. Definitely securing a potential 1 round for them. The scan will keep him at bay from pushing from that B main position. And the 2v3 is winnable, but only Frey has a weapon, and he drops the rifle to the ground. The wire select gets the last 2. Griffin take a 5th on the anti-eco here versus Gaimin, but if they win another round here on this side, and before Gaimin are even able to secure another round, then this is gonna start to look super dangerous already for Gaimin. I mean, it already is, but on that path to becoming even more so.
I mean, in the first round, right, we got a case of deja vu with the snake bite, not once but twice, getting the job done in the suicide pocket, basically. But for Gaming Gladiators, they would love to avoid history repeating itself in favor of Griffin. Let's not forget, 13-1 in favor of Made in Thailand, but Dizzy, that's a great snipe on the winner. No command right now, effectively rendered useless, but in this case, Fire Select does get the resurrection still. Shufat PB now with the takedown towards Frey. He stole out the pulses. The problem is, since it was the KO that went down with the ultimate, the resurrection was there. Even Gladiators flushed that by the numbers this time. And here we have it now. Artin coming in for the flank. Artin does get the takedown of the Shufat BB 4v4 situation. Swing there from Neff, got out by Fung anyway. And the op in hand, the tour de force, looking to get even more value so far. Time is ticking, and Dizzy trying to hit that shot, but it's Winner instead, who cashes out Styron. Chicken dinner for him at this point. Rainy onto the corner yet again. Quick little dart, throwing it out in behind. YR Select getting a scan. Dizzy, oh, through the wall even. Winner with the takedown. And for Griffin Esports, truly, their presence is just an understatement, because it's a red carpet roll despite the bump in the road. And it's 6-1 now here, man.
Looking very, very dire for Gaming Gladiators. If this trend continues, it's on the uptick for Griffin, but on the down low for them. Bad spot for them to be in right now here. The Gaming Gladiators, even with the gauntlet that they're used to going through, they have to take a breather here. Let's see, what can they do? The Gaming Gladiators, they try and hold on to the site, but that 0 point connecting so many times over, whether on the A or B site, has been shutting down entirely what the defensive setup for GMN might be. And Griffin have been utilizing that to just storm their way into the site when they can't find their own timings here. We do see Neff throw out his knife early on, but sometimes I think that's a kind of like a habit that should not always be true, because yes, you can gather early information sometimes, but it can be that gamble that if you do it every round and the opposition expects it, then you're pretty much giving up your knife for free, your 0 point, while the others has got theirs to utilize for the execute. No. Timeout done. As Neff and GMN looking for a single one, or another round here for them to get. And the scoreboard hasn't been reflecting what they're trying to do. Let's see. Aggressing here towards elbow, but the opening pick once more goes on to see a fat BB. And this is just a lot less confident from what we've seen on the GMN side, where we saw them during the MYSG qualifiers when they were as Blaze to be hyper-focused, laser in position, really. But Neff, there it goes. That's what we're looking for. He gets a pick, but this is not a round that they're expected to win, if at all. They can make this expensive for Griffin. Who knows how it might bode well for the confidence.
That's the position you've been looking for there, my friend. Griffin Esports now using that gun advantage, making Nest's life even a bit more miserable as the pot shots come his way. But Styron tries to take advantage, can't hit the pot shots though. And Griffin Esports, everyone getting a kill along the way, 7-1. And this is just going to be such an overwhelming scoreline, courtesy of Griffin. This looks to be the map that they can look unbeatable on. And many a time, it's just so much so the angles that they can take to get those dual wins. It was a good start with the Marshall, but that's all really Gaming Gladiators can get. And right now, Gaming Gladiators, do they get categorized along the way alongside Made in Thailand, defeated here by Griffin Esports in a commanding scoreline? Or does the road this time lead to the recovery that they desperately are seeking? There you go, though. The first dose of the medication is courtesy of DZ. Bringing out the operator when they need to the most. Just shut down the aggression that Griffin is able to get from all of the map control that they vie for at the start of the round. So at least advantage now for Griffin, for Gaming Gladiators, rather. We've seen them take advantage really well with those first picks.
It's good to be able to utilize this op. It can be that different look that the Gaming Gladiators have been looking at for this entire half to help them secure some rounds. And when you have a very oppressive operator on the defensive side here in Breeze, it can really start to snowball things and hamper the opposition. So now, Hall's control trying to be taken by Griffin. There's a tripwire there in case they get too deep, but that Hall itself might be too deep as well. They're going to be exploding here from the door, and there was really no warning that that was about to happen for Artin. He gets caught out behind yellow, and the double doors is going to be flushed out. They have control of the site as Gaming Gladiators, they were playing up front, but DZ only here from the double doors. He does get that pick on the crossing Artin. Still, rather on the crossing wire select as Neff and Frey shred him down. It's rainy here to save the day, but the clouds too thick above him. Cumulonimbus, well, let's see how nimble he can really be. He swings wide but doesn't really connect as Styron will do so. And Gaming Gladiators, finally a second round here.
I mean, sun shining, big boy, wake the hell up here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, and that was the alarm bells ringing, with the operator making the loudest sound in the round. DZ now stepping up to the plate when they need to the most, and I like the adjustment here from Gaming Gladiators. They know that there is that vibe for that control. They know that if Griffin can get that space towards the spawn of Gaming Gladiators, they'll be happy to do so. And they're just using the natural range of a map like Breeze to their advantage. It's already a good adjustment here from DZ. Let's see if the rest of Gaming Gladiators can follow suit so far. But yet again, that operator is the biggest sign of success here for Gaming Gladiators coming into the next few defensive rounds. If we can see DZ get another opening pick, it might be the same kind of case, but a nice poison cloud to get in the way, protect them from the nest, and allows Griffin Esports at least to advance just a little bit more closer to the opposition.
The opposition here is starting to put up a good fight. The Gaming Gladiators are. Let's see if they can string this to another round. That's what's been constantly evading them for so long. DZ not looking too dizzy here. Oh, doesn't even connect with the Blind Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get much value from that. Could have found one, but that's it done. Styron letting that loose, but doesn't really find much. It's Griffin who now have that information. They're still dissuaded from going towards the A site, but now this B site could be problematic. Neff, he's got this 0 point up, and if he can time this right as well with a flash, this could go well as winner. His is still on cooldown, so he should have his abilities up here. That does connect, gives him information. Flash out, does have more to throw. But Neff, that fragment is going to keep him at bay. Arden follows up. Everything crumbling here for the Griffin side. This Gaimin Gladiators, an impeccable hold on this Bravo side. They're scanned, they're found out, and they know exactly where Funk is. He peeks to his own demise, and Gaimin Gladiators finally putting up the ironclad defense we know they can.
Need a drop.
That goes there.
30 seconds left.
Poison's gone.
And here we go. So basically, that KO getting so much value, man. Neff in the corner, from the suppressed to the fragments, all of that effective to at least win out the round. But can Gaimin Gladiators keep up this momentum? All signs pointing to yes so far, and confidence now building up in their favor. DZ poking and prodding towards the cave, trying to see if there are any monsters there. But Griffin Esports not really in the same postal code right now. They back on away, want to play it a bit more safe and sound yet again, and see where the weakness on the defense lies. But Styron showing presence right now, getting that intel, and I really feel like this Owl drone can scout out perhaps the intentions here of Griffin so far.
5 rounds here Gaimin could secure, and that could be enough for them to come back on the attacking side. So if they get these last 2 rounds on the defense, then Gladiators could be in for map number 3 if they can extend this. Flashes on out, and Funk, he does get that kill on the Neff. A huge pick for Griffin to find, and opens up the halls for them to utilize, and gives them an added position that the Gladiators are going to have to worry about. The Viper's Pit comes out here, securing their post plant, and the spike has been planted down. As Gaimin Gladiators, they're on a 4v5 retake, can get a pick, and that they do. DZ, huge find for him to get. Shufat wasn't even expecting that to happen. Styron here has a big job to do. He knows that someone's lurking here towards the halls. He has those suspicions, but Fung, he doesn't win out the fight. Big pick for Styron, and the Gladiators, they can win this. They're all crumbling down. The Viper's Pit, it's not going to stand up here to the attack like Griffin, like rather Gladiators are putting up, but so does Rainy! He's not going down just yet. The Lightning Storm continuing, but Arden has got this one in the bag. Does he have time for it though? It's gonna be really close. The spike, it's gonna go off. Yes, it does. 0.12 seconds as Griffin scrape by with a hasty post plant win.
Round in the half.
Rainy won't go away, and he will come for Griffin's sake to win out another round for today. Incredible hold there by the Sova, and overall, it looked to be Gaimin's to win. They were able to snuff out Wire Select's life. Rainy there, though, from the cave, getting the 2 on the south side. And as soon as it just dissipates, right, it just all falls apart there for Gaimin Gladiators. Their lives were forfeit. It was way too close for Arden anyway. And this was just enough time bought by Griffin to get another round. This is it, though. Last round of the first half. Can Griffin Esports get the handle of things? Or Gaimin Gladiators make it still contentious in the first place? There we have it, though. Operator to get the shot on. Dizzy with the takedown. An advantage that Gaimin Gladiators can work with.
4v5. The Gladiators, that should have been their round, but they gotta let that one go and move on. The greener grass. They do have a pick in this round, which can be that condition that'll help them win further out. Oh, this Owl drone, though, from Rain, he's going to find the position for DZ. Let's that loose. Recon bolt out. Make sure he's not playing even closer. He's still there. He can win this fight, but DZ, he falls back. Realizing that Frey is on the flank, he's bought him enough time to be able to circle him. And Fang, he doesn't win that fight against Arden. No, not even against the Phantom at long range. Frey connecting, and DZ as well. Clean rounds from the Gladiators. And they're slowly starting to crawl their way back here, Dax. That's what we need to see from the Gladiators. 4 rounds, not terrible. Could have been 5, but still winnable. If they take this pistol on the attacking side, they can close us out.
The rounds that they win are pretty convincing, to say the least. It just goes to show that Griffin Esports, when they're able to establish a foothold, so many of them are still alive, and it does become problematic. Since again, Gladiators can't work with that advantage, can't really go for the trades when it's already Griffin right in their faces, right with them in their clutches by this point. And it has been quite a difference in impact with DZ having that operator, just that extra range, giving them the chance to work against where Griffin is coming from. And not only that, it really feels like that here for Gaming Gladiators right now, they just can't get as much value as they would like with the rest of the roster compared to Griffin. And I think it's because of how Griffin is spreading on around the map. You play this KO, and you usually want to suppress the players that are coming in from the narrow angles, right? From B main, from A main. But with that mid being an extra viable choice for Griffin, with that halls being a more extra viable choice for Griffin, it does become a little bit difficult for players like Frafe, like Styron, like Neff to get that much value compared to what Griffin is getting here. And at times that they do get that absolute value, one of the biggest examples towards that B push was Neff playing into the corner, right? So just that extra bit of geometry that Griffin is able to claim for their own, it has changed up immensely the pace of this game and the fortune favoring their side for now.
Quite a educated man here. Simple geometry for Dax, isn't it? Well, you got bows.
Any kind of arrows you want, man.
You can point it wherever you want. The endpoint has to be the bullseye, one that we've seen thrown willy-nilly, but still connect from one Mr. Astute Dax. Gaming Gladiators, though, as we said, this pistol round, crucial for them. They take this real good chance to make things happen, and that's what I'm banking on. I want to see a map number 3 in an elimination match like this.
I mean, we all do. This is their lives on the line. I think people might have forgotten that. This is it. Tomorrow is the last day of the group stage, and we'll only have 8 teams remaining from the 16 we started this week. But now we're starting off the action yet again. Styron comes close to personal. Winner, though! What is that angle from Winner? Taking a quick little concave there. Suddenly the crossbar set by Griffin in an angle unexpected. And Gaming Gladiators, they went all through the shop, tried to go for a drive-through, but in the end, their happy meal is null and void. They didn't get the toy that they wanted, and they didn't get the space whatsoever. All left nap to Arten in a 1v3 situation. YR select. He's low on the HP, but he inside the case.
No!
Oh man! That is a heartbreak for Arten. Fung just shrugs off the bullets, brings out the headhunter, and in a swift motion, eradicates the last gladiator here. Pistol won by Griffin, but what an ending and what a start for Griffin.
Man, they were told to wait in the driveway, but they never came out with the food here, not realizing that they've already crossed the shop into the caves, and that's where they send him. Arten, so unfortunate. Fung, a quick draw, fires from the hip and connects immediately to the head. It's just a heartbreaker of a loss there, and the pistol round that was so crucial for the Gaming Gladiators. The gambit here, set by Griffin. Well, they've got the house on their side and that they win. Rainy, with this Marshall, might as well be an op, considering no armor, no Kevlar on any of the Gaming Gladiators' side. It's going to be so difficult to win these type of pistol rounds on a map like Breeze.
We always thought about it, right? Breeze is the map where if you're playing full eco, I don't think you're going to win the round unless you get up close. So that's why you have that single Marshal at least to buy that space. But Rainy's the one who's just able to be happy on Boardwalk now. Already gets that takedown to start things off. Collect rents from everyone else on the Gaming Gladiators side. And a dart thrown on that, broken immediately. This just tells Griffin the Gaming Gladiators is waiting by the cave. And one by one they're peeking, one by one they're dying. And 4 will be taken by the storm. That is Rainy. 10-4 now. Griffin looking to avenge their loss from before and look to trust themselves into the playoffs. Can Gaming Gladiators get back into the thick of things and stop the opposition? This is their chance now with the rifles in hand here, Black and Blue.
All right. Guns abound. Let's see if the Gaming Gladiators here have what it takes to make it out of the Chalice dungeons that they've been placed in and locked. Behind them is Griffin. Another round here to play, but still got some to give. Marshall in his hands, and the rest of what they've got could still be very deadly, so can't be too comfortable here. The Gladiators are, especially with the huge lead that could be even bigger. Closer to the end of the map, things could look dire. Griffin, they take these, try to kind of forward positionings every now and then. And this one, they choose to go for halls in this case. They make contact towards Styron, so they know there's presence out here, but don't exactly realize how much of that knife is going to be denied to secure that they don't get an exact man count, but they know something's coming towards this A site. They've rotated to try and help it. The wall has been placed. And as soon as they explode here, you can expect the defense of Griffin to start rotating in. Wire select. He gets into the 0 point. Could have thrown another snake bite out before that connects, but he holds on for the meantime. That Shufat, he's been found by the ping here. That's a huge recon dart to fend him off. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous for Griffin. The Shufat, because of that ping, he finds that kill as easy. He was trying to dip in. Neff, even though while blind, doesn't need his eyes because it's on his brain. Wire select has got a kill, and Ray will follow up. All this bonus buys working out here for Griffin. And Frey, he's the last one to save the day, but that he cannot, as Wire select will say. It is his 11th round for Griffin, and match point at the cusp of the next one.
Drop that mixtape there, black and blue, but Griffin Esports dropping Gaming Gladiators as soon as they set their sights on the opposition. And what can I say besides incredible? They contested that close hold as soon as possible, and Wire select also such a big factor. The matter is, Griffin Esports was able to get so close to the pyramids this way, and Gaimin just didn't have enough of a presence towards the site. They wanted to watch their flanks. That's what the Cypher is all about. The Griffin, they just took the most direct manner, the direct routes, and they came out ahead from it. Straight line approach though from Winner. This time, unfortunately, he'll be the loser of that fight. Guardian into play. A good call by Gaimin to at least try and contest this time. This is effective range for the Guardian. This is really for their own survival. Can Gaimin Gladiators continue on here in APAC? Or will Griffin shut them down? What attack though, Neff! Where did that come from? Arthur with a spray down as he's the one who gets up close and personal. All left now to Wire Select and Fung. Opto making that noise, and Fung, there is just no escape. Phrase right behind you. Same thing, Wire Select. Gaming Gladiators are coming out of the walls and coming at Griffin with nets, guns, and all the ranges in the world to use. 5-11 now. Gaming Gladiators continue on here, my friend.
Yeah, to have that one round rather, to still hold on to is a big point for them. For the meantime, though, Frey and the rest of the Gaming Gladiators making the best of what they've got. And it's how they play their hand that really is more important. He's on the operator duty here, not DZ. No. It's Frey holding on with the op on the attacking side. This could actually work out because they need DZ's very aggressive entry to be able to get within the site in the first place. And with Frey being more of that backline player, it does make sense for him to have this operator and be the one to hold off the angles, as that's normally what he'd end up be doing anyway, if not checking the flanks. But mid control taken here by the Gladiators. This Viper's pet though is gonna be a big problem, but since they do have mid control, they can go around towards its tunnel side, smoke off the nest, and have a good flank to kind of pincer around this Viper's pit, which can be beneficial to them in the post plant.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Sufat BB wants that to happen. He has the operator, and we've seen this a lot from Gaming Gladiators. They keep it up Frey sometimes with the op, and Frey is down with the op there. As Sufat BB will have his number. Do they pick it up? No, instead they pick up the pace and head towards that B side anyway. Rifles about, Daisy with a takedown, but Wire Select ready with a judge right inside, slithering in. These are the dungeons of Wire Select, but Martin able to shed the light towards it and get that takedown. Big impact and big entry from Gaming Gladiators despite losing one. They now have the advantage. Flank being covered here by Winner. It might be a pinch that they're trying to play, but the Viper spit now in favor of Gaming Gladiators. They want to give Griffin Esports a taste of their own medicine, and they're using the same utilities and ultimates to do it so. Winner though finding Styron there. It's 3v3 right now. It's more of the side hold here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're hugging the sides, they're hugging the back of side, and they're trying to contest Rainy and Fung as much as possible. But look at Fung basically tightrope on top of the castle walls. He just has the balance there to get that takedown. 3v2 scenario. Arthur with the fight out the Winner. Neff is there too, and it's all left now to Fung, but he will fall. Gaming Gladiators, they make sure that they get that B side, and they'll be glad to survive after that round.
Some fancy footwork there coming in from him, but not enough to secure the round there, Fung. Did such an applicable job to get that kill, but in the end, the rest here of the Gaming Gladiators just showing up. Unfortunately there for Griffin, when they had that control with the Viper's Pit, they weren't able to utilize it as Artin was able to find the opposing Viper, and that dropped the Viper's bit. Wherein he had the judge. Could have been a formidable position for Wire Select to pop off, but it doesn't come. Gaimin Gladiators now gun rounds. It's Eco forced upon the Griffin side. The Cam spotted him out now. It'd be much more difficult for Fang to get behind the lines.
Rainy, oh, that's unfortunate for Rainy. Neff probably saw the dart coming his way, and a great call with the trajectory. Reading where the bow and arrow was let loose. Now the archer will fall in the annals of history. And this is why guns now are the name of the game. Eco State for Griffin even, they have the rounds to give. We've seen this before, Black and Blue, in this exact matchup. Gaimin Gladiators, until they are slain, they will not go down and quit. Go down without a fight, that's for sure. And Freight right now fighting his way out of these tunnels. He wants to go to the arena. The crowd roars with approval, and Freight does not fret whatsoever. 7-11, conveniently enough, Gaimin Gladiators on a rip and tear rollout. And it just feels like for Gaimin that this momentum, these rounds that they're able to string along, are what gives them the confidence to push on forward.
Struggling here on this defensive side, Griffin, and yeah, you said it, they were able to find deep within them really what works, and that's why they're pushing on here and not going down, not conceding match point just yet. This is a map that we've talked about. Yes, Griffin, they performed quite well here in the past on Breeze, but for Gaimin Gladiators, the former Lays, the only real times you've ever seen them play were both against Todak. And that's not a big sample size to go off of. They had pretty much the exact same composition. Yes, exactly the same composition. Yeah. But the only difference is sometimes they change up what do they have on that Sentinel. And in both cases, very viable. It's still, though, a curious decision for me, I think, to leave this map open as compared to when they did perform well last time on Haven, which now that is what is going to be the decider. But last time around, it was map 2, and that's where they got the job done. As Ascent, once again, seeming to be kind of a wayward case in terms of what exactly they have to bring out. But TrueFat, once again on the operator, we've seen that stifle the Gladiators side, even on rounds that the Gladiators win. It's been a problem that they've had to solve, but not without at least, you know, finding one of their selves go down. So Gaimin Gladiators now going towards this A site where TrueFat, he's waiting for this opportunity.
Now that's the thing, mate. Both sides have been able to employ the operator to such good use into the map. The map enables it, and they have the players to be able to hold it well and get those shots on. But this time now, Griffin, they do have winner. Watch out for the hallways as much as possible. Frey alongside Neff. So Tall's controls here for Gaimin. And they might be able to run towards this A site. The default wall is there. Suddenly the presence is shown thanks to the null command. And the winner trying to find a target, but it's YR Select who's caught out here by Artnet instead. Shoot Baby though. Lone man on this island. He will sink down with the sticky ship. But here we have it. DZ winner with the trade 3v3 scenario. And Siren now putting that spike down towards the default anyway. Gaimin Gladiators play the two-pronged attack well. And DZ is not done. Does he get spotted though? Very now by the outro, I believe. Rainy gets the tag onto Neff, and the Hunter's Fury is the call. Gets 2 for the price of 1, and now there's the one that needs to get taken down. Even bigger from Fung. Styron now the only one left in the 1v2 scenario, but Rainy out in the open, yet again practicing his archery. And this time, it's Styron able to stand tall instead. What a clutch from Styron, and Gaimin Gladiators are still alive.
Incredible clutch here from him. And to be able to get those last 2 kills gives them a real chance of coming back in this map. Next economy here in shambles. And so is the confidence, it seems, for Griffin. You can hear me in the background saying huge as soon as he got that owl drone ping, because of the fact that it was going to force out TrueFat, who was waiting here behind, rather DZ, who was waiting behind that orange position. And it was able to allow them to get that 2v1 scenario. But on the recon, he had this bow out, taken down. And Griffin, they have to get a stop somehow. If they don't win this round, sure, it's an eco, but the next round right after, if that's the one they lose, then this is going to be so difficult. But Fung, wow, with a mere classic, he still gets a round, a kill at least, and Winner does so as well.
Big press value there from Neff, but Fung making it costly. 3v3, and it's an ego stake for Griffin, but it's still doable because TrueFat Bibi is ready with the blades. If Griffin is able to execute quickly enough, Neff might not have time to get that suppress back. it's still dangerous. All about recalling those reinforcements. Bit of the group up, as they do want to make this retake work. And Fat BB get these slices on. Quite big effort from the side of Griffin, but Gaming Gladiators shutting down any kind of a vision before it even starts. All left now to winner in behind. Can he get the jackpot here? Will he be able to play his namesake? There's the swing, there's the takedown, but time is not on his side. Can he get a second? Not gonna happen because Dizzy is just planted there to get the 3K anyway. 9-11! Flaming Gladiators, they're catching up. They're doing it again here, Black and Blue.
Forget, we started rather this half 8-4, but then because Griffin has still won that pistol, so the lead, with a 6-round lead really, cut down to mere digits, countable by the hand, and due to the very hands-on application here from the Gladiators, Griffin, they're in a scramble. A round they have to win. If they don't win this is most likely a tied-up game between these two teams, and that's going to be a lead that really just wasted here by Griffin if that comes to pass. Fragment out to kind of cut off and isolate their push. Now they're trapped in Griffin. They're getting shut down. Perfect fragment, and Fat, he finds 2. Things really being so much more difficult here for Griffin as Winner gets a final kill, and Frey the only one to join the fray. The last fight he may live or die on this day as Griffin, they get the 12th round finally.
They made a right angle towards the east side in the most literal sense. It was the right angle for Griffin, perpendicular between Winner and Fat BB, and they just take turns getting the distraction against the opposition, finding the angle, and it was just a meat grinder that Gaming Gladiators walked into this arena now, looking absolutely bloody. As Gaming Gladiators worse for wear. Can they survive a few more rounds? Will Griffin be able to feast on their corpses? It's time to see again if Mitz can beat history here. Griffin Esports, they're one away from writing the next chapter of their story. Continuing on though, Gaimin playing for the middle. Look at the ultimates they have here, Black and Blue. Still a lot of tools to work with if need be.
Wow. Griffin performing really well here in this map. This might be one of the few times we have seen, possibly, a team from HK Taiwan make it to the top 8 of APAC, now that I think about it. There hasn't been really many other cases of that being so. It's typically been the other regions, sub-regions, or SEA making it there, but HK Taiwan, aside from maybe that CBT team earlier on, this is a very, very impressive performance already that Hunter's Fury could connect well. The scan's gonna give him away, but Fung lives here for this round at least. Isn't being taken down just yet. The fragment will stop their push if it ever was going to come, but Frey's been lurking here towards the mid position. He has a very important spot for him to find. Snakebite goes out. Wire select, he knows where he is. He swings wide and lands the shot on the Frey, giving him the advantage, but DZ's able to find one, but not before an effort's going to be found here, and that slowing field is going to really happen. Their push on the back of the site. Winner's got that pop flash, and that he does connect with. 2 more kills here to send Gaming Gladiators home. The mythical beasts that are Griffin are not going to take this one just yet. Styron, good for 1, but only 1. Artin, 1 HP. That's all he's got to work with. Has to plant the spike right now. There's no time. This round is done. This series is done. And Griffin go into the top 8. They're making it to the playoffs.
Griffin and the Bloodsports to the approval of the crowd. And the turn thumb is shown to Gaming Gladiators. This is the signal of their execution here. Griffin Esports, they have done it. They have gotten their revenge versus Gaming Gladiators. They have snuffed out the dreams of MISG getting all representatives to the next week. And Griffin Esports, they proved that HK Taiwan is still a force to be reckoned with here in the APAC scene. A big win though, and this just basically moves up the pecking order just a little bit more to Black and Blue. You have to respect Griffin Esports right now. They can be a force to be reckoned with here, especially as they're the last seed from Group A. And it really proves that here in APAC, anything and everything can happen. Case in points, this Griffin victory is the stuff of legends.
Definitely so, yes. I think the only other team from HK Taiwan that has made it into the knockouts or playoff stage, as you might call it, has been CBT Gaming, so this is one of the best performances we've seen from an HK Taiwan team by far from that sub-region. And for them to do it here versus a team that looked pretty impressive and pretty promising really in this group when they were coming from their own local qualifiers, the former Lays, well, seems like their ears aren't enough to try and outrun this beast that is the Griffin squad. Congratulations to Griffin, but for the meantime, I think that's going to be it here for today, Dax. We're ending the day early. Quick series all around for the most part, but surely to no one's demise aside from the teams that unfortunately we have to say are eliminated from this bracket. But that's the nature of the beast, nature of the tournament, and for the meantime, and still, I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. See you guys next time around, but we'll be back with a panel right after this break.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had it going.
There you have it, folks. The first group to come to a close. This is VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Group A comes to a close with Griffin Esports becoming the second qualified team for the playoffs. What a wonderful revenge story for the mythical creatures over here. You know, I thought that Griffin was gonna get this as a swap at certain parts, but I heard Trix's voice in my head saying, it's not over till it's over.
I mean, it is true. It's not over till it's over. Gaimin Gladiators also seeming to believe that, starting to kind of get their grip into the game, really get their minds at it, trying to figure out what to do, adjusting. But I think that they adjusted a bit too late, don't you, Tash?
Yeah, I really agree. It was until round number, 10 points in, 11, that we finally see Gaimin finally have an idea on how to play. On defense, it felt very, very lackluster in my opinion from their end, just because of how at first I thought it was more they need to be more reactive instead of proactive, but when you pointed out that being more proactive in terms of getting information is just honestly key at this point. And I understand that when you play as a Cypher, you don't necessarily play on the front lines, but as soon as Spray started going on the aggressive, they finally figured it out. But that was already the last round of their defense, and while they did take so many rounds from Griffin in the attack, it felt like it was already so very late. It has such little room for error in a lot of situations, and we really didn't see any of the players from Gaimin really shine when it came to defense. But on attack though, it's a whole different story.
It really is, and I gotta bring this to the audience's attention. We were all talking backstage, and then Trix was saying, you know what, if that were me, I would have placed the spy cam a little bit more forward to fish for more information. And the next round, Frey actually does that, and he spots 3 people in mid, and that actually turned that game around. That was the first round wherein we saw signs of life over here from Gaimin Gladiators, right, Trix?
It really was. We were discussing, we want all of the agents to get that value, right? And you look at the kit that you have, you look at what you can do and what it limits, and you play around that. So it just felt, the first couple rounds, I could see what Gaimin Gladiators was doing. They were trying to get a feel of the map, they were trying to get a feel of how Griffin is going to approach it, only to realize Griffin is, it's not inconsistent, but they changed the play.
Yeah.
They like to change.
They changed
what
their
they're
pacing,
doing.
yeah.
Exactly. So if that's the case, it's better to just get that early information. If that's the kind of team you're playing, get that early information, see how you can kind of punish them a bit or bully them a little, try to push them back, and we could see that that's what was happening.
I think the flexibility coming in from Griffin makes them an interesting wildcard sort of team. I wouldn't say wildcard because they're a wildcard, but rather because they're so randomized. You can never really pinpoint what they're gonna bring next. And because of this inconsistencies is where the question marks come in from Gaimin. Yes, we see Frey really trying to bring in a lot of value as he usually does, but sometimes when you are on a map this big, it felt like, yeah, sometimes they get their information a little bit too late because they're not proactive enough in getting that. On top of that, the rotations coming is very, very late. So by the time they come in, it's already one by one already picked off. And on top of that, it felt like even if they play it together, the post-plant defenses coming in from Griffin has just been absolutely incredible. Speaking of incredible though, YR Select as the MVP is just, I don't disagree with this MVP because his performance on the Viper has been impressive. We always talk about how Viper is just so great on Breeze, and the way he plays it not only gave his team so much value, but also really enabled his team to get a lot of frags because of the decay that comes through as well. They're not able to push through, and the sprays has just given the team so much value.
Also constantly using his smokes to help his teammates, to bait the opponents out to certain locations. We even see it just at the pistol round. They keep going to that little cubby corner, and there's just a snake bite. The snake bite twice that just goes there and he gets 2 kills, and I was just thinking,
why
that's
did you do that again?
I like to have.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so sneaky. But again, girls, this is where Group A ends. I can't believe that one group is already down. I understand that it's already day 5 rather of the group stage, but just thinking about it, it's been crazy getting to this point, and it's about to get crazier tomorrow. But before I get too ahead of myself, why don't we take a look at how today's series went down so far? So let's take a look at today's recap. Alrighty, it is the end of day, and let's take a look at the scoreboard that we have here. 2-0 for PaperX versus Order, 2-1 for Blade Esports versus Fancy United Esports, and 2-0 between Griffin Esports and Gaimin Gladiators. So across the board, it just looks like plain paper, right? We got the score, we got the teams. But the sad reality is, for game number 3, is that because Gaimin Gladiators actually lost, they're out of the running. Griffin Esports is gonna be moving forward to the playoffs, and for the game 1 and game 2 teams, they're still in the running. They still have a chance to win this, Tash.
I'm actually really disappointed that we can't see Gaimin Gladiators bring the Cinderella story home. But at the end of the day, the best one wins. And I have to say that Gaimin Gladiators will definitely have learned a lot from this. And from this it really reminds me of No Namer's run as well. It's very nostalgic, or rather deja vu when you think about it, because they didn't really make it as well. And I'm not saying that it's because like they're new or anything. It's just more of like the lack of experience does sometimes, really give into that. But at the same time, when you look at Griffin, I remember that Trix pointed out that they came to APAC with the intention to learn and grow with the APAC playstyle.
Yeah,
that is true. We have in Group B, Saoirse having that great match against AE, the one I was so excited for and love to see. So I am hyped to actually find out which one's gonna go through between AE and RRQ.
Me too!
I know I have my heart set because of where I'm from, but I also have that analytical side of me that looks at the numbers, looks at the experience, and wants really to see AE play again.
I have to absolutely agree with you there. I know I always root for the Filipino team, but it's undeniable that AE has had a phenomenal performance recently. Tash, are you okay?
No! Oh my god! Homoda was right! We might see an Order. We might see an Order versus PaperX again. We might. But at the same time, Boom Esports has had quite an impressive run as well. What do you think, Trix?
I think so. I'm always a fan of Boom Esports. I think they play very well. Order, I finally saw what they were like against, PaperX. That was one I was really looking forward to see how they would perform. And I'm not going to say anything about who I think will have the upper hand, but I think it's going to be quite the game to watch. But Bleed over here, taking that win over Fancy United, looking a little dicey on that second map, but pulling through just because they've been so structured, so disciplined, and doing so well.
I really like the mental reset coming in from Bleed. I was a bit worried about that, but I have to say, mentally, they are one of the most, I think, not necessarily great in like the whole map, but then they reset again when they move to the next game. That reset is really, really what we need to see in terms of stamina and for those long games that goes up to best of 5s.
Yeah, that's what I've been teaching my kids. Anyway, moving on to the schedule that we'll be having tomorrow. All of these, every single one, do or die games. So you guys better keep your eyes peeled tomorrow. Do not let any of these matches slip away. These are so good. And my God, I'm just excited. I don't want the group stage to end just yet, but of course it does have to culminate. And I'm just so interested to find out who's going to be making it into the playoffs as we progress here on APAC. My God, it's been a crazy ride so far, and I can't believe that tomorrow it boils down to fewer teams.
Oh man,
it does.
This is where it gets really sad, actually.
Yeah.
It's like we have our hearts set on so many teams, and even though I say like, oh, I love to support the underdogs, but it's also it's also like impressive when you see some teams really, really perform. Like, oh man, I think I have to jump on that bandwagon as well. Oh, I also like this team. I also like that team. I like all the teams because each team has brought something very unique to APAC, and I love to see how flexible and how much this region has evolved from a minor region. I think you can take that out of the vocabulary to a region that that encapsulates not only W gaming but also this creative plays. I'm very, very proud of the APAC region.
I am very, very proud as well. It's just been so fun. You get to see all of these different play styles, and there's just so much personality behind it as well. I can't put my fingers on it. Like, what is it so what is it so enticing about all of these matches that we get to see? But at the end of the day, I think part of it is just being part of the storyline, part of like witnessing the development that all of these teams just go through. It's just so fulfilling, even on our end as panel or as analysts. It's just been so cool. So with that, folks, it has been a pleasure serving you guys stories over here, especially today. We will see you guys again tomorrow, but tonight, rest up, everybody. It's been an amazing day of Valorant.
Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized. A whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.